Because I wanted this so bad, and it makes me mad that you're not the one tonight. Like bubbles in the skies above, somewhere in the clouds, it's my shining night. Try to feel the seasons are changing, and I might just lay you down. Leaving you. Will let you fly. We'll leave you now. I've come a long, long way without you by my side. I've done this all my life without you. I've come a long, long way without you by my side. I've done this all my life. Wait for your sign. All the darkness inside won't let you fly, but I might get you off my mind, 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 get you off my mind.
If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? A summer day, your sweet embrace is all that I want. The way it feels is something real and heading for us. I mean it from the heart. I wanna be your light when it gets dark. Right from the moonlight until the sunrise. Can't get you out my mind. Can't get you out my mind. I don't know what you done to me. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? I keep falling for you, can't help wondering. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me? I don't know what you done to me. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? I keep falling for you, can't help wondering. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me? No time to think, 'cause we're all in, yeah, we're in a rush. Too late to change, making mistakes, just give me a touch. I mean it from the heart. I wanna be your light when it gets dark. Right from the moonlight until the sunrise. Can't get you out my mind. Can't get you out my mind. I don't know what you done to me. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? I keep falling for you, can't help wondering. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me? I don't know what you done to me. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? I keep falling for you, can't help wondering. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me? If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too?
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, 'cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing? let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us, makes us, makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us, makes us come alive.
나의 속도가 돈이라면 Benz On me 더 세게 괴롭혀봐 나를 rain On me 다가서면 bang bang 전부 걸어 게임처럼 너의 고개를 떨굴 때는 dance On it 모두 몸에 걸어 눈이 빛나는 걸로 전부 걸치고 난이 노리는 것들일 거야 발밑에 쫓아와도 너는 절대 못 껴 넘어질 배포도 없는 애들은 no 따라오지 못하는 건 얄바가 아니지 그래서 the boys not my type 아니 거리동이 틈에 판이 바뀌지 이기는 건 당연하니 cause my type 시시하게 겉으로만 판단하겠지 웃는 얼굴 어서 저렇게 잘 봐 날 멍청한 애들이 여기 자꾸 넘치니 박악에서 네 몫을 내못 가 짜증나면 질러 I don't like being cool Release night to night girl들만 불러 money on the fool I'm a boss to be or zero 뭐든지 다 내게 cruise 말하잖아 내가 뱉는 대로 내가 다시 look nice Told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself
told ya 느리게만 보여 눈이 핑 돌아가는 놈들을 한 곳으로 모여 잠위 ride 머리 위로 투 그래서 이거 누가 대신에 money dance on a private jet 여긴 닿을 수 없는 곳 올려 넣어 bus 하늘 위로 떨어지는 별을 느끼 like demons 자식 날고 기는 것들은 전부 천했지 왜처럼 증오들은 나의 밑거름 꽤나 좁아져도 눈의 시선은 어느새 풀려 숨죽여 Hey you better you turn when I pull up Can't slow me down 나 끝이 없는 ride 멈출 수가 없잖아 안돼 고소히 망설임 없이 주사 위로 여전히 예상 못한 곳으로 향하지 like we to go
Told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself
I don't know what you've been told, but I'd be insane not to play my role. Yeah, I know I can break a fall. This takes too long. If I could say one thing, just know that I got a hand that I can lend you, and it don't matter when, no, I'll protect you. Call on me, I'm here whenever. Those who played it in one will five is bad. Just know that I got a hand that I can lend you, and it don't matter when, no, I'll protect you. Call on me, I'm here whenever. Those who played it in
like a butterfly. I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on 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 me. Anytime you cluck a butterfly, you flip a switch, keep a secret, let me come inside. When you run the gamut, but you could never plan it. You keep on breathing when you're in it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me.
Your body knows. A sense of victory. Seized when mind, movement, and gear ignite as one. Now, step into your zone. Designed to win.
Wingman World while what?
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well-won break. Let's go!
Red Bull gives you wings.
I need to keep you around with my feet tied, tied to the ground. The end's nowhere to be found. I don't know why you don't leave me to drown. Oh, don't know where to go unless you say. Don't know what to do unless you stay. Thinking that today will be our day, again.
Alright, let's get it.
Winning, losing, either way I'm there. Got an attitude, I'm off the roof, up in the air. This run I make it count, yeah, I'm talking right now. Feel like the comeback kid, got no time to spare. Double up score, 22 to 4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. Sorta with the ace and my team went gold. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away. I'll give it one more try. I don't know why, but I keep coming back every time. I wanted more than my life. I don't know why, but it feels so right. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why we run for our lives. It's not a second to waste. It's ticking away, away, away. It's ticking
I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
It's a cold, wintry Friday here in Berlin, but I hope you guys are cozied up. So make sure you grab yourself a warm drink because we got another day of eliminations where 2 teams are gonna be kicked out of the running here in VCT EMEA Kickoff. Welcome everyone to VCT. I'm your host, Ginny, joined with Billy, and this time around, Hypot has decided to come down from the caster booth onto the couch.
Get away from the chaos up there.
I mean, it's not any
Finally.
better here.
Really?
No.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
No, it's chill
Thought it'd be
here.
a light day today.
Yeah, it's
No?
No,
chill.
but literally you can't say that. You're starting it with
I'm the king. I'm the
cursing.
king of the curse. So the fact that you've got me here already means we're in for a bad day.
Wow.
What's
I'm
a
really
bad
happy.
day to you, though? Like, what does that mean?
Have you not been watching the game?
You think there's going to be even more mud, even more glue?
Yes, it's getting muddier.
You know what? Entertainment is entertainment. I'm not gonna complain. Let's have a
I'm
look
still
at the...
here for it.
Well, you kind of have to be.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at the bracket though to see exactly how we actually got here in case you forgot, because it has been quite a busy week ahead. We're currently in this lower bracket where today we're gonna be looking at Na'Vi Heretics and GX Liquid. The winner gonna advance, the loser, Billy, goes home.
Yeah, I think especially when I'm looking at this graphic specifically, I'm looking at Na'Vi. What a fall from grace that they've had throughout this bracket. Being 1 game away from making it to upper finals to now finding themselves in a spot where they could be eliminated from kickoff is quite a daunting time for them.
Yeah, it's especially for a team that initially we started, we're like, yeah, loving what we're seeing from Na'Vi, right? Opening series, first few maps, we're thinking, great, Shao's clicking, like everything's kind of falling together. Where was that? Where's it gone? I mean, now's the time to show us, right?
Pending.
Well,
Yeah, I mean, this is like your do or die. This
Yeah.
is your chance to show it. But it kind of fits into the larger conversation in regards to how teams are approaching kickoff, how they're approaching the meta, how they're approaching the reads on the maps, and also their identities, Billy, in regards to being able to show up here on kickoff and give us the best performance they got.
Yeah, so something that we kind of like spoke about at the very start of kickoff was expectations in terms of the meta when we were coming into kickoff. I think a couple of things that Mini had listed was we're going to see a lot more operator usage, we're probably going to see some double duelist, and we expect to see some more chamber. And I think that our region has delivered on some of those.
Didn't get a memo.
But
Not everyone got the
maybe,
memo.
yeah, maybe not so much. And I think a big part of it as well was something that I'd kind of highlighted was weapon diversity being a big thing as well. Obviously, signature abilities changing coming into this year as well was a kind of big thing, I think, coming into kickoff that teams kind of had to consider.
Yeah, I think historically this is something that certainly should have landed better, at least from my perspective in EMEA, in terms of it being slower, more reliant on value from the utility you do have. But then the switch to double duelist is something that definitely is an overlap for us, where I think we're probably still trending behind a little bit in terms of catching up with that.
So catching up with other regions in this discussion then?
Other regions, and again, other playstyles, just like some sort of diversity. I think there's still teams here in EMEA that have struggled, and I think against teams, when you see teams like Ulf and BBL still performing, I think that's down to just ethos, their approach to the game, how they want to play and where they feel comfortable, and they're executing that perfectly.
Yeah, I think in my opinion, teams haven't been as innovative as I perhaps expected in that sense. Like last year, when I think of Kickoff, we saw the introduction of Tejo. Teams that were doing really well were picking up that agent and they found a lot of success very early on. But I want to tie that back into the kind of double duelist conversation because I agree with you, Hypoc. It's like there's teams that are doing really well with it, but then teams that are just not like, they're kind of living in the past in the sense of the way that they're playing it. Okay, Team Heretics, for example, like they're playing too slow and methodical, right? Whereas like, you look at the other regions and things that they're picking up in terms of initiator, like there's the Tejo there that we're still playing with as well.
Yeah, I think the discussion behind this is certainly is like what initiator works. And that's where I think the bigger discussion around team identity kind of falls versus who's going to pick up the double duelist. Because I think now you have two very clear approaches to this meta. I think EMEA is still kind of in the middle of both of them.
Yeah, and it was also like approaching that international stage. I mean, if you know, Masters Santiago is just around the corner as well. So it really starts becoming a discussion of how well can we expect our teams to do.
Well, here's the thing, right? With teams like BBL doing exceptionally well, you then come to the international discussion. Historically, one of the teams that EMEA struggle against are teams like PaperX that have a completely different tempo to the game. That's where my concern lies, is that we're still a little bit behind in terms of the approach overall. And
Pacific have been playing a lot of double duelists.
Yeah, I mean, it's like 76% of the time, Pacific teams are running double duelist comps, which to me is a huge, both Americans and, Americans and the EMEA sit below 50%, which I was surprised by the Americas one.
Yeah.
I felt like the approach has been a little more lenient towards double duelists, but...
Who has the highest win rate, though, on double duelist?
You don't want to know.
We do
It's us,
know.
isn't
It's
it?
EMEA.
It's us.
It's EMEA.
Okay.
Somehow, in some world, but I still think it's certainly something that I think we need to improve on in terms of the map pool in general, especially for some of the top teams here. I'll come back to BBL. I think they've come in with a really fresh approach, and it's their play style. It kind of mimics what kind of is reflected in terms of Pacific teams, in terms of teams like PaperX that EMEA have struggled with. I think that's part of why they're so successful so far at Kickoff.
Whilst we're on the BBL discussion, I kind of want us to compare Sentinels here as well, because BBL have been so clear in their identity throughout Kickoff in the sense that they really lean into that Cypher. And if we have a look at what the Sentinels have been used in EMEA, I believe it is Cypher that is at the very top of the table. In contrast, you have Team Heretics that are also still kind of playing the Cypher, maybe not found as much success with it. I think that mainly is a comfort thing for that team. But yeah, BBL really leaning into what their identity is, very clear about it, whereas you have other teams such as Team Heretics, such as Fnatic, that are still trying to find their identity throughout Kickoff, I feel.
Yeah, I guess the follow-up to that as well is I kind of want to see more Chamber. We've seen kind of hints of it, and for me,
So Mini, you're like replacing Mini, because that's all he's been
well,
saying.
yes. I hate to say is right, but I kind of do agree with it. It's like, and again, today we're going to see an opportunity with potentially Giant X, where I like the idea of somebody like Westside flexing onto the Chamber.
Yeah, we'll get to Giant X because that's the second game of today, because now we need to focus on the first one, and it's Na'Vi against Heretics. And Na'Vi, as you already touched upon, a little bit of a fall from grace. I was a believer when I saw the comeback against Fnatic. I'm like, yo, they're about to do this.
I was sold week one. I was sold week one.
I think most of the talent were, because everyone was like, okay, they have a really good read on the meta. They've come into, we were just speaking about innovation. To me, what they pulled out on Split, for example, their kind of composition that they've leaned into on the topic of Chamber, you know, that's something that they play on that map was really interesting for me. But something I do want to highlight for Na'Vi coming into today is it's a rematch against Team Heretics. They already faced off in Kickoff in that upper round 2, and now they find themselves both being on the brink of elimination.
Yeah, and they're the one who knocked Heretics into the middle bracket. So if anything, this is Heretics' chance to prove that they have learned from their mistakes and, you know, are able to crawl back. But also from Na'Vi's side of things, we want them to do better because that's just the expectation we simply have of them.
Absolutely, yeah. I think in terms of actually, well, the roster change being most crucial here, that's... Who's put that up?
That is
Who's put that up?
Balance does everything should be.
That's a foul lower third. But again, elephant in the room, yeah, there's certain individuals. I think Filu, obviously, the follow-up here, there's been a big question mark around consistency so far at Kickoff. Certainly a focal point for me within the Na'Vi roster.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think Hero as well is probably another one that had a standout performance, especially in that game against Fnatic. My heart ached for him in that very last round where he was in that 1v1 clutch against Crashies, because he was quite literally putting his team on his back throughout that game and was very much the main character of that series, I think is fair to say.
I think as well for Na'Vi, it's one of those interesting ones where I think they probably have the tools to experiment a bit more with comps. Filu being the question mark behind that, but we've seen hints at, for example, the Sociable and Filu picking up both the duelists. They looked absolutely fantastic in that series. That's something that I really want to see them kind of show a bit of diversity. They're historically good at maps like Bind, where it's the slow burn, utility-oriented sort of gameplay. That's something I want Na'Vi to lean into.
Yeah, and speaking of Hero, we also had a bit of a catch up with him ahead of this matchup. So let's see how he felt about the last game and how he's feeling about the game coming up. Hero, thank you so much for taking the time to join me ahead of your game today. You are now in this lower bracket. It is do or die against an opponent that you have already won over once.
Yeah.
Does that make you a little bit more comfortable today?
A little bit, I would say. I mean, not a lot. I mean, it's still like anything can happen. Like, I do think, I mean, obviously Heretics is a very strong team, so like, I don't want to like put them like lower in my standards just because we beat them once or twice before, because I think anything could happen.
That's the correct mentality to have. You passed the test. You did, however, unfortunately, not pass the test against Fnatic. What do you think happened there? Because you had a really good individual performance. You have been, you know, climbing the ranks week after week. So what do you think went wrong there?
I think the main thing was like the slow starts that we had. Like when, I think it was the first and the last map, we had like very slow starts, and I think that costed us like a majority of the game, because we were able to like come back on both of those maps as well, but we weren't able to like close it out or like just win it from there.
I mean, to be honest, like I said there and I believed, and I think a lot of the Na'Vi fans believed as well. It was so close, but ultimately it really did push you guys to your limits. So you're talking about the slow starts coming today against Heretics, who did win yesterday against KC. Again, questions around whether or not it was very convincing. How are you going to approach that game?
I mean, I'll just approach it the same as like any other game. Like, I think what I've been doing has been working. I've been doing good, so I'm just gonna approach it the same and like just do my own thing.
Right. What have you been doing then? Because you have been playing really well.
It's like it depends on the game days mainly, but like with my performance coach, we've like talked a lot about like meditating and like doing stuff before the game, like something, I don't know what it's called exactly, but it's like something with like pressuring your like every part of your body, so it like relaxes your body. It's like, yeah.
That's really cool, actually. Well, thank you so much for your time once again. Good luck with your game today here in this lower bracket. We're going to be rooting for you, and we'll see you out there.
Thank you.
Yeah, so Zen Master Hero, is that the right way to approach this?
I mean, I guess, yeah. It seems like it's working. Yeah, definitely. Why are the rest of the roster not doing it?
Yeah, that's... Well,
why is that not like a team activity?
You laughed a little too loud. What's going on?
I mean, I think Xiao is the one that you kind of, like we already touched on, like did not have a great performance last series that they played. But I think Ruxik, Hero, and Filu were the ones that, like, they were fine. They did all right. I'm pretty sure all three of them ended up positive. So
I mean, it'd have to, by pure math logic, yeah.
Let's circle around to another positive thing. I think we can call it that, and that was Heretics' win over KC. It was positive that they stayed in the lower bracket, but yes, I'm getting to it, Typhoon, don't worry. It's the fashion in which they have done it that is ringing alarm bells.
Yeah, I feel like KC just lost that. More so, there was still just this, we having the same conversations over and over again about this roster. Again, Comeback had some positives. Again, that for me is a huge upswing. He's obviously a focal point, being such a high-profile roster move, but particularly with what we're talking about in terms of the comp changes, I didn't really see what I wanted to see on Haven in particular, which again is still looking pretty good for Heretics in terms of win rate overall. Yep. But when you drill down a little bit at some of the rounds, particularly on the defensive side, for me, it still just looks like a little bit of misfocus in terms of the overall approach to how they should be playing. But with the benefit of hindsighting, cool, we still got good results.
I want to touch on you speaking about Comeback, because I think every time we've spoken to someone from Team Heretics, it has been very much like, you know, we're trying to still figure out what does a team look like with Comeback? How do we make him feel more comfortable? And I think comfort is something that they've been leaning into a little bit more. And I think on the Haven, like, his neon is good. I think that's comfortable for him, but I think as well, like, just having that support network around him is probably the key thing for Heretics right now.
So that's the only thing that you want them to focus on? Or, I mean, there wasn't a lot of time between yesterday and today, and if you're looking at that map,
No, I think that's probably just a byproduct of kickoff in general and the format. It is fairly grueling, especially when you get down here to the second layer of hell in the lower bracket. But it, for me, is something that needs to be turned around quite quickly. The other highlight being Benji, I think, again, another big discussion topic in terms of where the Sentinel is, where that kind of flex role comes into, and Benji's comfort levels. For me, he was absolutely lights out.
Oh,
like, just absolutely
100%.
insane performance from Benji.
Yeah, I think that he was probably the difference maker in that KC game, right? Because of course it was Corrode that it ended up being to as the decider, and I think even on his attack itself was like 345 ACS or something absolutely ridiculous. So he quite literally took that game into his own hands by the time it got to the last map.
Which is kind of what he had to do because it was looking very dire last time in this lower bracket. But Heretics, again, they're still in this low bracket. Can they make the miracle run? I guess that's the question that we're going to have to wait and see the answer to. But the same thing for Na'Vi. We touched upon them having a bit of a fall from grace. This is their chance to redeem themselves and kind of push through into next week. But either way, this is our first match of the day. That's going to be decided which one is going to drop out of this lower bracket and who is going to continue to next week and keep their story alive. So without any further ado, I hope you guys are ready for this one because we got Heretics going up against Na'Vi. And without further ado, let's bring both of the teams onto the stage.
Smoke on my vision so hazy. Stress in the dark, you made me fall. Decisions in the past were made. All these eyes on me, can't breathe. Gotta keep from falling. Past keeps calling. Took a risk even though my happy. The fire in my chest keeps burning. I'ma prove I deserve. But it won't be falling.
Heretics.
Past keeps calling. Took a risk even though my happy. The fire in my chest keeps burning. I'ma prove that it won't be falling. Past keeps calling. Took a risk even though my happy. The fire in my chest keeps burning. I'ma prove I deserve it.
Benji's Tibbers hat versus Hero's plushy cat. Is that a cat? I couldn't really tell.
Are we selling that?
I don't know.
Okay.
Oh yeah, make sure that you head over to the store here in the arena. You can get a Tibbers hat yourself.
That's the thing that you noticed, but the thing that I'm noticing right now is the bright yellow jacket that Angel is rocking. I mean, it's so bright.
And you know what I'm noticing? The map veto as well. We're going to Haven, Breeze, and Bind. Pearl actually being banned on a second rotation from my end. Surprising from Heretics.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I'm not necessarily surprised by this veto in general, though. Haven leading into, obviously, the strength stat doesn't really need much of a discussion. Breeze, though, is the interesting discussion topic for me here. Once we get to map 2, because this is a map where I think it's fairly clear in terms of the direction we need to see Heretics take good steps in.
I think so. I think speaking on that Breeze then, I don't think Team Heretics are mad about this Breeze being picked against them,
No, I
right?
don't-
It's a map that they've let float in their past few series as well. So I think if you're Team Heretics looking at that veto, you're pretty happy. I think coming into this one though, obviously Na'Vi have had an insta-ban, which we kind of expected throughout so far at kickoff. I think for Team Heretics, they've been able to kind of take a risk in this veto in that sense.
Do you think
because-
Weber has anything to smile about today?
What do you mean by that?
He said he has nothing to smile about in his life.
But they're not taking any risks with their chairs, though, as they're getting comfortable in their Razor seats since we're heading into the competition. But Bind is also that third map that I want to highlight a little bit further. If we go there, when we go there, I'm being very careful.
It's almost a certainty.
I feel like that's a great. I feel like that is actually a great decider if we do go there.
Yeah.
Though, because of course the last time that we saw Team Heretics play it, they did end up switching composition from that double duelist back into that double initiator. The only thing is the last time that they played, no, not the last time. The first time they played it was a loss to Na'Vi.
Yep.
So I'm intrigued to see if they stick with the
think-
double initiator.
Yeah,
It was
last
pretty close, though, 13-10.
Yeah, again, not necessarily a very polarizing result. I think actually even Haven was 13-11, right?
Yeah,
Two
it
very
was
close
close
maps
games,
from the
yeah.
last series. So Breeze for me being the big swing factor in this.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think to keep on the topic of Bind, the only time that Na'Vi were able to win Bind in the kind of 3 times that they played it was against Team Heretics. So
Yeah.
I do think it's a great decider. But focusing more in on Haven, no surprise that Heretics have picked that map. It's obviously been a great one for them so far. They've played it the 4 times, and the only time they've lost it was to Giant X. And it was the one map that Na'Vi lost to Team Heretics in that upper
yeah.
round. So yeah, no surprises to see them play into that.
What did you think of them yesterday on Haven then?
It was great.
Brother, I'm trying to refresh my memory. I'm not gonna lie.
It was 13-7.
Yeah.
13-7. Good then. Good for them.
Yeah.
More so that KC obviously struggled with their
I think
Phoenix
it's
comp.
I think it's.
I didn't see
difficult.
enough of the positives we're asking at Heretics, particularly on Haven, when it should have been sort of a more comfortable series for them.
Yeah, I think when you're looking at Haven against KC, how much can you realistically judge it because of the
Sure,
composition
yeah.
that KC
Yeah.
plays as well? I think that Comeback struggled a little bit yesterday when I had been rating previously how comfortable and how great he looks on the Neon. Something that Minnie and I had kind of highlighted as well is looking to see Team Heretics get more aggressive on that defense, especially if they're deciding to play that double duelist composition.
Well, not even necessarily for me, aggression. I was talking on the cast a lot about just taking risks. Calculated risks, sure, but there wasn't enough of that. Again, they looked very much like they were happy to leave Benji kind of solo anchoring in situations where you wouldn't necessarily think it's probably suitable, but not making many moves elsewhere on the map.
Which is actually kind of an interesting point, because the coach confession yesterday as well was like, we want to be more aggressive,
exactly.
we want to take more risks.
Yeah.
So, and it felt like they needed time to warm up into the series, especially that first map yesterday against KC from Heretics side of thing looked a little lost. So they did say that today they were going to try and focus on being on the server connected to it since map 1. So Haven really does give them a chance to prove that and to do that, because again, they're so comfortable on it. But from Navi's side of things, they were sitting at home yesterday looking at that Haven. Is there much that they can dissect from it, considering what we saw?
I mean, certainly, yeah. Hearing the discussions from Neil and Weber, there's certainly, as long as they're being honest, right? in terms of what they're saying. But certainly what we saw in the server, in that game, I think there's plenty of opportunities to anti a lot of the things they were doing, particularly on the defensive side, leaving Benji, who, like I said, lights out yesterday, had a fantastic series, but it's certainly concerning when the possibility of huge pace changes are in effect on Haven.
I think a big thing as well is the confidence building for Heretics. Being able to start on Haven, something that they'd mentioned yesterday as well, was lacking on that confidence. So being able to start here is a good thing for them.
Yeah, and I'm not expecting any changes just because of the tight turnaround. So from the side of Heretics, let's look at that first.
Yeah, no surprises, to be honest. Again, for me, it would be more interesting to see potentially Na'Vi be the ones to change up their comp a little bit here, but coming out this again, yeah, just comfort roles.
Yeah, I think if you're Na'Vi, like realistically, what do you change? Because like you mentioned, if you look at all of these agents, they're all things that they're super comfortable on. We need to see a bounce back from Xiao today after that series that he had the last time that they played. I think as well, someone that we're keeping an eye on and that kind of touched on was Filu. If he can get off to a good start, then that'll really make a difference to Navi's performance. But starting on the attack here with this composition might be a bit difficult to start and build up a momentum, because it feels like a very defensive side of
it's a slow burn. Yeah, a lot of this lives and dies by Filu in terms of ability to get anything done kind of single-handedly. But again, I think that's Na'Vi's pedigree.
All right, well, we're going to see whether or not Filu's going to be able to step up today as well, alongside every single one of the Na'Vi and Heretics players, because this is Do or Die, the first map in this lower bracket. Heretics against Na'Vi with our casters, Mitch and Tom.
Oh, I love a rematch. Last time the stakes say they weren't so high. An upper bracket matchup.
Extra lives.
Yeah, exactly. But now we're down to the final one. One of these two teams. Well, we're going to be saying goodbye to them here today. The other has quite a run ahead of them if they're to make it to Santiago. Lower bracket, Heretics
finishing
and Na'Vi.
7th to 8th. Like, for either of these teams, like, even if you look at, like, obviously Heretics, I think they finished 5th to 6th at Champs. So they will have done worse in EMEA than they did at Champs just, well, I'd say a few months ago. It was a while ago now.
It was a bit.
And then for Na'Vi, yeah, it's the same. Like, you've taken out the IGL that was at the bottom of the board. Like, he wasn't fragging enough. And then you brought in another one that is, at the moment, doing the same thing. So I really want to see, firstly, the difference from Xiao, but also what they learned. Like, you play the same map to start off the series. You knew it was coming. You knew no matter what the Veto went, even though I did like the split ban coming out from Heretics, I think that you knew they'd pick Haven. So what have Na'Vi brought to the table? And obviously the start of it is they started on the attack, because that was where they did better last time out.
For Na'Vi, a slow start to the pistol round. They are looking for a bit of control across the map. Grouped up towards A, though. That's where the pressure is going to come through. What I'm excited to see in this series is that the learnings, I suppose, looking at the last time that they played, this was, what, day 3 of kickoff. It really wasn't that long ago. And think about from Navi's perspective that, okay, it's funny for me for both. Heretics have had underwhelming results, and obviously they've got Comeback coming into the roster as well, so room to grow. But for Na'Vi, with Xiao so recently taking on that IGL, having even a couple weeks in between the last time that they played this series, it could have led to a lot of improvement, a lot of control for Heretics. They pushed down mid, and, well, it doesn't look like Na'Vi were ready for that at all. An immediate advantage, swinging the way of the defense and the spike in the open. Na'Vi have to fight for that space, but Heretics will give it up.
30 seconds left.
Potential for re-aggression, but not really a necessity. Just with how much time is remaining. Now we really need to get a move on. That's going to help. Sociable being able to find one. Woot tries to swing back in alone. His two teammates had already retreated, so I guess just went for a timing pick that failed. Comeback, though, a solid position. If he drops the spike, he could potentially win the round. He's managed to take out Sociable, but that plant is going to be coming in. Nothing he can do to stop it. And now Benji is all that remains. A 1 versus 2. A pistol round that I'm sure both would desire. Ruxic, I like the wraparound. Benji's chasing shadows at this point, looking for a man that's no longer there to be found, and maybe even having the expectation that he's on the other side. Snakebite is going to land perfectly. Benji, there's nowhere left to go. Even Timmy the Turret might have finished the job. It's Na'Vi 1-0. And from how that started, Mitch, I'll be honest, I'm a little surprised.
Yeah, no, that initial fight for Heretics looks so good. They get the spike dropped in mid as well, and even backing off, I guess not backing off enough, as Boo had to bail out of that tight corner, and Woot comes in to try to make something of that man that they've lost, trading it out, but it's a little disjointed, and the individual fights go the way of Na'Vi, and that's something that I think wasn't really as strong of a facet of their gameplay going into week 1 as we're seeing now. I think the individuals on Na'Vi have heated up. Hero's always been reliable. Again, I think the desk touched on it a bit, but he was unbelievable going into the last game, but the reality is,
plus 31 in a loss.
Plus 31 in a loss, it's tough to do. It's tough to do. The floor has risen, though, across the board, and I think Philo is the best example of that. Yeah. He's had some really good maps recently, and that wasn't the case kicking off kickoff.
Yeah. I think it's worth mentioning as well that although the attack side of this map for Heretics has been phenomenal, you're talking about, other than the singular defeat, I think a 7-2 attack, 9-3, 9-3. So we expect their second half to be sublime. Na'Vi were able to claw the game back versus them to a very, very close scoreline on the attack. That's why they've chosen to start there. That's where both teams thrived. And I think for Na'Vi, that pistol round is going to be ever so important, especially allowing some of those superstars on the Heretic side to get going. Because it's a factor, again, with Comeback. When he does start strong, he normally keeps it going, but he just hasn't had that very often.
Portal closed. It's just sometimes there's that difficulty of seeing him with the pack in terms of the identity on Heretics. I think there's
30 seconds left.
A lot to be improved on there. The patience from Comeback might be rewarded. Yeah, there's presence on this C site, so he doesn't need to move out of garage and waiting for Hero to walk through. That could be a free pick. All they need to do is hold the line, make this at least a tradable situation on the site. And with Sociable that low, honestly, this hasn't gone terribly. Still some serious potential for Team Heretics to make this costly. But remember, Na'Vi came in with 3 rifles. So if 3 players survive, you know, the good work done so far might not matter that much.
Yeah, it's all about that extra damage. I wouldn't like to be walking into this man, though. Ruxic not going to be missing those shots, and that is 2-0, and all the guns retrieved. As you said, not so much worry for Na'Vi just yet, but this is where things should at least get a little bit more interesting.
Well, indeed, yeah, the rifle's out for Team Heretics, and we've already seen from the pistol round the willingness of this team to play that little bit aggressive. They push 2 players down into the window then, as well as having Boo coming down on B. In this round, rotations, gambles, and, well, they very nearly worked out. But Na'Vi stabilized very nicely, and Heretics have to rely on this round. Will we see that same aggression come out? Certainly not in middle, and actually it's Na'Vi getting aggressive. They triple jumped out that window.
They just went straight through the smoke. In fact, even trying to maybe feign pressure in towards B. Early control taken into garage. With the rifles that they have, normally you might expect to see this was SMGs, but they're trying to do it with the guns in hand, already making their way over on towards the site.
Well, their hand is forced by the utility that they burned to get here, but Woot makes it costly. Bodies on the floor, and with them the spike as Na'Vi try to accelerate to the backside. Woot was the problem. He's dealt with. Comeback has nothing to say about this defense, but Rian's, oh, well, he's been spotted now. I thought maybe could catch them off guard, but Heroes landing everything. Back-to-back big performances might be on the cards if he keeps this up, but Boo still has a chance and has turned this into a 1v2. 40 seconds on the clock, plenty of time to play with.
He's got a chance to maybe catch a 1v1. Rooksik's just crossed over. Timing here is going to be everything.
Left.
Seems like they're almost completely unaware to the garage position, but after not seeing anything around that defender spawn, eventually they're going to start putting the pieces together. Of course, the flank could also be a worry, but I don't think they're going to be checking in that direction anytime soon. They need to start getting that plant in, and well, didn't even get past stage one. Rooksik there to close out the round, and well, he might get the final kill, but I think we know who had the most impactful ones.
Yeah, we certainly know who the hero was there. It was incredible to see him from the same position as well. Just so clean. Woot's double. This really put a spanner in the works because Na'Vi were all in. They put so much utility. You saw them break up to top mid immediately, put the paranoia through in the garage. They're flashing through. They're putting everything into that position. And then Woot finding a double seems to almost undo it. It's the fact that Hero's there to pick up the pieces that were falling that puts Heretics into this big deficit early. Because, yeah, it's a 3-0 start, and look, it's not that bad, but look at the economy.
I have this
not a lot to fall back on. Sheriffs and a Marshal, a weak buy, and a likely 4-0 start for Na'Vi. This could be a phenomenal beginning to the attack side.
It's the cam into the paranoia. He's even baiting for it, but the problem is, yeah, when you can just escape, it really doesn't matter so much. It was the one player they really didn't want in that sort of scenario. Na'Vi doing well to bait out any of those traps early, and in fact, a full rotation coming in from Heretics, all in on this A site, and for now at least, after maybe faking a retreat, Na'Vi think, okay, we've got them. They're probably rotating back to C now. They're going to go the other way. They're not. You're walking into a trap.
Yeah, Na'Vi's assumed that the flock migrated, but that nest is packed to the brim. Benji, the one showing himself to start. Paranoia lands. That's caught a good few. This is Na'Vi's chance, but they have no idea the numbers that they're walking into. So many bodies rounding the corner. Comeback in there for one. The trade's good for Heretics, and now the lead is theirs. It's only Xiao. They had it all. A 4-0 start practically handed to Na'Vi, but Heretics, another big gamble early. That's 2 rounds where they've guessed correctly. And for Na'Vi, that's got to be frustrating, but no marks for second place. A Thrifty puts Heretics on the board.
Yeah, wonderful stuff from Benji, but also just incredible call. Like, it's such a risk, and I can completely understand Na'Vi's vein of thinking that, okay, we got caught in their trap early and ran away, so they're probably assuming we're going to go to one of the 2 other sides. The fact that we're going to now slow down and re-hit into the same position, okay, maybe there's a few players here, but there's no way there's going to be all 5. There was. Benji obviously being the most important of the lot. 3 kills coming out from him with the Sheriff. And now they have a huge boost in economy.
I must wait a moment.
Ult's getting closer to being online. And they've stolen away a first round.
Toxin screen down.
Yeah, that's the difference between a lights-out start for Na'Vi, wind in the sails, and a sinking feeling taking over. But Rooksik,
cool.
He's not going to wallow in it for too long. That's a very nice opening.
Just take a 1v1 on Viper. Just go in for the immediate fight. We've talked about him last year and the risks he would take while playing these agents, but there's so much space now to be played with. He was the only man on that A side of the map. Lockdown even going to be utilized. Comeback's ahead of it though. Okay, this gets a little bit more interesting. They don't even need to commit to this anymore. They can just fall away from the lockdown, allow them the site because you have the man advantage.
He's just saved the round. Really, they were packed into a hard place, and Comeback's got a 3K already, sliding into the site, and what a remarkable recovery. The lockdown even put in there. That should have been Na'Vi, at least in a favorable post plant.
30 seconds left.
One guy has just taken this round completely under his control. This should have been a 4-0 start for Navi. All right, easy peasy. A coin flip that decided whether they got, a 6-0 start, a huge leg up. And instead, the coin doesn't even get out of the hand. Heretics steal it out from under their feet, and they're one behind.
I'd really love to show Sociable this replay, because his teammate's on the corner next to him. So Comeback just runs past Xiao, completely ignores him, and kills the guy planting the spike. And Sociable's almost just going to be sat there like, bro, what? Like, how has he got there? Hoping for maybe a little bit more cover. And wow, from a pretty damning start, Heretics already back into the map. And hey, Rians gets his revenge. He gets wrecked last round. Now he wrecks Rooksik in the next round. One player did manage to pass, but I don't think they're just going to give up that space for free, especially if one person gets caught on the cross. You're kind of going to gamble that maybe a second made it past already. They won't know it, at least, from the drone. But they're definitely not just giving up full control.
No, it's only an outlaw that Comeback has. It's not an op, but that is, in fact, much worse for Navi.
Yeah.
Everybody comes in here. All right, Zash. Everyone comes in here 25 shields or less. And Filu with his rifle, well, he won't be able to match pound for pound, bullet for bullet with Comeback on the other side. So a lot of danger for Heretics, sorry, for Navi to avoid as they push into this A side, even though there's only 2 players here. But
okay.
Comeback's already down to 1 shot, although he's got his ult to fall back on, and that's proven to be no problem whatsoever. Oh my goodness. An in-zone flawless. This team was looking down and out 3 rounds ago.
Yeah, and Comeback has just had a mass amounts of high-impact rounds. So the last being able to get that double to completely ruin Navi's post-plant. This round, yeah, cool, sick. It's got to be a great feeling for Hero, just getting wrecked by a guy who's completely blinded. And then he pulls out the Neon ult, 10 and 4. An incredible start to this game from him. But this is where we do see Navi come back in with a buy. Viper's Pit available if they can get into the post plant. And even a Hunter's Fury to get them in. But there is also one for Rians on the other side. So maybe that Viper's Pit won't be quite as safe.
I thought that was quite interesting. Their comeback 8th highest first engagements. We saw the toast pop up, and I'm not sure how indicative that is. Oh my goodness, Rooksik's running it. Usually you see that pick go up and they wait a moment. At least let the decay kick in, but Sociable was up top. They thought that could be enough, but even with the info, Boo able to land the kill on him as Hunter's Fury finds its mark. That was nearly a double. Filu down to 45 as the plank comes in. It's pure chaos on the server. But Navi, the ones that seem to be thriving within it with the post plant, if they can get away. Oh my goodness.
Filu, he knew he'd be chasing down the other! And in fact, he ends up taking both. I like the idea. The drone hits a guy running away. You're low HP. The biggest surprise factor is if you're right in their face waiting where the drone just cleared. The fact he gets both, though, fair play.
Well, that was an unusual round, to say the least. And the aggression coming out of Navi to start that. The blitz in towards B. And keep in mind, it's after you have opening pick. They decide to just go hog wild on the site. And then the 45 HP player, tagged up when they've got the post plant, just goes and challenges spawn. His teammate just walked away from there a second ago.
Yeah, this because he got hit by the drone.
Yeah, he just took the fight. A ballsy play, it's worked out, and now an early fight by Heretic that gives Boo a double. The barriers barely go up, and the round's half over.
Yeah, just a run down on the other side. It's like anything you can do, we can do better. You're going to try and run it down on me in B. I'm going to run it down on you in A. It's some of the paciest starts to rounds we've ever seen. And it gives Heretics a massive advantage. Bear in mind, as I said, expectation is they're going to tear it up in the second half. Speaking of tearing it up, Hero's trying to do it all, but at this stage, it's left all on to Xiao. We haven't seen the Xiao show in quite some time. Known in the past for his clutch capability.
Spike planted.
Maybe without the rest of the team to focus on, this is where we can see that Hunter's Fury available, but he'll need something before that comes into play.
Guy needs a pick, and now you know Wood is looking for you. And he spotted him. There's the information. That's basically it. Xiao just missing it by a hair's width, but hold on, he's grabbed the first. Oh, another for Xiao, but
nice try.
The final shot lands for Rienz, and Heretics close that gap in now 4-4. I mean, at this rate, Tom, that early fight was madness. And this has been 2 rounds in a row now, where last time it was Na'Vi looking for the scraps. This time it was just Boo.
Yeah, it's just absolutely sent it. Yeah, you can see the frustration. The difference, though, is that was both teams' economy hanging in the balance. That was everything on the line, all the marbles. And now you look at Na'Vi coming into this next round. Well, it was a singular shot from Xiao. It could have changed the outlook of this next round. Filu's going to be the one with the rifle, the rest on just pistols. Woot now with the operator in hand, and he has managed to find Timmy the turret.
Well, this is the same setup from Heretics, a bit more passive from Rienz. We saw him go down on A long very early on to Ruxic in a previous round, and the A site was wide open. This time, he backs off, puts the drone through, and now has a little bit of backup by the time he spots a few outside. Boo will be on site with him, and A no longer under the same threat. When those barriers went up, I was worried we were just going to see a rinse repeat of Rienz rolling the dice, but in fact, there is some dice roll. The Heretics are gambling on this A side. 4 players here.
Yeah.
And I guess putting a lot of faith in that Cypher utility to keep C and Garage under their
control. But that's
control.
the thing. Benji is just toggling that cam. They've already spotted a player out to B, so that'll be at least a small rotation back. My worry here is that Woot's now completely isolated with an operator in hand. That's not the gun I would want to see completely solo with no support.
No gate
but
crash
whatever read they've had, this has to just be something to do with the way Na'Vi like to play the map, because they have stacked up 4 players here while they're the ones with the buy all the way until the last seconds of the round.
Yeah, I don't know what they're seeing, what the read is, but they are being read like a book. Na'Vi running into the stack yet again. Hunter's Fury going to try to dice this up, make it more difficult, but it's easy pickings on the side of Heretics. Even if they were on an eco, with those numbers, it will be tough for the attackers to break through, but the reality is those rifles in play. Woo down to 2. Rock 6, got 1v1.
Oh, that's so unlucky.
The time gone.
That's so unlucky.
Woo flees the site. Oh my goodness, this game is pure madness. And a round
He's
win
only just
by
going to find out.
a sliver of HP. Jeez.
He's going to look at the damage and go, oh, yeah, that's just unreal. Like, to hit the headshot on the guy through the wall. I love the fact that Rienz kills Filu twice. He kills the real Filu and then kills the clone.
Committed to the cause. But yeah, what a heartbreaker, man. That close to taking him down. One stray shot. But a timeout from Na'Vi. The reality, you look at the timeline, Tom. 5-4 for Heretics. It's a close scoreline, but when you take that timeline into account, 5 out of the last 6 rounds, yeah, it's no surprise Na'Vi take a moment.
You also have to take into account how good Heretics are on the attack. Like, once you now get to this stage, in the majority of their games, this is already enough to win.
Yeah.
So it's a very different look. And sure, okay, in the loss versus GX, they only had a 5-7 attack. But they only got 2 rounds on the defense, so it's already a completely different ballpark of statistics. And unless Na'Vi have come in and gone, okay, well, we got battered on that defense last time, let's put all of our work into that half, I don't know why you'd then pick attack. I think they knew how this game was going to lay out, wanted that strong start on the first map as you normally would, and now things aren't even close to going to plan. And sure, some of those rounds have been clutch moments, some of them you've had big advantages that have slipped away, but if anything, that's kind of worse.
Yeah, I think the fact that you were 3-0 up, facing into an eco, should be 4-0 up, and from that point, you have a massissive economic advantage.
Lose a 3v5.
Yeah, and you're getting, the context of how we've ended up here is what's really going to sting for Na'Vi. And that timeout, has it had any effect or not? Well, it will take a moment for us to find out, but it's definitely the right moment for it, considering Heretics, by what we've seen, I'm not sure it would look much different if they just had the playbook of Na'Vi in front of them. Like, they've read it to the T every time.
Well, their stack-ups on A, and speak of the devil and it shall appear, they've done it again. Just 4 players on that side of the map, and maybe that's why Na'Vi are now going in the other direction, finally. They have realized that their opponents have been able to take massive risks, and honestly, in terms of information, for Benji, a lot of it is just going to come down to himself. Now, he's heard that from Sociable. Easy kill. That opening pick is all they really need. Comfortable in their retakes. He can wait for any level of support. And we should see in a moment the rest of the team begin to rotate. There we go. They literally planted the spike and no one's moved off A yet.
That's a real shame because even just going for the C-side hit, like they don't know how right they had it. Like pushing into that site, one guy to defend you, and because of that ult, it ends up offering a 1v1 because he backed off because they played the retake. Unlucky, wrong moment. They played scissors, they played rock. Now Filu, hold on! It's messy! It could have been so much more, but now falling like dominoes, Navi! Oh, that's a disaster! A different game could have awaited them with Benji Fishy taking a 4K Heretics lead, locked in now 6-4.
Yeah, he's having a great game. Not only off the basis of, okay, be a scoreboard, Steven, have a look at the numbers, he's 12-6, that's pretty good. Especially with everything we've seen to Cypher, but this is sort of the proof of how valuable just the information you get from Cypher can be. They had the conversation earlier about that almost initiator level Cypher. and that's what he's doing. He's just making sure that at all times, info's there, they can gamble on the other side of the map, and then he even gets them the opener so that they play a 5v4 retake. Sure, opportunities for Filu, but it also worries me that that was the be-all and end-all. If he doesn't get 2 in a spawn peak, they lose the round.
Well, it's because that's
optimistic.
It's because they were already behind, right?
Yeah.
You need that big play to bring you back into the game after Sociable goes down, diving in the back lines. And again, not a bad play. I like putting pressure on from both sides, but when it's one guy holding C and he's decided to play it as a retake, you're offering up a probably favorable fight for him. 6-4.
TP.
A chance to tie it up for Navi still exists, but recency bias leans heavily towards that 8-4 scoreline. Heretics could have the lead at the half. This is their chance to at least guarantee it. And oh, that one looked very close, but comeback robbed of a kill, and he's going back. Yeah, not happy with how that one went.
Oh, another one for Rians.
He's out of here.
They're now going to look to double back, but the problem is that Trip's still in play. A lot of teams you'll see just throw in like a shock dart, throw in something to try and destroy this utility, but with 35 seconds left, it's still online. Benji spotting the one gap, and he's been very good at doing that. Whenever there's been some space, Benji Fishy is in that space.
They're going back. Navi fleeing to
the trip's still
instead,
there.
But yeah, this info is going to be
it's 20 seconds left. The trip and garage is still there.
All that has to happen here is the Boo delays them, and he knows it. Paranoia's primed and ready, fired through just in time, but 2 on caught. Okay, a chance. The spike can make it to the site. It might even get planted, and now numbers thinning out. Okay, Navi, you've got a chance. But Hero needs to step up again. That shock dart connects on the Xiao. He's so low. The Guardians in play, though. The headshots needed. Down to a 2v2. And up against the op, the HP might not matter. Forcing another fight, but Xiao can't get it done. Come back! Well, as he wraps into the garage. It's a messy fight, but Heretics 7 on the board. This is a team that started out what we thought had to be 4-0 down, but they have taken complete control from round 4 on.
Yeah, I don't know if Benji Fishy is upgraded to the indestructible trips that are coming in like one of the next few patches, you know, just a little leak for you there.
Well, that's on the way, is it?
But I genuinely am perplexed by the fact that garage utility is being left until the last 15 seconds. Like that's bare bones, that's basic. Like you can't allow, I know that he's moving them, I know that it's not going to be there all of the time, but that's just stuff that I feel like you need to be removing. Otherwise, look how much global control they have. You have 1 guy on C, 3 guys on A consistently, and then 1 guy just watching in case they push into the B side. Like, that's just too easy for Heretics on this defense.
Yep, and that has, oh no.
See ya.
And that's Hero down as well. A huge player to remove from this squad, and not just individually, but also the utility now is down. Your back is constantly open when you do go to take some control. And considering Heretics so far have been winning off of information and map control in so many of these rounds, they've had the upper hand in that regard. Losing Hero here is just going to be insult to injury. An attempt by Filu to wrap around behind A. They'll put the pressure on. They've spotted one. He'll go up to heaven, and that makes it very difficult for Comeback to do anything, really. He's just got to flee the coop, run.
Oh. He's managed to get himself back to the rest of the team, sitting on the back of that site. And while We're yet to see the pounce from the backline. Ruxik's done well, but Filu's now been dealt with. That flank not a problem, and Wu looking to try and take over 10 HP. Again, we find Ruxik in a clutch scenario. Last time the difference with just 2 health, now he has a gun to play with and he can't quite correct. A nice attempt once again from Ruxik, but a nice attempt doesn't really get you anything. It's 8-4.
8-4 scoreline. Heretics started slow and it looked like Na'Vi had the green light running away with the game, but the brakes were pumped by the opposition, and now, well, Heretics, full momentum going in to half number 2. The question is, can they keep up this sort of pace, this sort of dominance? Surely not. We'll find out after the break.
Last player standing.
Your body knows. A sense of victory. Seized when mind, movement, and gear ignite as one. Now, step into your zone. Designed to win.
And welcome back, folks. Na'Vi, they need quite the bounce back after that first half. Tom, Heretics, they look like a different beast down on that stage here today.
Yeah, for sure. Like I think that we've had our glimpses from Benji before, but Comeback's been very up and down. And, well, speaking of the downs, when he played just not long ago in their match versus KC, it was a very, very rough performance coming out from him, sat at the bottom of the board. Whereas right now, he is 16-9 and has had some crazy high-impact rounds. The Neon looking good and him looking comfortable. And I'll be honest with you, coming into this series, I had Na'Vi, I'd say, decently favored. Like, they've looked very good. They had a close game versus Fnatic. Hero was flying. We needed players like him to step up, and that's exactly what he's doing in this first map.
Well, at least in the first half, plenty more to be played, and
they're better on the attack.
Yeah, they have been. They have been.
Oh, right, yeah, okay.
It all change here today, Tom. You never know.
Maybe Angel's a genius, and he's countered everything while not changing his comp at all.
Maybe Angel's a genius. Wow, well, I'll let him know what you said. I don't think he's going to like that one. The Heretics move towards this A side. Pressure put on to Xiao. He gets nothing done. A little bit of damage, a tag at best. Filu invading the wall. That's a beautiful flash, but Comeback, he must have been blinded. I didn't even see him turn. And yet he's good to find that kill still. Downside of pushing a laneway, I suppose. The 5 versus 3 for Na'Vi, way on the back foot, and this is a pistol they would have very much wanted. Remember, they have 4 rounds. 3 of those were in the first 3.
Well, Hero's done well, but that is all she wrote. Ruxik,
Toxin screen down.
he's been in many a clutch this game, and he's been close, but 4 players, Spike ticking against him. Pretty much all of them just aggressively waiting around the angle he's pushing through, and he didn't even get past Benji Fishy. I think that might, well, actually no, I don't think it will move him to the top of the board because Comeback also got 2 kills on the entry. It's 9-4. Comeback and Benji racing to the finish of who's going to have the most kills at the end of the map, and it is a very, very close fight, but that's about the only thing that's been close in the last 10 rounds or so.
Yeah, exactly. Right? I mean, there was a moment where there were some clutches, some tight affairs, some 1v1s. In fact, some that came down to 2 HP. For Na'Vi, there's been a few opportunities, but really the broad strokes of the game is that Heretics have had full control from round 4 onwards. Na'Vi with 1 under their belt, and well, I thought that was going to be the double from Comeback. He is feeling it right now. Of course, only up against a lack of shields and classics. It's 0 investment from Na'Vi. That doesn't necessarily mean 0 potential. Look at this rotation. They have managed to get 4 players, all 4 remaining on this side ahead of the push.
Oh, let's see how many Comeback can dwindle before anybody else even needs to shoot their gun. There you go, Hero's at least going to get the 1, but it really doesn't matter that much. Benji only had himself a pistol. Then I don't even know if they'll keep the Marshal going into the next round. It depends how much of an upgrade they want, but either way, that was a relatively clean bonus round coming out of Heretics, and they are now just 3 rounds away from utterly dominating their map choice.
Yeah. I think coming into this round for Na'Vi, it is do or die right now.
Yeah.
Like this is Heretics map pick, yada yada. Breeze is another map. It's a completely different ballpark, sure, but you don't want to bomb out like this. It's not only going to be like, if it's a 13-4, they won 13 out of 14 rounds. They had full control. They had momentum, wind in their sails, and it seems like a complete mismatch in terms of caliber. We know that's not true. Hell, we've seen this matchup on day 3 of kickoff, and it was a 3-mapper. For now, okay. It was all Heretics until Xiao found one, and then Comeback. Well, he's had his moment almost every round so far. What's another one to add to the tally? Oh, that's a heartbreaker.
Yeah, you feel like after the last game, there had to be a lot of people questioning him in this team, but well, this is the answer. This is what you can come to expect. Hero does have eyes on that spike, so there you go. Locked in to just try and take these fights. He's got rid of 1, but now it comes all down to Ruxic. Another clutch scenario, another opportunity, but he's been spotted. They know he's here. 45 seconds, and Blue's gonna get away with it, but getting around this corner is easier said than done. Now they've just shifted the battle, and this time Ruxic will take home the Red Bull clutch. It has been coming.
Oh, that was incredible. And what a time for it as well. Now, when we look at the fact that they did find the opening pick and their opponents had a lot of weak weapons, and the fact that the spike was left behind in the spawn probably being the only reason this round was actually won. But if we overlook all of that, that's the round they needed, right? An individual stepping up to save the day. Quite frankly, a crazy adjustment on Taboo. And a round here in round number 3 of the half, where Heretics had the chance to break the economy of Na'Vi, to run away with the home stretch, but now a bump in the road and a full investment and a ton of damage and Comeback. I don't think he's done yet. He's chasing them down towards the site. The ult popped. He knows that Xiao is desperately low, but even what he's done so far should be enough.
The drone. They are there. They are the guys. The drone has spotted that they are still there. Yeah. Comeback just thinking it was so nice, I have to do it twice. Go for the same play once again, this time with an Outlaw. And once more. Oh, Na'Vi, they're going to be having nightmares of this guy tomorrow. A lot of space on the other side of the map. Of course, similarly to the Cypher, you've got the turret watching. You've also got the alarm bot in B, so a lot of this space is covered by Hero. But being covered and him being able to stop them is another thing altogether. Wonderful spam. He's dropped the spike. They're going to have to go back for that. He's bought time for the rotation of Filu, but because of that hesitation, Filu's now out of there. I think just being told to wait for the rest of the team. I'm not necessarily sure if that's the right call. He could have had a wonderful timing there.
Yeah, instead, a 4v4. They want to play this retake together. All light shields on the side of Na'Vi.
3.2.
Comeback. Needs 1 hit. He's got 2 in the barrel. Anywhere will do. Anywhere will drop them, and it's going to be a big swing on the back. He's even dodging that initial flash. It's a nice shot. Full blinded, but lands it ahead of time. Dodges another. It's damage done, and an easy cleanup for the rest of the squad. Comeback really has stepped up today. 11-5. Do Na'Vi have any answer?
No. no, they don't.
They got no credits to find one, that's for sure.
A minute ago, I think I was talking about how Comeback was on 18 kills and Benji was on 17, and it was a race.
Yeah.
So Benji is on 17 kills.
Okay.
And now Comeback is on 25. Like, it's like, most of the time we talk about, especially a duelist on the defense, and we go, look, he's had a good half, but keeping that up on attack while you're playing entry is going to be really difficult. If anything, he's improved, which doesn't make a lot of sense. And I think this has just turned into a game of set up Comeback so that he can kill everyone for us.
You say that, half the time he just like ran down on A and just took some shots.
It was a flash.
No one was blinded.
Sure, but there was a flash.
There was. It's true. The idea was there.
What are the rest of the team doing? They're just chilling.
The effective reality is that this man is just leagues above the rest. I like it, Rock. Sick.
Well,
a nice try.
But he
nice
still didn't
try.
get the kill anyway.
Yeah. Didn't get there in the end. Even still, probably would have been the one and done for Navi. This round's not the one that you want to put all your eggs in one basket for. They've saved their credits for the next. They'll save their lockdown as well. They take some risks with the pistols, but this is going to have to be 7 in a row, assuming there's no miracle here. Already, though, some damage done to Woot by that initial play from Ruxic. There's a chance, but in the rounds where Heretics made these sort of defensive low buys look good, it was always that they read the play, that they had 4 or 5 players on site.
Hello. There's going to be 2.
It's not 4 or 5, but let's see if they can make it work.
There were a second ago.
That's better than 0.
He was going to
30 seconds left.
take the first fight, and he's going to win it. Not a bad start. Now, Hero only has a classic, and Rien's, this is why we love Rien's. The safest pair of hands. Even though he just spotted a guy around that angle, he still checks it. Nice attempt from Xiao.
Wow.
And Sociable, well, he's coming in on the flank. I don't think he's going to be able to deny the plant. That would be the one free way to win the round. And Boo is already watching his position. Social was going to try and bait that, okay, maybe he's coming from a different angle. The fight, not bad. Wow. But unfortunately, not quite close enough for that bandit to truly do enough damage.
Yeah, a couple meters in it. That would have been a different fight, but 12-5 is where we end up. And again, with a low investment, with the gamble being 2 players towards the correct site and still landing this much damage, with the second player being rooted immediately by Rien's, for this to come down to what it did, which was, you know...
If it wasn't 12-5, this would be a nice round.
Yeah, this would be great.
But it is 12-5.
But it is, yeah.
So it doesn't matter.
So no one really cares how close you make the round. You know, this could be a 1v1 down to 1 HP, but if Heretics win it, it's all over. Oh my God! What is this guy doing today? That's madness!
Yeah,
and he keeps going. So much space.
He just did that to Hero, who I think was like one of, if not the top-rated player in the tournament so far. But yeah, then okay. Xiao.
Did you forget he was in Garage? I mean, it's hard to remember that 10 seconds ago.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess just... Yeah,
what was he doing?
Just gave up. Comeback as... you know what, I'd give up as well. Wu is trying to at least find himself a kill in this round. He's like, you know what? I've got to at least try and do something here. And you know what? Benji instead, leaving it on to 1. Ruxic,
Go, go, go!
if there was anybody to do it, it would be him. But it's come back on the other side, and why not just end it in style? His 28th kill in 18 rounds. What an insane map from Comeback.
Yeah, finishing 29 on the board is just madness for a guy we come into today asking about how he fits into this team, how the team can adapt with him. But my goodness, an unreal performance. Let's go down to the stage, though, and hear how this went from Benji Fishy's perspective.
Benji, from your perspective, that was absolutely phenomenal. You guys locking in this first map. I need some words of encouragement for the fans that are here watching because, you know, 1 map away from continuing this lower bracket run.
I mean, listen, if Becca's going to drop 29 kills in the first map, then I guess it might be an easy game, so we'll see.
All right, well, thanks so much. We're going to let you go. We're going to be heading over to a quick little break, and we'll be back with the second map of the series.
Sit up! Down, you... Oh my God! What the f are you doing? No! Sit the f down, you idiots! Oh my God!
Chill, Benji. Yeah, you don't need to rush on them, bro. Look at this red, bro. Hold on, Benji.
Your body knows. A sense of victory. Seized when mind, movement, and gear ignite as one. Now, step into your zone. designed to win.
Red Bull gives you wings.
What was the focus of prep for this series if you're expecting to play Heaven? Yes, I was expecting to play Heaven, and the focus of prep was like to not let them play, basically. And as we all see, it didn't really work out.
I love it when we get some insider information. Welcome back, everybody. It's VCT EMEA Kickoff. Heretics starting things off pretty great on Haven. To be expected from them, though.
Yeah, I mean, this has been historically a dominant map from them. We kind of teed it up like that, and we were expecting them to be able to have a clean map, given how strong they've looked on it.
Yes and no for me. A little cleaner I would have thought, obviously, from Navi's perspective in terms of having a lot of tape to go through. And in my eyes, some opportunities to probably put up a better number here.
Yeah, I think that's probably why we were expecting more of an answer from Angel there, right? When we kind of asked.
The best Neil and Weber counter is going, don't let them play their own game.
Oh, that's so
That's
smart.
the Angel, just like next level brain.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's like communicating through the coach conversions to the other coaches. Gigabrain.
But either way, speaking of numbers, speaking of performances, Heretics had individuals that were doing really well, and that's what we needed from them.
Yeah, I think this is, well, not even the elephant in the room anymore. It's like, this is why this roster move was made, right? To have somebody that can put up these numbers and have such individual impact on the game.
Yeah, and I think Benji Fishy as well, alongside Comeback that you're kind of insinuating there, Michael, is honestly performing really well, right? This is someone that we've kind of been critiquing throughout Kickoff so far, I think, about someone that needs to step up. I had kind of criticized the lack of flexibility in his agent pool by only really being able to play the Viper and Cypher, but I think when you're running a double duelist composition, him being on the Cypher is great. I think that, yeah, he had a really great performance here on Haven.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think it's probably a discussion. He's sort of the player as well. You do get this kind of very hot and cold. It's feast or famine for Benji, and the situations that Heretics leave him in certain situations here on Haven, obviously you need him to feast.
I'm sorry.
455.
Which was, again, yeah. And it's also good to hear from Benji as well. It's like, it's going to be an easy series if he keeps dropping 30s. Like that is ultimately why you pick up a player like Comeback, to be able to just stand on his own 2 feet and just put out numbers for
Now,
him.
that was more than just standing on his own 2 feet. This man was running the server. That is absolutely insane from Comeback, but that's also what we said earlier, Billy. We wanted Comeback to step up. We wanted Benji as well to step up, and it feels like they have heard our wishes, complaints. I don't even know what to cut your ask at this point.
Complaints, concerns.
Okay,
yeah,
fair.
I think it was mainly like concerns from us. I think Comeback being able to put up those numbers is really kind of what we've been waiting for. Of course, he joined Tier 1 last year, and someone that we were all hyping up, someone that we were like, oh my goodness, he's going to be amazing when he gets to Tier 1 because he was so dominant in challengers. And if he can start to hit a stride where we know he can perform, then that's going to be great for this roster.
This also answers another question for me. If Heretics aren't fully on board with committing to double duelists kind of across the pool in general, if Comeback's able to actually put these numbers up as the solo duelist, it answers the second question for Heretics in terms of what we're going to see throughout this year.
Yeah, it gives more of an insight towards potential identity that they're
Absolutely,
developing, because that's a topic of conversation that every single team is using this kickoff. We're using this to find their identity. Well, it is time to really find it. But we also have another coach confession coming through from Nelzinho and Weber in terms of how this map went. So let's hear about that.
Yeah. How much is it impacting the rest of the team now that Comeback is having better performances?
I mean, you guys just saw it there. I think we're just taking a little bit of time to figure out how to use him. I think a big misconception is he only opt. I think you guys just saw there, he's incredible with a rifle as well, so we want to lean into that a little bit more. Yes, it helps, but it's a bit more comfortable as a team right now. It's not just individual performances.
Yeah, I think also, without being a bit of a downer on it, like, this is an exceptional circumstance. Like, this is something that we cannot maintain. Like, obviously, it's great that he's playing this well. We just need to keep on working on our fundamentals and everything like that, and that is what will make us a better team, not just one person going out there and doing everything.
Fundamentals, time, synergy, you'll see on the server. I feel
Consistency.
Like consistency. I feel like those are the 5 answers that they absolutely love to give us. So we're going to try and dissect this to the best of our ability.
Team Heretics bingo at this point.
Yeah,
coach
play our own
confession
game,
bingo.
consistency, prep, yeah.
Don't let them play their own game.
Yeah.
But as much as maybe they don't want to give us a bit of insight, we'll just sit here and theory-craft ourselves, because what really do we have to do? So Breeze coming up. Let's theory-craft there in regards to what we can expect from the side of Heretics, because it looks like, I mean, he did say this is a one-off potentially, like not something that they could replicate, which question marks there.
Yeah, a bit concerning. Again, I'm never really sold from when we listened to Neil. Again, now you've seen the clip, you know, I was talking about yesterday. But again, yes, this is an exceptional circumstance. If you have any duelist that's going to maintain like 450 ACS, like,
fair.
You know, you've cracked the enigma, and he's just the chosen one, effectively. But to then talk about comps and hearing about like the operator usage and stuff, I'm actually happier seeing him on the rifle, especially if you're going to see like particularly things like the Neon and Yoru. I'm happier to see that than I would be kind of trying to shoehorn him into the comfort weapon, which is obviously putting him on the scope.
Well, the Neon, you asked for it, you shall receive, and a chamber on there too, Billy.
Blue on the Sage is the thing that my eyes gravitate towards.
That my eyes are burning at, yes.
And we're going to see Root on the chamber. So, you know, you kind of just touched on the fact that having different people being able to pick up that operator is really nice. I think
this would be a positive here to then see Root on the chamber, yes.
Exactly, but I think running just Benji on that solo Viper is a bit risky.
Yeah, tall order, a very tall order, especially coming up against a very diverse comp from Na'Vi that actually gives a lot of possibilities in the mid-round. Weirdly enough, you look at this comp for Heretics and it feels a little front-loaded, right? It's a bit more all-in.
But isn't that what you were hoping to see from them either way? Like lean
Not with this comp. Not with the Sage.
No?
But
You're just a Sage hater?
Okay, the positive thing is they've obviously been cooking this a while for it to have been left as a decider map in the past 2 series. So it's not like it's a, oh no guys, we're going to Breeze.
No, I don't think, I don't think this is the ace up the sleeve.
Like they've cooked, but like
burnt the kitchen in the process.
And is this really the time to cook in the sense that we're in the lower bracket?
Well, that's a great question that they will be able to answer, because this is do or die for Na'Vi, though. If they lose this game, they are out of kickoff. If they win it, we'll push it all the way to decider, which would be fine. But to ultimately get there, Breeze needs to be secured. So let's head into our second match of the matchup with our casters, Mitch and Tom.
Well, this is certainly going to be an exciting matchup, Tom. Coming into this, Heretics, wind in their sails, but bringing in an interesting composition. We've seen something similar attempted by Fnatic, and I'm pretty sure they lost that game. Breeze hasn't been great to them in general, but there was a key difference, you could say. in that composition versus what Heretics have cooked up with a gas fire.
Yeah, it feels like everybody at the moment has gone double controller on a lot of maps, but especially on a map as big as this, like having something like an Astra for that global utility is so valuable. Maybe if you don't like that, you bring in an Omen. I didn't expect to see solo Viper comps anymore. I don't feel like it's too viable. At the same time, you look at the way they won the last map, and it was one dude running around killing everyone. So maybe the controllers don't matter at all.
Well, think about it this way. You smoke the angle, it means that Wu can't take the fight. So,
exactly.
You know, take Astra out, put in the chamber, easy profit. Let's see if that's the case. Magic formula for Heretics
Who's about to drop 40 on Sage.
A big part of the early game and the last map was gambles, was getting boots on the ground in the right spot at the right time, but that Facet has not followed them here on the breeze. Having to play the retake on B, but looking to apply pressure elsewhere towards the elbow where Ruxic is waiting, and that gets them the advantage and puts pressure on Navi's behind. This is perfect play from Heretics to start, at least.
Filu's almost dead as well. He doesn't even realize that there's a second player in the corner. It's almost like a little bit of a ruse. It's being sold, but somehow Sociable got both anyway. That's definitely turned this on its head. A wraparound coming in, both players towards the spawn for the attack side. Sociable just about surviving, but Benji has already managed to clear off, leaving just Hero remaining. That spike is being stuck. He expects it just to be taken to half. Why would anybody stick it the entire way? But that is re-end for you. It is going to be Heretics to take themselves a pistol round, and I think they're having fun.
Benji, yeah, he was laughing his ass off the second they end up with that dub. Big 3K for him in this round, but yeah, sticking it underneath
I wonder if he was laughing before. He was laughing so hard. I don't feel like you start there.
There we go. Yes!
Yes!
Thought he was going to hit a yabba dabba doo down on the stage. All right, Team Heretics 1-0, pistol under their belt, and again, it was 13-5 in the previous map. Navi went 3-0 up to start, and when it came to rifle rounds, they didn't play the game. They weren't here. Might as well have walked in a 5v0 to so many of those rounds, and the ones that came close, it didn't matter in the end, because Heretics ended up winning it out by those thin margins in the few rounds where they were a part of the game. So really wanted that pistol to go to Navi, but this is their pick, and oh my goodness, the wall is helped out! Perfect wall from Boom. No criticism.
The shock dart has denied the plot.
Down A.
And then come back sliding him with the judge. Good luck, Xiao.
See, it was all a ruse. It was all a ruse to get Xiao into this position.
There you go. He got one. He's only got 18 health left, and he's now found himself a judge. He's dead.
No, he's all right.
See you later. Woot from behind. 2-0. Any weaponry will be retrieved, but this is where we now do look to the other side. Now, bear in mind, obviously, Filu, the last time they played this map, was nuts. Like, I think he ended up 23-9. A lot of that was on the defensive side, which I actually think he's going to get even more opportunities to fight, considering they only have a Viper screen and an orb to block him off. But I do wonder if that's... Cool. I do wonder if that's sort of the plan, is like, we know that Filu's going to want to fight us, and we want to fight him. Like, when we move into that second half. On the attack, we didn't see anywhere near as much.
Well, comeback. Quite an aggressive stance, but they are waiting for him. The wall up, though. That might not be expected. Reactions there, though, from Navi. The man advantage now. This is the buy round for the attack side. So where we want to see them have those early fights and not overcommitting to individual duels, right? Not giving Heretics the opportunities that they thrived with in that previous map, and I like this. Navi, slow and steady, Xiao's outside B. Up until now, Ruxic was the only one towards the spawn, just watching for that mid push. And the early pressure gets them towards A, offers up an orb as well. Then they can late hit with a 5v4. That's all that Navi needed, and they've chosen the right side as well. Think back to that previous map. They constantly ran into the stack. This time...
This is Woot with a judge, I don't know.
Only Woot with a judge and 8 shots in the Headhunter, and the ability to fall back to backside with a 0.15 second timer on it. So yeah, I'd say this is no problem.
He's moved this position. Hiding in the corner, he's been revealed. And well, they failed to get the plant down the first time. Sociable's bitten the bullet, but they will get into the post now. The rest of the players with rifles, it's how much they want to expend here. The Bulldogs can be thrown into the wind, but I do wonder if Riens may want to hold on to the Vandal.
3v4, I mean, it really depends on how much ground is taken in that first fight. But with players still alive and ground being taken, yeah, you kind of got to go for this. Very much winnable, but the time will start to apply pressure. Fielu finding one would almost end the play here. They could just run that clock down, and he's done his job. The trade's coming in, but Heretics running very low on time. The shock darts force their hand, and he's waiting for a second shock to come through. It never does, but the time is bought nonetheless. Very nicely played by Na'Vi. Their first round on the board as a result.
Yeah, a decently clean one. And this is one of the other real problems of not having a like normal controller is when you get into those post plants, you can't close off angles. You can't. You just have to walk around and take fights, and that's a horrible thing to have to try and deal with when facing off against the post plant on the B side. So definitely going to have to commit maybe more firepower then than they would have liked, because a retake's definitely not going to be easy. Of course, that was the bonus round. There was still there was a judge. There were some pieces that are not going to be into this round, but now with the rifles, the excuses fade away.
Snakebite shock dart attempt was very nice.
If the shock dart landed, that would have been really good.
That could have been awesome, but it didn't. Little decoy block coming into play. That's very convenient for Na'Vi. And they push out to this A side with great success. Comeback though, fighting for that mid control. What a response by Heretics. Sure, take your main fight, but we're gonna cut that split in two and fight one end of it, leaving a 5 versus 3 with Navi's numbers waning. They've got to make a play, and that's right, playing into the hands of Heretics with Hero stunned up and soon to be gunned up. That's another glorious round for Comeback. Again, you know, Weber sat there in the coach confession saying, well, if I can just be a downer for a second, you know, he's playing really good today, but he won't always play this good. Jeez, well, you know, the consistency is alarming at this point.
Well, yeah, I felt like you've even added in it. He didn't even say today. He was in that map.
In that map,
He was like, in that map. And we can't get that. We don't know if we'll get that consistently. You might just be getting lucky twice, Weber, is all I'll say. As of right now, 7-3.
Nice! Nice!
Good lord.
Did someone like give him too much sugar? Like, is he like hyperactive or something? Or maybe he's just like had 15 cups of coffee before this game. I've seen Benji get very excited, but this is a new level.
Yeah, I don't know. It means something to him clearly. But it's also the context now. Winning that round, an immediate fight back. Na'Vi end up on a low buy. Like, this is signaling that we are looking at a dominant series from Team Heretics. It's early days on this map, but you know, you can almost count the number of rounds Na'Vi have so far on one hand, so it maybe has a can.
Oh. This is a scary position to walk into for Hero. Yep. The judge in play for Comeback, especially after them just winning a fairly dominant round. I don't think you expect that to be there. They're going to try and push the judge. They're going to try and push the judge. That's a bold call.
Where's everybody else?
It's a bold call. They stun him up, but then
everyone else?
Yeah, okay.
Why do you push him alone when he's going to
The goal is just kill Comeback. Maybe ruin his confidence a little bit, you know, because I'm sure this hasn't boosted it at all.
Yeah, no, I doubt
And he's been healed up, so if you thought you'd almost killed him, you haven't. They even gave him he's got a rifle now. There we go. Good job, Chow.
That's just a
full-on
30 seconds left.
full-on hold my beer play by Fielu. I mean, I don't know what he was thinking, but you know, credit to him. The execution was actually worse than the idea. A 4-1.
I'm not sure
As Team Heretics climb up into the lead, and again, the main thing is confidence for Comeback. My man is 9-4 at the moment, with Na'Vi seemingly having no answers. And honestly, the lack of synergy shown in that last round is reason enough for a timeout that they've now called.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. Good thing they didn't waste an ult on that push, though. On a low buy, up against the guy in the corner, had a judge who was stunned. At least they didn't. Oh, they did. Sorry, never mind.
Nice! Nice, good job!
There we go. A little bit more relaxed.
Not getting many reaction shots from the Na'Vi side of the stage. Just noticing that. I don't know if that's favoritism or maybe the vibe's a little different, but
Can we get Angel Cam? Whoa. See how he's feeling. Oh, he's leant forward. He's leant forward.
It's actually worrying me more that he looks this calm. That tells me there's a rage behind those words.
Yeah, I can't tell if he's a little bit redder than normal, if it's just the comparison to the yellow. I think it might be the bright yellow.
I kind of like the jacket, man. I got to be honest.
You're a big fan of Kill Bill?
He needs a katana and a lot of enemies.
So yes.
That's all he's missing.
So yes, you are, okay. Good to know. 4-1. Hopefully this is where Na'Vi can find a response because, well, this was a 3 strikes and you're out. And for both these teams, this is the 3rd strike. You lose this match 7th to 8th, which I think for either squad, like, I think Heretics, I certainly came in thinking they may even be one of the teams to go through the upper bracket, the top bracket, and make it through first time.
Coming into kickoff for sure.
They changed one player, and that player was bringing in comeback. But even still, 7th to 8th for either of them, it would be a surprise, and not a good one.
We've seen these little ideas as well. Early doors from Heretics. We saw the snake bite and the shock dart sent in towards A in a previous round. This time, again, centering around that utility coming in from Rian's, using the Hunter's Fury alongside a Sage Slow. So those players inside B main are stuck, and then they're under a lot of fire. Now, they weren't caught by it. They fell back, but then looking for the space and window led them right into the waiting arms of Woot. Like, this is a really nice early play by Heretics in a 5v4 that puts no pressure on them to make any kind of move.
I like the Sage Wall as well because they know they lost some mid control, so they just wall off main and then they have Woot swap where he's looking. Like it makes it so much easier for them to lock down some of these angles, but in more definitive responses. Woot back in position once again. He can hone in on that same angle that he started off. And then they even have the slow, so it's not like they could just dive through this. Hunter's Fury expended. He's still in position, just waiting on the other side, but Ruxic will land the shot. And Boo's dealt with as well. Solid openers from the side of Na'Vi. Their patience paying off, but there are still more to deal with. Okay, that did a lot of damage to Xiao.
It was a wonderful shock dart. Maybe another one lined up here as well. That looks like Feeler could be in trouble. Snakebite as well, but he flees the scene just in time. But Benji, a double, not quite good enough this time. He will be shut down as Na'Vi find their second. That pause evidently doing them some good. Great pressure applied as well on that B-side take.
Yeah, I think it was just the patience, because as I said, like when you have that wall, you have the slow. A lot of the time, teams will eventually get to a point where they just want to gamble. Like, I'm going to try and make a play through this, or I'm going to make a move through it. I also think as well, though, it's like Woot had a lot of repositions in that round. The one he ended on was the riskiest of the lot. Just stood in the open, not wanting to be shut down by Util. But in the end, I think it was just the patience of Ruxic to wait for that shot to be found.
How quick he was to get it as well. Like
where's he going?
He's running it down with a wall up as well. I love this. This even looks like it's a wall to stop you pushing elbow, so you don't really realize the full danger being presented by this. Really nice ideas to the early round for Heretics again. This is the 3rd one I'm seeing them attempt, and there's the reward. An immediate fallback too. Gorgeous work by Woot. Another opening, another first blood at his hands.
I'll be seeing that in my ranked games.
Yep.
Brilliant. Gonna get killed in Spawn.
I have the spike.
Luckily, my opponents don't have as good aim as Woot. Sociable, though.
They've heard that drop.
He knows that Benji's in the corner, and there's not really anywhere for Benji to go.
Take flight.
Drone sent through. I imagine that will trigger some utility. The slow and the orb and the snake bite. It's a lot of additional delay. And because of that, again, Na'Vi are forced into a position to move, and they've even now thrown in the Viper's Pit. You definitely can't go this way anymore. 35 seconds, and they look to try and wrap around behind it. Adapting on the fly is the plan from Na'Vi. Boot is just holding in a little rat corner. Is it something they look to check? They did, but he's now disappeared into the pit.
Counter pit in play. Perfect response from Na'Vi. A lot of control on that side. Fully theirs, uncontestable. The danger is it's very open, and with the ult active for comeback, a spray through could cause danger, could cause problems, but a judge in his hands, that's even more threatening. Does he clear the correct corner, though? Up close was Ruxic. He's able to get 2, and then will finally fall, but the numbers in Navi's favor, the time ticking as well. A big play needed, and they've got every corner covered. 3 for Na'Vi. They're not willing to let this series slip just yet.
Yeah, I really like the mid-round calls. Like losing Xiao early might have even been a blessing in disguise, just because you could see that in the moments where they start walking into chokes that have them trapped, they know that, okay, if one player's up close, the Sage was also in the corner, there isn't going to be as much presence around mid, or they can gamble on that idea. And the wraparound and the counter pit made things so difficult. Of course, solid play from Ruxic again to stay alive as long as he did. But this has now reset the economy of Heretics and left them with not a lot to play with, but still a free ult.
A lot of players outside the site where Wood is bringing this big old gun to bear. The first shot won't land. Now they know the danger's there. But they still want to challenge it. Keeping that pressure on. They know he's got to be close. He can't have fallen that far back, but plenty of cover here to help him out. Filu, only good for the trade. They decide to continue pushing forward, though. Pressing into the numbers for now, at least. It will be Heretics falling apart with those weak weapons, not allowing them to trade blows. And Benji, 1v4. Look, he's had some great performances. Corrode on Viper was sensational,
but
it's
a 1-4-5.
Yeah, it's not to be today.
It's always just pain. Like, you hit the immediate headshot and then can't quite correct for the second shot. Equalization, though, for Na'Vi. 3 in a row. I think they're being a little bit more patient with a lot of these rounds, realizing that, okay, if we try and run and gun into our opponents, you might just end up in Comeback's crosshair. And that patience has paid off nicely for them. In fact, we're now going to see a pause called by the other side. Stem the bleeding early. We mentioned it before. The early starts, it didn't really help out Na'Vi in the last map. They lost a hell of a lot of rounds in a row. But we'll see if Heretics have slightly better luck at coming up with an alternative. And the worry I do have here is that I feel like this comp allows for a lot of delay on the defensive side. I'm much more nervous about how they're going to make this work on the attack.
Yeah. Yeah, and when look, with the solid start that they had, the 4-1 lead, you think, well, they won't need to make that many rounds work. But for Heretics, yeah, when this becomes a close game, when Na'Vi now start to fire on all cylinders, and the worries are there. They obviously have their ideas. We've seen it on the defense so far. There's been at least 3 clear-cut rounds where this comp's being used for those early fights, but I think it will be much harder to come up with answers to the problems Na'Vi make for you in that second half. Every little helps as they build up a potential lead. But recently, nothing but red on that timeline. 3 in a row for Na'Vi, a timeout, and now back into the swing of things. It looks like immediately there will be another boost attempt with Woot. Oh my! That is ridiculous, man. He's in the bushes. He's in cover.
That's so grim.
Ruxic didn't.
You can't have seen anything.
Can we please get that frozen and zoomed in from his? I'm asking a lot here, but like, come on.
The most you could have seen in the twinkle in Woot's eye as he goes to kill you. That's about all that could have been there. Now ready on the other angle, but immediately spotted out. Immediately known. And, hey, Sociable's going to win out that fight. A teammate lost on the other side, and Sociable under pressure. Boo, holding the lineup close as well. And they end up cleaning this one up quickly. A faster play attempted after the pause. You can understand it. Try and catch your opponents off, but, well, they didn't. It was the other way around.
Yeah, very much so. And especially with what Woot was trying there. Oh, my goodness. Here we go. Here we go. Look at that, man. Straight through the bushes. I genuinely wonder how that looks from the perspective of poor old Ruxic.
I think the problem will be is we'll look at it from Ruxic's perspective, and it will just be him looking at an empty site.
Yeah, it just
like he's not
looks
seeing
like nobody's there.
Nothing there.
Does he even come up on the radar at that point? I doubt it. It's a nasty spot, but that's Sage boost, right? You spend enough time on the server, you get your little rewards like that. And for Na'Vi,
do you reckon Ruxic's going? I couldn't see him. I think it was a bug on my end where he was invisible.
Yeah, yeah. Genuinely could be. It is a nasty little boost. And, you know, sometimes I see things like that, and you think, was that fair? But it's a Sage boost. Sage boosts are as plain as they come. Little textures are there for you to play with. Crazy stuff. 5-4 for Team Heretics, and a small break in the action. For Heretics, I don't think they'll mind too much. They just got back on the board. They're feeling good. I have seen that slow down from comeback, but yeah, I mean, the fact that he's not running around dropping 30 is exactly as Weber prophesized.
But yeah, he's still top of the board. If that's a slowdown, I don't think he mind too much. And obviously it was the attack side. And I do think on the attack he's going to have to be impressive. Because if they can get into the site, what they can do on the post plant is filthy. But I'm looking at him being the only real player they can look to set up. Wu, maybe he'll look to get the operator on the attack once again, but they also will have to deal with Filu because that defensive side from him last time out was incredible. That was versus Fnatic, who are also, they were running that double duelist, and it ended up as an 8-4 defensive half. So I don't think Na'Vi are going to be sweating just yet. I don't think they're going to be too worried just yet, but obviously after losing a streak of rounds at the beginning of the game, we saw them take a pause, and from then onwards, it's looked a lot better for them, other than losing opening picks to very gimmicky Sage boosts.
Yeah, but it is also something you're going to have to think about now for the rest of the map. You've seen, what was it, Xiao get picked off in spawn from the boost on middle.
Yeah.
Now you've seen
Nowhere is
Ruxic
safe.
get picked off inside the window, and if he's not perplexed, if he's not at a minimum angry about that,
He got
I'm
picked
not
off
surprised.
in the window from the wall.
Yes. Yes, he did. And so obviously that's something that you're going to want to also think about now in every fight, in every peak, in every moment that you think, is someone pushing that angle? When you peek way behind that angle, there might be a man who can see you and you can't quite see him. That's going to be in the back of their minds. And that's where I kind of come back to as well when we're talking about like this composition. I've seen so many ideas so far on the defense that, I mean, they can't have traded out like the smoker just for that. There has to be those same ideas on the attack. Not as easy to make work like those ones in particular, but what else do they have? What other gimmicks are up their sleeve?
The worry I have is like, okay, if with this composition for Na'Vi, you kind of do have to be aggressive on the defense. Like, you can't have Filu and Sociable both just sitting passively because their util becomes almost void and you're giving up a lot of space.
Yeah.
But my question is, what happens if they do? Because I look at the comp and then I go, okay, Comeback's going to have to just try and run into angles and take people down. And that for me is not a given. Yes, on the last map, that did work, but it doesn't mean it's going to work every single time. And other than that, it does feel like there's a lot missing. Like, if your opponents genuinely just play passive, you don't have a lot of execution utility. You don't have a lot that can make things very awkward. Yeah, you can try these shock dart slow combos that they've been doing, and have not worked once. Yeah. So, and on the defense, it's a lot easier because you know they have to walk into one of these chokes. Yeah. So all the things that have worked a bit on defense, most of them I don't think work on attack. So I want to see what extra layer they have. Or was it just, we need 10 rounds on the defense and then try and get through the rest?
No, surely not. But I do agree. Like, I also think that for Heretics, in the long run, running something like this, assume they have the attack side where they play very direct, they play very intentional. With every piece of utility, they use their 3 walls to get into sites. Benji's being a bit more, you know, you put it at the start of the round, it's telegraphed, but then you can still sort of flex to other sides of the map using a Sage wall, using a Neon wall for those initial bursts, but you have to be very intentional about where and when you use your utility. And I think that's something that won't work 10 games in a row because you'll become very readable without that level of flexibility and versatility to it, but it could work here.
This wall is probably having someone in spawn scared they're about to be killed by an operator.
Oh yeah, Xiao's thinking about rotating back, just like, not again, not again.
Guys, I'm gonna stay here. You guys just go and do what you do best. Find openers.
Enemy tagged.
For now though, it is a bit of a slower pace. Like, the late round for Na'Vi is sort of their friend. A lot of this utility will have been burnt out. They know the Sage wall is gone. Obviously, the slow's still available. Shock dart's still available, and Comeback hasn't used any of his utility yet, but he is just sat in a corner in A main. So I don't expect to see too much of it used, especially now that the full force of Na'Vi look to walk back into his position with a slight backstab ready from Ruxic.
Gotta go.
Come back. He'll delay. No, he'll look for the fight. I thought he was giving up the ground, but himself and Benji stand tall on it. Another for Benji already. And now, well, the rotates, they're coming in. Backup is here from Rienz, but Benji's stuck in the corner. They need to clear him. His third, his fourth, and just denied the ace. But the work is done, the hard work, surely.
Oh?
Behind them. That plan's undeniable now. And this is Hero on the other side. You're wise to use the res and bait him out as well. Rienz Yeah, he's got another death on the board. The KD's suffering, but Benji's on his feet. He's feeling good as Heretics steam into the lead, 6-4.
Yeah, I think every single kill he had to swap angles for. Like, he starts off going to join his teammate in main. He then realizes, okay, my orb's just about to go off. As it fades, he peeks back towards the orb. Insta-kills. You could even see it fading at the beginning of the clip. Then repositions back towards the site, is worried about Sociable, takes that fight, switches back to him again. It's just perfect target decision-making. Like, you had to choose the right person at the right time.
Oh! Oh! Guys, what are you doing? Guys, close to you! Guys!
Yeah, I think they'd figured it out by that point, Benji, but, you know, you let them know. 6-4. 2 rounds left to play for. Still a tight half possible, and for Na'Vi, that's definitely far from the end of the world. The stun has delayed them, and with the Hunter's Fury thrown through, a chance for big damage denied. Na'Vi sidestepped that ulti. And there's a lot of weaknesses in play for the Na'Vi side. Xiao and Ruxic not armed to the teeth, and they break out of here. It's all going to be about those numbers, but Heretics, they've got the crossfire to hold.
Yeah, Benji's even putting up a wall to keep comeback hidden.
Oh, that's Filu down as well, Tom. Massive spam through the smoke by Boo.
That's the thing. Like, Benji has done a lot of work just to continue to fake the idea that comeback is no longer in position. He's even going to be the one peaking this angle, just to really try and sell that idea. Oh. Luckily, that wall is ion indestructible. 45 seconds. Na'Vi once again have to pivot their play. Still looking to try and hit this A site, but comeback spot, as I said, it should be relatively unknown. And because of that, he's able to fight back, and that's a spike down.
I think they might know where it's going now. No gate crush left to work with either. Sociable just has to walk out, pops a flash, but they just fight the other side as Benji holds on to control, relinquishes nothing, a bit of HP, fades from his bar, but his teammate comes in to fill the gap. Chance for Ruxic to make that costly, but going into the final round, all that matters is the dub on the side of Heretics, climbing further into the lead. And as we said, with the unknowns sitting here for the second half, this is exactly what they needed, a resurgence.
Yeah. I think there's a real skill to knowing when to toggle all of that Viper utility, when to put it into play and when not to. And I think so far on this A site, Benji has been mastering that. Like continuously moving, continuously baiting for teammates, making sure he clears you two, and then also just staying alive the entire round while doing it. Like, you expect that guy to die. That guy should be taken out.
Benji's a great player, but when he goes onto Viper, something else is unleashed inside of him.
Did you watch the last map? He was pretty good at Cypher as well.
He is. He's all right. But his Viper wins my heart every time. And of course, with that utility, it's no surprise. He gets to be a bit more active, set himself up as he has. But this rotation from Boo is just for the heal onto comeback. But with 3 players towards the A site, I mean, they might want to strike, look for a bit of mid control, go in towards A main. Instead, Sage wall mid and a rotate back. Okay, and that rotate might get there just in time. Na'Vi are geared up for B.
Wu has been caught a few times. This time fades back a little bit earlier. Rian's under some serious pressure, but he's managing to stay alive at the back of the site. In fact, he's thriving under the pressure. Already 2 to his name. Wu, again, he's able to just reposition and go completely under the radar while Rians does the majority of the work. For Xiao and Ruxic, this seems like an impossible task. He knows there's a guy in the corner. He knows that Rians is there. That one's free, but immediately Wu swings for the trade. And well, Xiao probably worried about a Sage wall. He's got 3 more to find in this 1v4 and only 25 seconds to do it.
Has to get a fight first. He knows that plan's impossible without a kill, and oh, the kill is found, but it's by Woot. 8-4 at the halftime. Deja vu here, Tom, as Heretics, they come in, they look dominant, but the questions sit here around that second half.
Yeah, for sure. It really has been one of those sort of like awkward scenarios for Na'Vi. Their map choice looking a little bit under contention here, but we do have some worries when it comes to that second half. Let's send it down to Ginny, who has gone undercover with some of the Team Heretics fans.
What do you mean undercover? Like, I am a Team Heretics fan, and so is Julia. And thank you, by the way, for agreeing to do this.
No worries.
You know what? Heretics is actually looking really good. On a scale from 1 to 10, how excited are you for their performance?
most definitely a 10. I mean, they are just my legends. Winning EVC and probably Master Santiago.
We were having a little bit of a conversation about Benji, you know, him being your GOAT.
Absolutely. He is gonna fish every kill.
All right, well, thank you so much. And you know, I want to end things off with a chant. Are you guys ready to do one?
I mean, we can do one.
Okay, let's go.
Who is winning this?
Team Heretic! Team Heretic! Team Heretic! All right, casters, you heard it here. Team Heretics is winning this one.
All the predictions are certainly looking good after that first half, Tom. Doubling up on the score of Na'Vi and a repeat of the previous. For Na'Vi, again, it felt like they got their hands on the reins for a moment, but that all slipped away so quickly.
Yeah, some of the mid-rounding I think was pretty decent, where they were able to sort of spot the danger and avoid it. But then later in the map, it seems like every time they tried to be more direct, they just ran into the blender. Like they were getting caught by a comeback Benji combo, which they really wanted to overwhelm and defeat. And they never did. I don't think they did once. Like, Benji just was so good at staying alive. And I was a little bit perplexed that we didn't see them try and pressure that B side a bit more, because I feel like Woot got caught quite often. I feel like once Boo's wall and like slows were used, it felt like that was a much more open site. And then they finally go back to it at the end and they go, oh, Rians is here now. Rians is just going to dodge everything and kill everyone along the way.
Yeah, like I said as well, for Benji, 14-6, crazy half from him. And it has been, I think, the last 2 series he's played as well, he's just reaching these big heights, digging deep.
Yeah, they've needed him to.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is what happens when survival's the name of the game. Heretics find that extra level. The first half, 14-6, he leaves. Benji banners hulking out. Let's see how the second half's gonna go. It's round 13 as Na'Vi mount that defensive pistol with 4 players towards the A site. But a gate crash can quickly send Sociable over to meet Ruxic, where, well, I'm not certain that the push is coming through, but they will be applying some pressure, especially searching for that pick with Woot and finding it. Well, this is gonna cause panic stations to be mounted on the side of Na'Vi.
Yeah, that is a worry, and then Xiao goes looking. You lose one side of the map, you look to try and take the other, and it seems like Heretics are well aware that that was possible. Sociable now gone, and we questioned.
Last player standing.
Go, go, go.
Spike planted.
He's worried about the flank. That's what it was.
No, that's meant to be a double bounce. It's supposed to go back.
Yeah, that would have actually flown right in onto the plant.
The right click just didn't hit.
It didn't register.
It's all good. You know, he clicked a little too light. New mouse. Nice stuff for Filu. 3 more to go down, though. He's at least managed to upgrade his weapon, but no ammunition. Take a minute. And all this
Look at where Boo is.
Bleeding.
It's absolute rat.
I mean, if it's not the position, if it's not the numbers, I mean, the time is what's going to cost him this. They can throw themselves at him like lemmings, one after another. He has no smoke, no wall, nothing to cause any sort of chaos. And even now, Boo still hasn't moved. They physically cannot stop him in time. And there's a reason Boo didn't move. He knew Filu was going to look for picks. And he did look his way, but Boo's the one to land the kill shot. 9-4, Tom. Twisting the knife, really, for Na'Vi right now. I mean, they are struggling to get a leg up in any regard.
Yeah, I had a lot of questions about this attack side, and I'll be honest, there's a good chance we don't see much of it, because they're just so far in the lead at this point. So many.
My kill.
I don't know what's happened to Benji today, man. He is in a mood.
Whatever it is, it is working, though.
Yeah, hell, he needs to be like this every day. Absolutely. Round 14, and look, this is an alley-oop with the ball midair. I mean, there should be no problem for Heretics. A full eco, essentially, from Na'Vi, a single bandit on Sociable. What hope does the defense have? And again, you look back to what worked for Heretics on the defense last map. It was stacking up. I think a gamble stack is the only way that you have a chance of even making this costly.
Well, a big stack up of weapons. 4 rifles in play. Any cost would be a little bit worrying. Xiao is in a decent position, but it's immediately cleared, and there isn't really anybody there to try and trade off of it either. The Viper wall in play, slows to the back of the site, the post plant. There's not really anything that can be done to stop it. Nice shock dart at least, but the danger goes once the heal is put through.
Here.
And now it's just picking them off as they come out. Margin for error, even decent for Heretics. They can lose a player with Benji having a pistol. And he's also taking the riskier route of wrapping around, but there's no need to worry about carrying weapons forward. They remain in the hands of Heretics with an in-zone flawless to put double digits on the board. And the gap now 6 rounds. Na'Vi, they are running out of time. They're essentially out of time. It's got to be here and now, and it's got to be convincing. I don't want to see a 1v1 decide a round. They've got to look good from the get-go.
Well, yeah, I think the most terrifying thing will actually come for other squads, because you will have watched this Heretic side play versus KC, get banged out in map number 1, and then scrape through the series in the end. This is the Heretics that everybody fears, the one that can just dumpster even squads that have looked incredible. And it started well, and then walking through it all. Now a res comes through. They've been farming that since round 1, and it's immediately into a 4v2. The round that needed to be the turning of the tide might just be the nail in the coffin. Ruxic is all that stands from a gargantuan lead, and well, even if you do damage to comeback, Riens is there to close the round. Heretics are dominating.
Yeah, I think I heard the in-game announcer, even with a team ace being called, so everyone's sharing the weight in that round, and for Na'Vi, they're not sharing any weight, they're feeling it. Crushing them. Heretics 11-4 at this stage, Tom. Sure, the pistols are going their way, but it's this round here. It's round 3 where Na'Vi have advantages, and that first fight, it looked like an anti-eco for Heretics. Everything is so easy for them right now. And Na'Vi, they've had good games. Even look at the game against Fnatic. But it makes me question where the level of all these teams are at. Or even that, it's the consistency.
Yeah.
Day to day, everything's changing in EMEA.
For sure. It seems like Heretics, maybe with their ban setup, said it at the beginning of the day, they didn't ban their perma. Allowed Pearl into the second round so they could take out Split. Almost forced Na'Vi into this pick, and clearly had a good game plan. The swing through is risky though. Made vulnerable here, and Ruxic still that top duo in EMEA, but Benji just wiped out 3, goes for a 4th, and you can't blame him at this point. If it wasn't for comeback in the first map, we would have been singing his praises even more so in that one. On Breeze, he has been that top performer. Xiao and Sociable, a round that should have been theirs, now hanging in the balance.
Benji's giving them a chance. Will miss the shot, but he gets another bite of the cherry, caught behind that box. Babu using the distraction, wrapping around. The timing is godlike, and now it's all onto Sociable, off his shoulders just as quickly. Heretics 12-4. It's all smiles down on the stage, and who can be surprised?
He's been insane. Like, we talked about the fact that we're in a meta right now where we see a lot more double controller. Who needs a second controller when that's your first? Like, who needs them? 18-8. They've won 8 rounds in a row. And if you're an Na'Vi fan, you hate to see it. Like, this is all going wrong for a squad that started off 1 match away versus Gentlemates to be in one of those finals and have 3 bites of the cherry.
Exactly. To be in all 3 of those finals, worst case scenario.
Yeah. They lose that game, they go up against Fnatic, and they lose to a Crashies clutch, one of the best flicks we've ever seen, while
nasty and tall box.
While Heroes dropping plus 31 in a series. And after a dominant Breeze. Now you come in against the Heretics, who they've not looked great. Let's be real. For their standards, it's been pretty abysmal. They lose 2-0 to GX, they lose to Na'Vi, and they scrape a victory versus KC. I know the other team they beat, that was Ulf with 2 stand-ins. And now they are absolutely bodying Na'Vi like we're right back to, well, I guess 2024, maybe around the Champs era. They probably looked about there.
Yeah, it really, considering the Heretics that we saw for the last 2 weeks, to see them perform like this, it is that lower bracket effect, right? Crunch time came in.
We got 1 life left. I guess we should just start destroying everyone.
We gotta actually play the game, I suppose. 8 chances to close this out, and if there's any Na'Vi fans holding the breath for the comeback, oh my goodness, okay. Yeah, maybe he can hold on a moment longer. There could be a chance. There it is. There's the comeback. Yeah. He's found the Filu, and now it's a 4v4. And the thing is, for Heretics, the man that has been drawing our eye, sure, Comeback's had a great day. Woot's been there as well. But Benji Fishy, while he's still drawing breath, you've got big problems brewing.
Yeah, you can kind of put it down to anyone at this stage for Na'Vi on this map. It's been a rough one. I think Filu, the first player they've lost, is the man at the top of the board, which, considering he's 12 and 16, it paints a story of his own. For Heretics, they now look to challenge back towards the B site. Xiao up close with a judge, but I almost feel like it's an angle they could get past. He's quite far back. Well, mainly because if they go mid, he could get caught, but
yeah.
It means that he needs to get a bit closer for this judge to truly do damage, and I do worry that Comeback's going to walk around this corner and insta-headshot.
Oh, smokes up and Xiao's down.
There you go.
That's a pretty rough start to the hold. Now a man behind, but Sociable still on site. If they can extend that bit further to the back, maybe he could at least level the playing field. But look at the patience on Heretics. Benji also waiting his turn inside the elbow, and they've cleared it. They think at this point that, sure, they must have all went site. Comeback's found his third. Benji still hasn't moved, biding his time. This is how little pressure Team Heretics are under. Comeback will be denied the ace, but Benji's time in the limelight just beginning. 13-4, an even more dominant map than the first. And one thing is for certain, Heretics, they didn't come to play today. They didn't come to win. They came to dominate, to decimate, and mission accomplished.
If you asked me at the beginning of the day what the result would be, what the map score would be, I wouldn't have even given it as a 2-0 to Heretics. I don't even think I would have given them the win. A 13-5, 13-4 dominant win? I would have called you mad. I would have called you a Heretics Ultra at that point if you believed that was going to happen. But today they've come in looking like a completely different beast. You put this team with one life standing and they want to cling to it. I am very, very nervous for anybody who comes up against them next. And for Na'Vi, it is a bitter scenario to be in. Being a couple of rounds or a round away, multiple times. I think they have 5 or 6 chances to defeat Fnatic in their previous match. We see them drop down and the recovery just was not there. Definitely some bright sparks throughout the season, but a long, long way to go for a team that expectations definitely sit higher than 7th to 8th.
Well, as we say goodbye to Na'Vi and Kickoff, this could be the start of the run for Heretics, finding a dominant win here. But still plenty more to go. 3 more series between them and Santiago. But Tom, what I said, for a lower bracket team to make that run, they can't just win by a narrow margin. Yeah. They have got to look good. They've got to look great. And today, well, Heretics certainly inspired a lot of us out there that they may still have it in them.
Yeah, that last map especially, everybody was alive and kicking. I don't think there was a weak piece to the puzzle, but seeing both Benji and Comeback fry is something that you just want to be seeing. It's something that you maybe don't always have expectations, but if they perform this well, you're in a good space. Anyway, a man of the moment, let's go down for the interview with Benji Fishy.
The man of the game, what a performance you had for us today. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I'm shaking a little bit, okay. But yeah, it was a good game. Thank you guys.
I think that is absolutely fair. This was a very high intensity match, a lot of pressure because of course you are in this lower bracket. So you've been in it for a bit now. You've English is hard. Kind of gone through the motions here at Kickoff. What has been your biggest takeaway?
I think the biggest takeaway for me is that no matter what, Heretics is always going to be one of the top teams in EMEA. Even if, at some point we're playing bad, we're a team where we can always come back. Like we work really hard, and I think we work harder than other teams. And I think that's why we're always going to be one of the best teams in EMEA.
Strong work ethic is always a good thing to have. When you're talking about working hard, when you're talking about being able to bounce back, what does that really come down to?
I think it's just having belief in each other and believing that we can win. When you're losing constantly, it's very difficult, but I think that's when you need to believe the most, when you are losing, because if you end up just spiraling and people stop believing in the team, then that's when you're just done. So I think I've gotten pretty lucky with my teammates that everybody has the same belief, everybody works towards the same goal, and I think that's how we're able to come back.
That's a great place to be in as a player, but also as an organization. When it comes to you guys gelling together as well, I mean, Comeback today also had another pop-off performance as well. Would have loved to have a conversation with him too, but at the end of the day, to have players that can really be that spearhead for Heretics to like go in and be aggressive, do you think that that's really your strength? Is there anything else you're leaning into?
I mean, obviously it's important to have players that can have pop-off moments and, can carry a game. But in the end, we always believe in winning as a team. We're not really setting one person up to be the star, We're always making sure we're winning as a team. And all of us have the potential to carry a game. And, when it happens, it's like nice. But in the end, we're always focused on winning as a team.
All right, quick one, because they're setting up right behind us. We have Liquid, we have GX. Do you have a favorite opponent you want to go up against?
I want to play against Miniboo.
All right.
So, yeah.
Thank you so much. And
Thank
once
you.
again, congratulations. That's it from us from now. We're going to be heading over to a quick little break and be back with the second match of today.
Why are you barking?
Yes!
Yes. Go. What the?
Wow. Come on. Nice! Nice! Let's go! Oh, God. I love this game.
Wingman World while what?
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well-won break. Let's go!
틱틱 문을 차고 있죠. 이건 데자부 이미 와본 걸까. 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그릇이 작아. I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자. 내 열의 top 10 거는 식당. 해골로 채운 옷장 전부 대스탁. 상시주의 red dot 경고는 없어 better not. 난 사방에 다 뿌린지 마치 red hot.
Tough guy 혀꼬여서 도망가 이제는 시시해 gunfight I brought a blade They forgot to shave That just a wall 맛보게 fade 끝이 보여 네 bandits 끝없는 내 rampage 이게 나니까 절대 can't change 내게 나서 plan B 요즘 plan A 바꿔 pain every champion into champagne Broken and bruised What's left to lose Here on the edge of forever If I never leave I'll never fly. We're all sacrifice. Fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high. Run through rain or shine.
Block me.
Watch main.
Ulti guards. Art.
Insane!
I would love to be a last Ratoni. I'd love to be a rat.
Last Ratoni, yeah.
Yeah, I'd love to be a rat. Part of the rats. That's Aura. Yo, Kidro, if you're watching, Kidro, Zestify!
Oh my god!
Hello!
Oh my god!
Hey.
When I was younger,
Yeah.
I wanted to be like an actor.
Yeah.
And
You become a mushroom.
And I. Okay, you ready? One, two. Right side. Oh,
Nice shot.
oh. What the? I kind of surprised myself. Jesus Christ.
Plant it for safe.
Yeah, I hear it. Check.
Tight, default. Go.
Go,
Get
guys.
him.
Go.
Boys.
Nice.
30-0, bro. You might get heal. Good job, Enes.
Oh my god, my gum went out. Jesus Christ.
What? His gum.
My gum fell out.
We are here to show better results. So everyone, let's take responsibility. Let's show what we are capable of on that server. Doesn't matter, boys. We win, we lose today.
Vayne is clearing. Not out. Out, bingo. No!
Let's go!
Good job. Good job. Oh, no. Dead. No. I blame her, so.
Nice! Let's go!
Let's go, guys.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT EMEA Kickoff, where Heretics have just knocked Na'Vi out of the competition. Crazy sentence to be iterating, but that is just how the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, a lot easier than I thought it was going to be, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
But a huge positive for Heretics. I think Na'Vi just maybe a little slow to react here with the maps we saw and some of the issues we saw in terms of macro.
Yeah, I think one of the things that we highlighted at the start of the day was it's been such a fall from grace for Na'Vi.
Yeah.
You almost kind of have to argue, like, okay, did they kind of have a couple of easier opponents at the start? You know, obviously it was a rematch up against Team Heretics. So I think, if anything, credit to Team Heretics for being able to warm up into the competition. They're no stranger to a lower bracket run, and now they'll be hoping that they can make it all the way to Masters Santiago.
Yeah, back to the drawing board for Na'Vi. Heretics no strangers to a lower bracket run, but neither is Liquid, and they're going up against their opponent today, which is going to be Giant X. So, want to start things off by looking at Liquid here. What are expectations? Because I feel like it's kind of going up and down. Like, initially we're like, okay, like...
Up? It's been on a downward trend. Yeah. I think
at the start it was like, okay, and then it was like, what?
Yeah, to be honest, for me, Liquid have probably been one of the things that have missed the mark the most, to be honest with you, in terms of not just on like a map-by-map basis, but overall.
More than Na'Vi?
Yeah, I think so, definitely. Okay. I think at least for Na'Vi, we were initially talking about week one, crack the meta, like they're looking fantastic, total control of the game. Liquid is one for me that's felt like it's been more against the grain than Na'Vi, certainly.
Yeah, it's feeling like a slow burner.
Yeah.
Like, in the
without
sense that...
the fire.
Yeah, well, yeah, without the fire. That's crazy, but also kind of valid. I think, obviously, they kind of started kickoff with a sub coming in. They didn't have Wayne here. So, like, they've had to, you know, get together in Berlin. So, yeah, I think for them, it's definitely been a slow burner. But I think that we came into kickoff already kind of setting the expectation that when we look at this Team Liquid roster this year, it's not as high as what we had on our kind of standings last year, in the sense that we're not expecting as much as we did last year.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. The expectations certainly are lower. I just we've only seen kind of snippets of potential for this year. I'm certainly not sold just yet.
Yeah, this is definitely a rematch of the EMEA Stage 2 Grand Finals from last year for GX. Great, because they're still in, you know, the same roster, but then for Liquid, changes here and there. So I'm looking forward to see how this is going to be playing out, because at the end of the day, we are in this lower bracket. Both of these teams are here. So both of them in some way, shape or form have missed the mark.
Yeah, I think like the big thing for me in this rematch is obviously things on Team Liquid's side has changed a lot because of the fact that they have a new roster rebuild. But for Giant X, the only roster in EMEA to have not made any changes. So yeah, it's going to be intriguing to see how they actually face up against one another.
Yeah, I think we were talking the other day about actually a team to make no roster changes should be the ones to be able to hit the ground running in terms of changing comps, maybe changing their overall approach to the game. And again, it's kind of just missed with Giant X a little bit.
Yeah. Is the meta changed that severe that it has impacted GX in this way?
Yes.
Or yes?
Yes, I would say so. I mean, if we think about Giant X's identity last year, it was very heavily like double initiator. And when we consider the patch changes and everything that's happened with the signature abilities like we discussed at the very top of show, that impacts Giant X heavily because you don't have as much information that you would usually have in this game. And so, yeah, for them, it's like, do we still lean into that double initiator? They've tried to switch things up on a couple of the maps as well. So it feels like as much as they had a very strong identity last year, they're another team that they have an identity, it's very clear, but they might have to pivot away from that because of the patch changes that we've seen.
Yeah, and I think obviously when you have players like Cloud and Flickless, it's hard to make that decision to go, but okay, you've got to switch something up. We've got to talk about different roles, different compositions. But for me, it's seeing Aura kind of have a good map here and then maybe an underperformance there. But then again, having the same conversation around single duelist, who do you kind of stack your chips on?
Yeah, and also going 13-0 again. This is kind of their bread and butter to go 13-0 at this point.
That's foul. That's foul.
I tried to put it really nicely, but it just does bring a lot of questions in terms of like what exactly went wrong. And when we had a conversation with Chronicle about it afterwards, he said that it just comes down to the composition that they went for on Abyss, and it just not necessarily setting them up the way that they were hoping for.
Yeah, I mean, Giant X chose Abyss against Vitality, and with the composition that they run, having to start on that defense side is really, really rough. So of course, Vitality were able to take advantage of that on their attack. The amount of times that Giant X were just caught off guard because they had no information, and let's bear in mind, the composition that they have, yeah, they have a Tejo drone, but other than that, realistically, what active information gathering tools do you have? They're still banging on about having this breach on Abyss, which we've already shared that we're not really big fans of. So
Actually,
yeah.
Hypebuck never shared it.
Do you like the breach?
Do you like the
on
breach?
Abyss?
No.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
Well, yeah.
I
For
mean, you
me,
don't have to tell us anymore. Like that's all.
okay. Done.
I do think though, like they obviously had like a very dominant loss on Abyss, and it is difficult. But I just think it's like a comp diff in that matchup. Personally.
Dominant loss is crazy though.
Yeah.
No, but like in matches we would usually see Westside pop off. I think in that map specifically, it was very difficult because he's just getting so overwhelmed with the double duelist
There's not many
composition that with Vitality were running. So it's like, yes, they got dominated, but it's like, I don't want to read too much into it. I want to try and be positive.
That's great. We could swap
Moving
to
swiftly
Liquid.
on.
We could,
Yeah.
Then we could swap to Liquid, and we can try to be positive here. We can look at their win against Ulf, and of course that's a great thing to have. But the question remains, like Ulf is a team that came through from Ascension, so realistically them scraping by with the skin of their teeth, is that really convincing?
Yeah, I think I closed the cast the other day, the Ulf cast the other day, saying I think actually this is worse off for Liquid to go up against Ulf. In terms of the actual matchup, in terms of the stylistic comparison, I think that was reflected in the series yesterday. They really had their hands full.
Yeah, that series yesterday just annoyed me beyond belief, I'm not gonna lie. Like I was sat there just literally, can someone just win now? Like, can someone actually just win?
I mean, Liquid did.
It did, yeah, but it didn't feel like it was anyone's game to win, if that makes sense. It just felt like, okay, well, who's gonna make the first mistake?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely fair, and also had a sit down earlier today with Nats and Lohan to kind of like try and see if they want to give me some information about what's going on. So yeah, I'm just gonna let you guys be the judge of that. Nats, Lohan, thank you both so much for joining me ahead of your game today. You're still in this lower bracket, unfortunately. No strangers to the lower bracket runs, but I think I'd like to just get straight into it, starting off with you, Nats, specifically, and looking at the IGL role, the calling in rounds, the calling mid rounds, because now you are playing with players that maybe don't have as much experience as the roster did last year. Has that changed anything for you?
I mean, every roster changed something. I think there is a lot of readjustments, and as I mentioned yesterday, there is we still need to understand what is where we are good at and where we are bad at. We are still on that phase. Let's see how it will be later on.
Then from the coach's perspective, I'd like to kind of hear the same thing in terms of what it's like to take the steps to figuring out what's necessary, what you're good at, what you're bad at, and just the IGLing as well.
Yeah, I think we are still like using Kickoff a bit as a touching grounds to understand what are our strengths, our weaknesses, what type of game we want to play. Honestly, we're still trying to find our true identity, and I'm confident with time we'll get there.
Realistically, how much time does a roster really need to be able to find their identity?
I mean, it depends. I think every roster is different, honestly. Depends a lot on the players, the experience of the players, the system that you have in place. sometimes you give the direction, it works at first, right? Sometimes you need to go for the second, third try and keep trying. And of the day, that's what you're doing. We keep trying, never giving up. You know?
Okay, today's kind of, because it's a low bracket, I mean, I love how you guys are talking about time and trying, but it is do or die. You have to be able to win this game. Does that in any way, shape, or form potentially change the approach in regards of the amount of pressure that's being put on the roster, that's being put on individuals, that you're putting on yourself as well, Nats?
Lower bracket is always cool. I don't think I ever went by upper bracket anywhere, any tournament, so I think that's the most interesting part. I'm not really a big fan of playing the games without the pressure where you can lose and you go lowers. And I always was saying that I prefer more if you lose, you go out from the tournament.
The coach, with respect to then, you're sitting in the booth, you're watching your players play in this low bracket. Obviously, you're going to have a couple of heart attacks here and there. How is that for you?
I mean, I lose my mind quite often. I honestly really love these high-pressure games. In the end of the day, like these types of runs going through the lower bracket, even if you use last year as an example, it shaped us a lot for the rest of the year. So we need to take all of these experiences, a learning experience for the future, learn from it, get better. And as long as we understand what direction we need to go, I think lower bracket is actually quite better than even going through uppers, honestly, because sometimes you just win and you don't really understand what you need to improve. I think going through lowers, making the mistakes is when we actually learn and improve and understand what are the next steps that we need to take as a team.
All right, so really looking at it more as a blessing in disguise rather than the curse that, we might be out. Then in the sense of you guys played the game yesterday against Ulf, I'm assuming it wasn't necessarily the results that you guys were hoping for. You have a very short turnaround to make yesterday work into the game today. What has that been in terms of focusing on a small improvement or anything that you think will make the biggest difference today?
Okay, talking a bit about yesterday's game, I think, again, I don't think anyone can come into kickoff and expect any easy games, honestly. It's very early into the year, the teams are still finding themselves. There's very few teams that are consistently playing at high level right now. And I think yesterday, it's again a learning experience for us. And even though on paper people might have expected to be an easy game. It's never an easy game. You can never come into this game, especially early into the year, and expect, oh, it's going to be easy. We learn from it to understand what we did good, we understand what we did bad, and for today, we need to improve the things that we did bad, to be honest.
And for you, Nats, quick turnaround from yesterday to today. I know we had the interview at the end of the game. You're like, we'll look at the game, we'll see what goes. What's the difference between Nats from yesterday and Nats from today?
Let's see on the server.
I want to know now.
No, we'll find out on the server today.
Well, guys, thank you so much for your time and for the answers to the questions. I'm going to let you go. Good luck with your game later today. And Desk, back to you.
Thank you very much.
Such a difficult nut to crack. Like, don't want to give me any information. that was a long chat coming out from the side of Liquid. But in regards to what we can expect from them today, in regards to what they need to do better today, Billy?
I mean, something with the changes that we saw from them last week was Camo being more on that double duelist rather than purple, right? We got to see it on the breeze.
It's quite refreshing to hear like kind of talk about, yes, establishing what our identity is. Not still kind of looking for what it is, talking about establishing, right? Because I think they've shown us a good look now with Wayne probably finding his footing a little bit, allows for the other players to maybe explore a little bit in terms of roles. But you're absolutely right. Camo onto the Yoru and Minibu onto the Neon was what looked best for me in terms of what we've seen so far in Kickoff.
I think I have to agree. I think as well, like something I really enjoyed about watching Camo on the Yoru was the risk taking, the fact that he's not afraid to take those risks, and he's obviously had a bunch of experience. But like he's had experience on the Yoru from being on this roster last year.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams now have to prove themselves. I know this is Kickoff, and a lot of teams are looking at it from the perspective of like, we're looking for our identity, we want to get our identity, but this is it. Another lower bracket game, as we're going to be saying goodbye to one of our teams. We have GX going up against Team Liquid.
Giant X.
Giant X against Team Liquid. Winner of this matchup is going to move forward to play against Heretics in the lower bracket quarterfinal. And the loser, unfortunately, this is it. Done and dusted. We're not going to see them up until stage number 1. Map Veto, however, is going to be crucial, of course, as usual, Billy, because this is going to be a best-of-3 series. Breeze, Pearl, and Bind.
Yeah, I want to touch on the stakes that you just set there. The fact that we're going to be saying goodbye to a team that made champs last year feels kind of crazy to me. But yeah, having a look at this map, Veto, I mean, Breeze being the first one selected, that's a surprise. Yeah, we're so happy to see that because, of course, Team Liquid had that composition change, and we kind of spoke about teams finding their identity throughout kickoff, and I think it looked pretty solid for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm almost happy, and even on the first round, but to see Split removed, again, it removes a lot of that kind of discussion around Liquid being slow and methodical and things that haven't necessarily worked for them. Breeze is certainly one where I think Nats could probably take a lighter role in terms of calling things and let a couple of these players really just frag out.
Yeah, for sure.
Pearl, second map that we're going to be looking at. From Liquid side of things, I mean, this looks like a solid map, also one that they're not going to be uncomfortable with.
Yeah, I mean, the 2 wins that they've had have gone to overtime, so I don't know
I wouldn't say
too much about comfortable.
I mean, they're not going to go into this and be like, oh no, what are we going to do?
Nothing
They're
new.
they're running the same composition. Comfort is something that they're talking about, so it feels like that's what we can expect.
On the Pearl point, though, I find it really interesting that they've chosen to start on the attack when we think about the composition that Team Liquid run on Pearl, because to me, it doesn't feel like a super strong attack composition.
Yeah, and the players are also getting comfortable on their Razor chairs to make sure that they are able to attack. Wink, wink. But I want to continue this discussion here on Pearl because I also want to look at it from like the GX's perspective and how it's gone for them against Gentlemates. Wasn't too convincing.
Yeah, I mean, they've not really had an opportunity to play into it, though, because it's been banned against them the last 2 series that they've played. So hopefully they've taken some learnings from that game against Gentlemates and will be able to apply it today.
And this is another composition that kind of comes under question for Giant X, where it's like we're still forcing the KO, where it feels like a lot of teams have moved away from that. So that feels like it's going to be quite on the nose in terms of the meta discussion we're having. Still, for me, Flickless as a comfort role, there's still always a possibility for him to put up a solid performance.
And then Bind. Second time I'm going to use a sentence today. When or if we get to Bind.
Well, I thought it would have been the first, so now, but yeah, I'm out on this one.
I find it kind of funny, though, that the last 2 maps that Giant X had to choose from was Abyss or Bind. Like, what one do we go to? I wonder.
This has panned out perfectly.
Yeah, yeah, 100%. But I do think it's kind of weird in the sense that the 2 times that Giant X have chosen to play Bind, they've lost it the 2 times. So I think if it does get to that point, it does become shaky territory because, of course, we've not seen it from Team Liquid in Kickoff just yet. And you look at the coaching staff on the Team Liquid side, they are preppers and they will have put in a lot of prep towards that kind of map. And yeah, even an anti-strat.
Historically, one of Nats' favorite maps as well, to be able to really cook up. Again, the trademark Nats setup was obviously famed for on Bind. So for me, I don't doubt they probably got something cooked up, nothing too crazy, but something in terms of prep heavy. I'd be certainly excited to see it.
Nothing too crazy on Breeze either. We still have the KO coming out from the side of GX.
Yeah, I think for Giant X, we kind of had said that when they played this map last time, like, they should be able to win it because if you want to talk about comfort roles, this is the most comfortable,
as comfy as it gets,
that Giant X could ever be. So it was unfortunate that they weren't able to close that map out against Vitality. But in saying that, they were able to find a decent enough comeback. The vibes seemed to be high. And then looking at Team Liquids, we love this composition from them.
Yeah, absolutely. This is sort of what I want to see Liquid probably tap into a little more in terms of moving forward this year. But again, it's been the peak for me in Kickoff, seeing the performance on Breeze. A lot of this, unfortunately, low-hanging fruit, it rides on Aura. To have that support system in place, to have people on the roles, on the agents that you'd expect to see them on, this has got to be it.
But that worked from them last year. This time around, you're in this lower bracket. The meta has changed. The pressure is on. We heard both Nats and Lohan talk about how they actually like the pressure. They love to perform under it. Question is it the same for GX? Because again, this is it for you in Kickoff. One of these teams is going home.
Yeah, I mean, when we think about Giant X being under pressure, I think back to that lower bracket run that they had to have in Stage 2 of last year to make it to champs. And of course, Team Liquid, when I think of them in lower bracket runs, I think of Kickoff for them last year, making it to that first Masters event of the year. So yeah, both teams fairly comfortable under pressure, I would say, and know what it takes to be able to make it to those global events.
Peculiar position for both of them to be in, but ultimately, we already touched upon this. The fact that these are 2 teams that have had international appearances last year, and now there is a chance where one of them just, there is a reality, the world we live in, one of them just doesn't even go.
Yeah, that's crazy to think about. Again, with Liquid, the question around international performances, we'll park that for a little bit.
So you're saying Kickoff wasn't an international last year?
No comment.
Okay, and with that no comments, we're going to be heading over to our casters, who I'm sure have a lot of comments. So Hazakairo, start commenting.
Thank you. That we will try and do to the best of our ability in a game where one of our Stage 2 Grand Finalists from last year will be sent home in Kickoff here, Cairo. It was a laboured Liquid performance last night. GX with an extra day's rest. They'll be feeling fresh coming into this one.
Yeah, it feels as if after that series yesterday, the real winners were Giant X, just because Team Liquid had a relief to win that series against ULF. But the key asterisk to that is Giant X haven't won a single map or registered a win on any of these maps in this Veto.
Yeah, the Veto not looking the best for them. The desk discussing it as well. Breeze for Liquid should signal a strong start here, as it was yesterday, rebounding off of that initial loss to ULF. And here we go. GX have never beat Team Liquid in VCT history.
Oh, good time to start.
Exactly, no time like the present.
That's exactly it. Ara looking to play on the front lines, but pushed off through the Owl drone and Silver Utility being flung forwards. But it's just Grubby and Ara looking to take their timing. Well played by Grubby, but Ara manages to dodge the relay bolt. Plays well. Good scan coming through from Cloud. It looks as if both players were just about to escape, but good shots from Purple.
Yeah, no, Liquid responding here actually. 3-on-3 situation now, and perhaps a chance to get the spike up after the shocks expire.
Oh, a little bit chaotic here, and still no settle at all. That spike looking to get through the utility, and finally it looks to go down.
Yeah, Slate is clean on both sides. This flank from west side, though, has caught the attention of Liquid. They're now fighting in the site together.
Yeah, now they're pushed forward in towards Flickless and Cloud as they hold on with at least the bandits, but Purple wins out against his opposite number first. Flickless now up west side, coming into the perfect time, and now it's up to Wayne, a player who started off brilliantly on Breeze yesterday. We'll have to live up to that same performance now, but they're just going to try and stick it, and it's going to be west side to hold it down. 3 for him, and a pistol for Giant X.
Yeah, good start for GX. The round went to the ropes, I think, in portions, but a conversation I want to bring up nice and early here is a potential initiator experience diff that we see between the two sides. It was a fantastic reveal from Cloud to start, and we know how good Flickless has been recently on the KO as well. Westside stealing the show here, getting GX on the board early.
I think, yeah, you're absolutely spot on in terms of just an experience, not just on the initiator front, but just as a full team. I mean, the desk were talking about it as well in terms of what Giant X should have been able to do. Seems as if it's going to be very quick pop towards the site. Sure, Giant X do have the advantage in terms of the weapons, but strength in numbers could help out Team Liquid here.
Already quite a bit of damage shaved off of these Liquid players. It's 5 classics that they are up against here, GX, but already 2 members down.
Spike planted.
Cloud really only on a bandit, so it doesn't look all that great for Giant X, especially since Wayne has managed to get a Bulldog.
Drone already sent in to clear. Purpo noted. Molly's shocks. All of it coming out of the woodwork here for GX, but still yet to find that first engagement. Wayne won with his own Bulldog, and now it is just the bandit that you spoke about. Silver lining is a lot of these Liquid players are low.
Yeah, but the time is getting low here.
I don't think the Outlaw's the weapon that Cloud was looking for. He's gone back to the sidearm now. And even with this plant around the corner, still it just doesn't favor him. And so Liquid will bag a thrifty response round 2.
Yeah, it's literally that. Strength in numbers, a great flank round from Miniboo to catch the players off guard. Giant X just not aware of the map at all. And really well played from Team Liquid from just a micro perspective. A conversation we were having yesterday about micro versus macro.
Yeah, and I mean, when you look at both of these teams, that stat that popped up at the start is interesting, that GX hadn't beaten Liquid, because the thread that connects both of them is that Cloud and Nats have been permanent members of either of those teams. And when you look at their own individual head-to-head records, Well, Cloud hasn't beaten that since 2021. I was a bit surprised reading that up myself, but now both as in-game leaders as of last year, another year that trend continues.
Liquid doing what they were doing yesterday against Ulf in terms of being very slow on the uptake, making sure to take their time in terms of clearing things out. It's a nice paranoia, counter paranoia, but Purple with the spam does grab the Jet holding on to A main. Big question mark now for Giant X to try and re-clear maybe in the future, but that knife just does that. So in the meantime, Team Liquid head towards the other side of the map, but so do Giant X.
It's a fairly shallow knife. It used to be a set of stairs that you could throw and get it on top of the roof there, but not anymore. Liquid actually doubling down on the A hit through double doors this time.
Yeah, this is a very strong calling from the attack so far from Nats.
30 seconds left.
And it seems as if there'll be next to no issues in terms of getting this spike down. The only problem that they do have is obviously that main portion.
Yeah, Grubby's still holding on to this. Only a classic, but seems to be the going rate for kills at the moment, Cairo.
Yeah, posing issues. Westside is on a shorty, to be noted, and Nats does have control of spawn, so players will have to force their way in through other means.
And Liquid do have the entry routes held down as it stands. Westside is shorty out, and so that sets you up to suggest that Liquid will be taking the lead here, as was very much expected at the start of the round. Not too much done to really cause them too many issues. And that's where we're wondering, heading into the rifle round, heading into those purchases where we can start to see Ara on this defense with a rifle in his hands, with an op even, how much impact he's going to be able to have.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big conversation point about scope weapons as a whole. Obviously, BBL being the team that everybody's been speaking about in terms of the scope weaponry and how Lovers Rock's been able to really make that work. But Ara, I was expecting to also be able to live up to that standard. And I mean, especially in that last game that we saw from Giant X in the Vitality game, I really felt as if Ara was off form with his open skills, or scope weaponry in general.
Yeah, that's one that we can shelve for a little bit later. I think in terms of this Liquid bonus, it's very strong. And if you want to talk scope weapons, it's been Nats a lot of the time that's been holding on to the Outlaw, despite the other players in the lineup.
No, Ara does have his operator out as well, but it's Westside Spam instead who picks up a kill.
Yeah, really strong start. Camo gone. Some of that initial gap close now missing as well.
Yeah, and the flashes.
So what do Liquid want to try and do here? Looks like they are going to regroup and still try and commit to a finish here on B.
It's Westside, though, who still hasn't been cleared.
Tucked away in the corner. Miniboot already round the elbow side. Chance for him to potentially jump up and cause an issue. GX starting to drift away from this one, actually. Ara has the line from main, but they're just none the wiser, and Miniboot's going to play discipline.
I love this, especially when you've got Westside in that corner we spoke about. Oh, nice trade through from Miniboot. Manages to get both players and opens up that B site all by himself.
Brilliant. There comes a moment where you feel like his eyes may have been bigger than his stomach, but manages to get them both, wrangle the spray. GX, man disadvantage coming back through, and Grubby is dead early on this flank.
Yeah, and now Team Liquid get even stronger with the numbers as both players are having to force a way through CT. Nice shots from Cloud though, so the remaining three are all out on main.
They're trying to play post-plant in terms of what they've got. There is no mollies. First of the shot goes though, and yeah, it's just not enough time, and that op needs to be kept for GX. Liquid continuing to add to this lead now after that anti-eco.
Yeah, very nicely played, and I think it all just comes from Miniboot. I think that's the biggest aspect here. Giant X, once again, this is the second round I would pin down to not being aware of the map and the weaknesses. You think towards the anti-eco, that was the first one, and now this is the second time with Miniboot getting all the way deep into sight.
Such a nice play. And even just the awareness here as well from Wayne.
I did
on Grubby flanking. He's now done it in an official VCT match as well. Well done, Miniboot. But that's what I'm talking about, right? You expect Liquid to have done their homework even if they are stressed for time there, and just reading some of the tendencies of GX here in their retakes. Still have the op though with Ara. unfortunately enough, doesn't look like it's going to get tested anytime early.
Grubby, though, looking to play on the edge. Nats was already by the smoke, and that's why this execute is going to be all steam ahead now as Flickless tries to get something working here with the flashes, but it doesn't dissuade anyone. And there is bodies here for GX. I mean, most importantly was Cloud's rifle, but it hasn't found any opportunity to get activated.
Yeah, Cloud droning back in, just looking for the info here, but I think this is a lost cause now with that next rifle going down. Westside getting ready to bunker, but Nats is on the hunt. He's bought the Outlaw specifically for this purpose, and when you look at the money that GX have, or Liquid have, sorry.
How does one shot?
This is what you've got to be hunting down. Arrow will win the duel, though. Still plenty of bodies that Liquid can throw at this.
Yeah, and Westside could rescue a rifle here as well.
So actually, with only being 3 ult points between them off picking up a couple extra ults here, how much more do Liquid really want to try and test? Looks like Wayne would have been the next in the firing line, but TP's away, they cut their losses, and Liquid move up to 4.
Yeah, they do. I mean, yesterday, or sorry, not yesterday, it feels as if all the days are merging into one. The other day, when we saw Giant X play up against Vitality, I think the what we saw was like a real back and forth game, right? Giant X making issues of themselves, and especially with a day to practice, and even seeing Team Liquid's breeze yesterday, it's been allowed into the Veto, and I thought Giant X would show something more than what they have in these initial rounds. In fact, if anything, I would actually argue that they look weaker than the day against Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, I guess
so
the difference...
far.
Yeah, sure. The difference being with that game is that, you know, first map was a 13-0, had to bounce back into the second. They did get into it eventually, but as you say, Liquid running high with the momentum right now as they send it surging into the A site. Miniboo leading that line, and again slips the net. Didn't look like Westside knew where to look, and as he drops, it's a 5 versus 3. No way back in for GX right now.
Yeah, the spike going down without any issues, and I mean, ultimates if they really want to play for it, but Team Liquid have control of every portion of the map, especially with Wayne with an eye on mid and players in main. There was no way Team Liquid could lose this round.
Miniboo to close it up, 3 from him. Another round where GX caught sleeping and Liquid just happy to carry things on the way that they have. Been very, very clinical in moments when they've managed to find an opening, and I have to say, Miniboo has really been on top of things right now.
He has. He's shown us a different level, and Miniboo certainly has been a highlight for Team Liquid in terms of what he can show us, especially on an agent like Neon. Especially on Neon, where he'll be most comfortable.
So another gun round here for GX to try and get something done. And as it stands, Liquid have a mid-focus, but they've split it through elbow as well, a position which is uncleared by Cloud's drone, so Flickless has to keep his wits about him here.
Yeah, but he's just walked straight out into mid. I mean, sure, you can see Arrow ready to play off it, but straight away, Nats has caught him off guard.
Yeah, just full punished, and there's no tradability. Arrow's looking for something else before the tailwind expires. It's his own death in the end.
Don't know about that.
Well, we'll get the better of Nats, and Grubby goes one further. So GX do have bite back in this round, but still, we're yet to see them close these positions.
Yeah, but once again, look at Westside. That's the most important position here. Cloud catches one off guard, but it is going to be a trade on Westside. That player we could see being the trump card certainly comes out on top.
No security for Purpo to try and get the plant in here. Has the ult to play off, but no position to really make it a possibility. Grubby cleaning it up in the end, and GX finally back to winning ways. First time since the pistol.
Yeah, winning ways, but was it really them winning it? Because Liquid were starting to show a real sense of disrespect to their opponents, and there was just tradability there. I don't know if it was if what Team Liquid had caught the sickness that Giant X were falling to for the past couple of rounds.
Like you say, we need to see this become repeatable for them. I think one of my big takeaways from the...
Arrow?
Don't know. One of the things I took away from the Liquid game the other day, hang on a second here, was individual moments. Is there one from Arrow potentially?
Nice.
Miniboo gets things started, quick trade, Grubby trying to follow it up. high intensity about this defense right now in the opening stages.
I'm liking this from Giant X as they continue to go that route. You can see Grubby taking extra space, Ara as well. And he's managed to keep himself hidden for just a little bit longer.
Yeah, Ara and Grubby in the midst of this. I mean, Liquid losing the main control should be clearing out his position.
Do they have the utility to?
Well, it's a question of whether they want to use it. Purpo's certainly thinking about it. Goes in solo. Wayne, still no follow-up, and it just gives Grubby a chance to take two.
I mean, you're even going to get the Hunter's Fury activated off the back of it, just in case there was more, but Nat's able to get his opposite number. Now Team Liquid need to fight back to get that spike, and look at the time.
Well, there is just about enough of it. It's more a fact that GX have now fully repositioned. Grubby inside the smoke, actually. Camo faking it out, and with a nice use of the TP, does give them a green light for A.
Yeah, but they don't have the player advantage. They're down one compared to Giant X, and look at this, they're close to the site of the defense.
Camo bridging the gap, Nats here as well. The screen giving them enough safety for now. Cloud not willing to disrespect it, but look at Grubby, he's wrapped in behind. First couple shots are wild, and the follow-up is no better. Camo lit up, but Nats done it all! No way, Nats! A quad kill out of thin air, and Liquid will keep moving forwards.
You can talk about Nats' performances in the past few series, but I'm telling you, he's always got the goods when it comes to a clutch. Excellent stuff to carry Team Liquid to a sixth. No right to win this out.
Look, Lohan was saying in the interview, it's kickoff, you can't disrespect any team, but also how symptomatic some of these situations have been of the time of year that we're currently in, as this lower bracket does really feel like a work in progress. I mean, errors made on both sides in that round, Cairo.
Yeah, that's the big thing, is it seems to be who can make the least mistakes, not who can punish the most.
And coming back to what I was setting up in the previous round, is that Liquid's win condition at the start of Breeze yesterday against Ulf was just having big individual moments. And I think that is always going to be the going rate if you can get them performing to the best of their abilities. Camo leading the charge here, and a nice combination should have Westside dead to rights.
Yeah, oh, nearly a chance, but at least Flickless is able to take out Camo at the same time, but he's all alone on site.
The flank coming in, Purpo aware of it and just happy to take these fights, trades it out. And Miniboo with 3 more to finish it off. Liquid now with an advantage on the half confirmed.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that's why they've invested the ultimates, to make sure they at least get 7 here. But at the same time, they were up against an eco-buy for Giant X. We're going to see still a heavy investment coming through, still wanting to get Ara back on that operator. And it's going to cost Giant X. If they lose this round, Team Liquid up to 8, playing against an economy buy, an eco-buy.
Yeah. Something off of the reduced shelf, but now GX are running out of excuses. They have the op in play, the ult's available if required. Miniboo charging into the darkness,
Spike down mid.
Very quickly sent to that place exactly. Grubby with a quick double, Cloud one more. Just some of these rounds are so fast-paced.
Yeah, it would be massive for Giant X to get this done flawlessly. As both remain and on the Team Liquid side, try to find a gap in which to work. The fact that Westside is so low would be a great pressure point to try and use.
It's fully repositioned though. Nats just not expecting Westside to be so far up close towards the main choke. Having dropped off with the position of the spike right now in double doors, so Purpo goes 1 versus 5, and it's an attempt which he is almost fated to lose.
That's what we're expecting. It does have a little bit of time to work with, but not a whole bunch, especially considering that if you take that spike, you're going to want to try and go to the A site, and that's well stocked for the Giant X side. So with that, we're expecting this to be a defender's win.
Yeah, and it very much should be. So taking a step back then and looking forward to sort of the future rounds in mind with what we've seen in the last couple. Well, we had that conversation right at the start, the initiator diff in terms of at least the experience on the role. We know Purpo was playing this a while ago, and I think we saw the combination on the previous with the ults. It was up against the eco. It's kind of difficult to read into, right? I think the question that you're asking here is between Liquid and GX, it's finding out what works with this new lineup versus the GX side, which knew what worked for them in the past, but now maybe have to change that up a little bit.
Yeah, it's starting to move into something a little bit more uncomfortable. And it begs the question, right? What has Giant X been working on in the off-season? Because we saw them win on the off-season tournament in Blender, right? They showed a good performance there, but since then they were playing against tier 2 opponents and things like that.
Sure.
We need to see something more coming into Kickoff, and it feels like, for me, Giant X maybe haven't been working on a whole bunch in terms of new things, starting to be more aligned with the meta.
That's the distinction to make.
I'm not saying they've not done anything, you know, just in case.
Of course. Pay to. It's the job.
There.
But you mentioned very much by the book, and how Pipson set this up. No one really running hot on the GX side right now, and backed into the corner. Flickless will fold under the pressure that Miniboo presents. Only West side left here now. Quick flank coming through from Grubby. That goes cancelled. Camo aware of it, just keeping tabs as West side still has slipped around here and will want to cut off that spike in its tracks if he can, but detected. It's an issue. And Ara is the next best chance at stopping that plant, and he'll just interrupt it.
Yeah, he's successful in doing so, and you can see already GX, they want to make a move off the back of it as the players start to flank round.
Which means that this position from Wayne ends up becoming incredibly strong, though. Spike is planted for him, and with a re-wrap into elbow, I don't think GX are expecting this at all. Miniboo is the one that has been highlighted. Still, no one any wiser as to where Wayne has gotten off to. So he finds a quick double, and Ara just has to walk away from this one. It's a closed case. Liquid have found a way to find 8 here. Clever reposition from Wayne, and that's all it took.
Fantastic. I mean, I spoke about it just briefly, that Wayne had a great start yesterday on Breeze. And I mean, overall, he's shown his goods time and time again that he was a top pickup. I mean, he was the top-rated player on the on Breeze for Team Liquid. ACS obviously second highest.
And it was his best performance by far. And you consider just the amount of games that it sometimes takes for a player not only new to VCT but new to the region can take. One shy of 60 kills, 27 assists. The proof is in the result. A lot of that stemming from what is comfortable for him, and for Ara, it's this op again. Gets the line early, but Miniboo had already crossed, so the dash is conservative, but smart.
3 players identified through that elbow position, and pings to perhaps go one step further. Just mid that Team Liquid want to try and work.
Grubby's up in this elevated position again, gives it up. Camo just able to bite down on Cloud, caught in the drone. Liquid using their own in the meantime to scale through mid, but with Nats finding another pick on A. What is the call here? Looks like they do want to finish on this side of the map.
Yeah, but still, GX are being attracted to this, and you can see Flickless just gravitating into the middle, the back of sight up against Nats.
Big 1 versus 1, but Nats will win it. Has the jump on Flickless there from the corner. Final round of the half, Ara has to give this one a go. There's no more saving the op, of which we are yet to really see the value, the impact. And with the pit in play, it just chokes him out of anything, really.
Yeah, having to get up close and personal with the operator is not where you want to be.
Oh, but even at range, still the shots won't land. Shorty in hand, Ara trying to search for anything here, but GX have really let go of this half ever since that second round. Liquid giving a foot in the door and just building on the momentum that they had. Nothing gained from the position there. and an in-zone flawless to end the opening 12.
Yeah, a fantastic attacking half from Team Liquid, well called by Nats, and Giant X just maybe faltering a little bit. I'm surprised at the performance so far.
Yeah, it's not been the best for them, but still a chance to turn things around on the second half of Breeze coming up.
Your body knows. A sense of victory. Seized when mind, movement, and gear ignite as one. Now, step into your zone. Designed to win.
A big step up required in the second half here for GX if they are to keep themselves in Breeze, a pick which Liquid have very much made their own over the last few matches, and a player that we really want to focus on here is Ara. Now, looking at the stats, it's important to contextualize this one real quick. The impact rate cooked up by none other than Captain Cow and Flynn, the analyst from Na'Vi. Essentially, it's op kills divided by op uses, so 100% means that the player gets an op kill every single time they use it, 0% no kills, and Ara 14 out of 15 possible op users.
Yeah.
For the person who's bought it the most, you just feel like we're not getting that return at the moment.
100%, and I mean, we can give a little bit of leeway there in terms of maybe who you've played against, or in terms of if he's up towards the like less than 10. But right now, Ara just isn't showing up when we need him to. And when he was on the rifle against Vitality, he was really showing his goods then.
We may have to wait a while before we see that op come out, if at all, of course, on the attack side. Should be stronger for GX with how Breeze has tended to lean.
Nice.
Oh, Nats! So close to finding a double there, even in main. But it will run dry, and Purpo now does have support in backside. Finds another, and very nearly gets Flickless as well, but his own 2 kills have managed to keep GX with an advantage. One, which doesn't last for long.
And look at both players on the attack, they're so low.
14 HP between the two of them, and just one flash on Flickless to even get you a little bit excited about what could be done here.
Yeah, but you look at this, you can see Miniboo's waiting for Wayne to get into position.
Yeah, but at what point did GX start to realize this? Flickless just flashing himself out for a little bit of information. Does concede the positioning at the same time. And with Grabinho already on the radar, Wayne locks it in for Liquid. Their first pistol round in this map, but with how the start of the first half went, it has been one-way traffic.
It really has, and considering that, it's strange to think about the position that we find ourselves in, right? When you think towards the other match I've been referencing a lot in terms of against Vitality, and Giant X, they felt as if when you moved on to
for this, I don't care, bro.
When they moved on to the attack, that's when they really showed their goods.
That's the ace stealer, ace denier, I'm guessing it means, right? Opponent on the other team having an ace taken away.
You'd be raging.
Revealing area.
You would. But GX need all they can get right now. It's a 4 spy with 3 stingers, 2 sheriffs, looking a little rough around the edges, and Liquid just smoothing it out. Miniboo with 2. Still have numbers here, but Camo's got to be careful. He's the only player on B.
Yeah, and if he gets caught out, it goes to a 2 versus 2.
Last one left and tries to stand his ground. So, 3 from Camo. That might just be the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, especially when Giant X have used every piece that they could possibly have. Do they force in again? Looks like it's not going to be the case. A couple of sheriffs in the mix. That would be the most worrying part if they did go a second time round.
Like, momentum was a huge aspect to Liquid's breeze yesterday against Ulf. Off the back of the loss. Lohan getting a little excited, riled up. That's what it was. It was Nats' speech firing them through the first 6 rounds. But here it's been, you know, no conversion after a pistol, now a force which hasn't worked. It's feeling so far out of reach.
At this point in time, the thing that we can say about it is Team Liquid's pick. I know it's harsh to say when there's still rounds to play, but Giant X, for the most part, haven't shown us signs of life yet.
And it just makes you wonder, what is it that would need to change for them to find some more success here? We know as a team they have not been wedded to the idea of playing double duelist at all, which is very much in vogue at the moment. And with Ara performing the way he is, you just feel like there needs to be a little bit more behind this. Liquid finding the kills that they're expected to here. If GX had anything in the past, it was synergy, but still they're looking disconnected at this point.
One enemy
And it just seems that it's deathmatch time. Nice shots from Cloud, but overall Team Liquid are just deafing Giant X when it comes to the weapons and the engagements.
As much as you've brought up that Vitality game as well, I guess a similarity to this one that we may soon be seeing is an incredibly slow start. Liquid already on map point, GX playing catch up with just 3 rounds. Might be the only 3 rounds they get between their last 2 opening maps, Kyra. I mean, in playoffs, you can't afford to start this slow.
You really can. And to think that you're in an elimination match, you were a split 2 grand finalists, went to champs, and then this is how your kickoff begins. Sure, meta change, probably the biggest shift we've seen in Valorant so far, but come on, man, it's got to be better than this. There's only so many excuses you can give to teams.
Can't get worse than this, can it, you know?
It
can. You'd hope not. Liquid now just running it straight down mid, up the guts. Camo drops the spike in spawn, and mini boost there with him as well. It's an absolute massacre right now. GX don't want to take a back seat. Finally, they look to seize control of the situation.
Oh, and even fight back for the spike. Team Liquid may have overstepped. So the spike back in Giant X's hands, and an opportunity to keep themselves alive at least a round longer.
Wayne has the ult. He can reposition if required. Needs to win this first fight though, and it's all West Side. So, first round down, 8 to go for overtime.
Yeah, well, what are we up to? Team Liquid, they've got what they came for and still want more. A bit too greedy perhaps, but Giant X do well to try and get what they wanted, try and fight back in, and really it comes through Gabinho.
Definitely one of those situations where you're prone to overheat when everything is working out for you. Looked like Liquid with the advantage they had, not a single casualty in that mid-incision. Happy to play this one. I mean, talk of double duelist partnerships, Miniboo and Camo looking great so far in this series.
Well, they have, but it's been more Miniboo than it has Camo. In terms of the kills department, at least.
Sure, not one without the other, I suppose, but here come GX onto the B site.
Oh, and Wayne looking to hold it down with Miniboo, and he's doing successful so far. Camo as well, and that spike on the ground, you can't help but feel this is it. This is finally Team Liquid to close out the map. A minute to play with if you're West Side, and it is a player who is oh no, Nats.
What were you going to say?
Yeah, a player who can clutch up, but not this time. An in-zone flawless for Team Liquid to close out map 1.
Yeah, Liquid absolutely demolished GX here, and it's not the first time we've seen them struggle to get things going in an opening map. We're going to need to see a huge turnaround on the follow-up if things are to improve. Let's find out some thoughts from Wayne after that first map.
Hi, Wayne. Again, that was a really great performance. You guys won the first map here in the series, which is a new one for Kickoff. Can you give us a bit more insight in regards to playing in these compositions in EMEA and also Pacific?
I think there really isn't much difference for me. I think we're just playing our game right now, and everyone's feeling really confident. So I think that's why it was pretty dominant for map 1.
All right, well, thank you so much. I'm going to let you go. We have a little break, and then straight after, we'll be jumping into the second map of the series, so stick around.
Your body knows. A sense of victory. Seized when mind, movement, and gear ignite as one. Now, step into your zone. Designed to win.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Don't keep getting me pissed before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only peace that you need, even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody please your perk. Your perma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pound. Put when they put get my pop on out. Pop on now. Yeah, I'm a kite ying my pound. Pack it out, back it out. กูสร้างมึงภาพลับ yo how about now bruh จบบ้านนี้ไม่ต้องรอถึงหูพวกกูจัดมึงจุก now out Be the pepper pick a pack of peppers People like me pick a pack of bricks for a week per day per minute Rapper like me ทำพวกมึง panic บอกกูเป็นผู้หญิงมีผลต่อ proof ไม่ควรได้ pride เข้าใจมึง lose อะไรไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาพานกูพูดไปก็ไร point เขาต่อยสักชุดดีกว่าว่าพวก Problems are proved in one punch. All battles are beat in one punch. Put you to sleep with this one punch. ไม่สะเทือนกูสักนิดกูขอสกิลด้วย one punch. ชีวิตที่กูโดนมามากกว่า one punch. วันนั้นที่กูเจอกูสักกับคนมา one punch. One day, one life, one dream, one punch. If you have one shot, better have one punch. Eminem said, Millie Rabbit, I'm the world short. You just catfish. Kevin said, พ่อแม่คือความจริง Summer and from the competition. ผลลัพธ์คือ I'm the best, bruh.
You mentioned establishing your identity. Do you think your Breeze roles fits that best? I'm not sure it's about the roles, but for sure, in this map, we showed our identity, which I'm really happy.
Finally.
I mean, 2 rounds ago, we were in their spawn on defense and 10 seconds of round, and I think that tells a lot, which is really good to see. I think the boys are confident, and yeah, I'm really happy about this first map.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT EMEA Kickoff, and some insights there from the Liquid camp in regards to finding their identity and being proud of it too.
Yes, I mean, we even said before going into this map, this is probably the best we've seen of Liquid, so it's reassuring to hear that that's something they're probably tapping into and maybe looking to double down on. Again, I mean, reps are going to be, especially a rep like that, it's certainly going to make things feel better.
Yeah, I like what he said, though, about, like, maybe not necessarily the roles. Like, the roles can switch around a bit, but like the fact that it's like, yes, this is our identity, but roles can still switch around, I guess, is kind of maybe what Lohan was alluding to there. I like that, because that shows that this team very much does have flexibility and aren't afraid to explore that, which is going to be a strength for them should they want to continue throughout this lower bracket.
Yeah, he also came across as a proud father, which is very happy to see as well when it comes to Liquid. Because historically, when it comes to the first map, when it comes to Liquid and Kickoff, they're not best friends.
No, I don't think there's no other way to say this. Again, Liquid historically are a team that, well, not a team, an organization that have come under the banner of chokers. So constantly playing from behind, but also then Lohan alluding to, hey, we welcome the pressure. Like, okay, cool, maybe we're in the basically the opposite of Giant X. It's like, yeah, we're happy to start from one map down. We're slow starters, but certainly here you've got to feel good coming out with a map 1 like that.
From Liquid to Solid is crazy. Sorry, that just really made me laugh.
Hey, whoever is doing those little lower thirds, congratulations. I think you're doing a great job. But for Liquid side of things, I mean, they're talking about liking the pressure. I think this, if anything, takes off a little bit of the pressure here because it is a best of 3 series. But all in all, they look good. They look alive. They look like they have an identity that they are moving forward with, and that is what we want to see. From the GX side of things, however, that was not the case.
Yeah, I think it's kind of interesting as well because we teed this up as the composition that Giant X are running should be their bread and butter. This should be something that they are the most comfortable with. And I think as well, on the other side of, you know, Team Liquid not being able to pick up a first map throughout kickoff, Giant X are probably okay with not being able to win the first map when we think about their think about their roster historically throughout last year. They usually start the series being one map down, so they're also probably just like, nah, it's all right. We'll just go to our map pick next and it'll be fine.
You're putting yourself under so much more immense pressure by losing that first map. And I know, of course, it comes down to the performance on the day. There's a lot of things that are, you know, being part of it, but it's not a great position to be in.
No. It's never nice to be able to sit here and say, yeah, we're elimination on the line. Now we have one map of a buffer.
Wow.
And it being this buffer.
Yeah, and especially also when you're going up against Liquid that seems to be completely on fire. Miniboo, great example of a player that was in the server today.
Oh yeah, he wants to go up against his former organization, against Team Heretics, right? The way that he was performing today, I think is really good. And I think, again, it leans into Team Liquid and discovering their identity. I mean, this is just, oh man.
Yeah, and again, seeing Miniboo make kind of like cerebral plays like this, it's just beautiful to watch, considering that one clip from last time.
Do we really have to talk about that?
I will always talk about that.
Okay, that's
For
fair.
people who are new here, who are just tuning in, what exactly are the contents of that clip?
The whiff. The generational whiff on Haven. On it. Was it a TP?
It wasn't on ISO.
Yeah, it was the ISO. You're right, yeah. So
Yeah.
seeing Miniboo, again, we've talked about the confidence, him finding his feet within this roster. This, for me, is such a good example to have where he's feeling comfortable to take the initiative, make decisions on his own, and make huge, impactful plays like that.
Yeah, positive for Liquid side of things. GX on the other camp lost his first map, so we also have a bit of a coach confession coming through from Pipson. Let's hear what he had to say.
Another tough start for you on map 1. What's the key to resetting mentally going into Peril? I mean, it's actually really rough, but it's all about like that. The first map doesn't matter that much in best of 3. In the end, the winner is the team who won the last map and not the first one. And even from previous year, we are really used to losing the first map. So there is nothing about like being reset mentally. It's not the issue, and it's more about quality of the game rather than resetting mentally. So that's it.
All right, thank you so much for that insight.
Well,
interesting for me to hear that map 1 doesn't really matter that much.
I was going to say, no surprise to hear, if you were to have any other coach saying that, you'd probably be like, oh, wow, but it being Pipson, this is not unfamiliar territory. So I sort of kind of agree with him, but again, it never feels good to be an elimination and be like, map 1 doesn't matter, we don't care about the rest of the veto.
Well, it's kind of come down to Pearl at this point, because this is
That's what I mean, this is the buffer now, you give yourself
You ain't got
Pearl.
no buffer no more, okay? Pearl is it, and I want to talk about Pearl here, because what are we looking forward to from GX's side of things? Because I feel like Liquid is a conversation we're going to have, but from GX, really, we're going into Pearl. You got to win it. Pressure is on, composition-wise.
I think composition-wise, it's a question of do they stick with the double initiator that they ran last time, or do they lean over to something else? It looks as though they are going to stick with that double initiator. So then at that point, my concern goes over to Flickless, who has not had a hot start in this series so far. He didn't really have a great time on Breeze, and we need to see the value coming out from this, because he's someone that we had been praising on Giant X's side at the start of today.
Yeah, it's not necessarily kind of black and white, but for me, this is one of the examples I was talking about the other day where I want to see Westside really explore Chamber more. I think he looked absolutely fantastic on those ice, but it suits him down to a T in terms of his play style, in terms of what he's good at, like our headshot king in the region. So this is, again, no surprise to see this comp, but I think this is one of those opportunities when we talk about GX's map pool in general, and maybe a shift away from some of these archaic, you know, sort of traditional compositions we have in EMEA. This is certainly one of the ones where you got up against a double duelist, it would have been nice.
Yeah, I think as well, to touch on Team Liquid's side, starting on the attack with this composition I had mentioned feels a little bit strange, because I think one of their biggest concerns is going to be taking that B-long space with this composition, especially if Ara's going to lean into that operator, which we've seen him do more recently in the past few matches. How do they clear that out? How do they realistically get him off of that angle? But in saying that, if they are able to get the plant down, I feel like this is a super strong composition for Team Liquid in terms of post-plant when we consider the utility that they have available to them.
Yeah, definitely plenty of tools to secure rounds. Again, for me, Camo comes into discussion. Again, he's showing versatility now. Another role that I think he really excels at. We've seen a couple of isolated instances of him, slower performances, maybe less numbers, but still, here for me, Camo is probably the focal point.
Yeah, the focal point here also just has to be that for GX, if they want to continue in this lower bracket, they need to win first. This is a lot of pressure for their side of things. But Liquid, no strangers to the lower bracket run either. This is their chance to stay in the competition. Heretics is waiting for either winner of the series on the other side. But before we can even get there, we need GX to push this to the decider if they want to have some skin in the game. We'll find out whether or not that's possible as we're ready to head into our second map of the series, Team Liquid against GX with our casters Hazza and Cairo.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're here to find out. If GX can turn things around on their own map pick, as they have been required to do so in the last couple of series, the loss to Vitality just by a narrow 2 rounds in the end. And you can see from the faces of the players, they're unperturbed by the situation. The possibility of elimination here as the only team in VCT this year that kept their lineup the same as the last.
Yeah, Giant X still haven't registered a win on any of the maps in this Veto so far. Just to kind of knock on that door once again to remind people, as we head back in now, Giant X have a tall mountain to climb if they want to go up against Team Liquid and at least push it to a third map.
Liquid in decent form now after that first map, at least feeling confident, and you can see there Purpo starting to hit heads as well. Back on a duel list now. And the first player forward here on this Liquid attack side.
Thing for Liquid is, obviously they played this yesterday, so they've already got the reps and the practice in terms of playing this.
There's always that attack that looked better, leaning into what was said about the post, but if they can get onto site first, well, that is the question that you ask. Purpo does have his entry, another headshot, and it's West side on the receiving end.
And it is Spike to go down, fairly open, but nice spam from Grubby. Will at least deny that Spike plan.
Molly in there as well for good measure, and Ara cleaning things up on the back line. GX now with a bunker in backside, and Liquid forced to try and dig something out here. Camo will give his life for the cause, while Purpo has another. It's not without damage and lack of spike.
Yeah, we know Purpo can take heads when needed and decides that he's going to use the full length of the clock to his advantage. So a reposition is where he's going to go. GX, though, don't want to allow him time to do so.
No.
So they're going to go for that reposition.
Huge opportunity for Purpo here against his former team. The last roster which he represented in VCT was, of course, GX. And I think after how that started, you were wondering if we would see him in Tier 1 again, but here he is.
Time
is running low, like you say. I think Purpo's left this far too late to make any real
10 seconds
possible
left.
swing at it. He'll walk into the double stack here at the very least, and yeah, GX are going to win that in the end. You hype a guy up, right? But just didn't give himself the time of day there.
No, he did not. A little bit rushed in the end, but this isn't anything that we haven't seen before. As if you think towards the last map, it was Giant X to win out the pistol round. It probably would have been a lot more comfortable had they not been anti-ecoed and allowed the economy to work against them. So that's where we've got to see the first improvement from map 1.
And it comes down to the fundamentals when you're up against these ecos, right? If there's tradability in the play. Ara bringing the Marshal out into A main. This looks to be a priority for GX. Liquid with other ideas.
The thing about this Brimstone that's so frustrating to play against is just how long the smokes actually last.
Yep.
How much of a question mark you can create, how much you can actually, space you can take away from your opponents, and it looks like Team Liquid are very happy to just hit in. And that's exactly the case as Grubby and Westside hold down the site, and they're going to make no mistakes, none that they made on Breeze. It's all 5 alive for the moment being, as they try to get rid of the last remaining player, which is Nax.
Brilliant job there from GX, doing exactly what was asked of them, an in-zone flawless, and the potential to make this bonus a little bit spicier, because we spoke about how much momentum Liquid were able to build up on Breeze. We didn't see a single GX timeout to try and actually slow that down, disrupt it. If they can maybe now get on the other side of this snowball and actually build up some confidence for themselves, where Liquid were on the receiving end also yesterday, then we'll just have to see.
Seems to look, at this moment in time, like a B split, but the spike not committed anywhere, and that's looking to luck. He had a pretty poor Peril overall on the Killjoy. An agent we're not used to seeing him play often.
It's becoming more and more common though. And Liquid doubling down on this B attempt into the Killjoy setup on the other side. Alarm bot goes off, but only finds the clone. Purpo diving in, finding nothing. But Westside holding the line, and most importantly, buying time for a play to come in. Deep flash Flickless. You thought he was going to jump up, but thinks better of it.
Yeah, Cloud there to support, but Nats at the same time has activated, finding space deep in towards the setup of the defense. But while that's going on, look at Ara.
Yeah, Ara is just running through spawn to collapse on this one. With the Killjoy player gone, Westside dead, Nats has an opportunity to force the issue himself. It's one flank and the other, but the question is, who's going to win out? It's GX flashing in to make this fight happen, and there is Ara striking twice. And with Nat's position revealed now, a crossfire can go up for GX. The use of the fast lane actually allows Nats to reposition a little bit here. And Cloud is looking elsewhere in the back halls. Half a chance, if anything, for Nats to do something, but with the spike yet to be recovered, GX getting this one over the line. A big bonus round win.
Yeah, I guess a shake of the hands here in the end. Nats looking to try and save his rifle out. Looks as if he's almost ready to do so, and that's exactly the case. If GX do go 3 to the good though.
And of course, they'll still have money to rebuy here. Great position from Nats at the end there to actually catch Ara before he can go out wide on the peak. Surprised that Westside took a second opportunity at that, honestly, when Flickless still had a flash available to him, but still found value from it when Ara was flanking himself. It ends up being just the Phantom here for Liquid.
It's Nats who holds on to it as well. Not given to any of the duelists, and Ara, scoped weapon once again, will connect. As the players of Team Liquid try to chase down the duelist, but Cloud is there to make sure the escape is good. Giant X with next to no issues here. Is Wayne now the one to pick up the Phantom?
Liquid sent their marching orders here by GX early. The Pearl so far has looked efficient more than anything, Cairo. We were talking about this yesterday. Historically, it's not been a great map for Liquid. As good as their Breeze was, Pearl is a completely different story. 2 overtime wins in 2, but not without its issues. An in-zone flawless here for the defense to make it 4 from 4.
Well, the next round is the one most important. Obviously, the buy coming straight back in. As you said, the fact that we are seeing such an emphatic start.
Clean round, guys.
Great start from Giant X, a great way to respond and maybe get any doubt out of the players' heads. You can see why they've picked Peril here, Giant X.
And it feels like this is probably the last gun round that Liquid will go for before they call a timeout of their own, you would imagine. Turret for some early information. Rotation from both initiators towards the B site, and the knife just confirming that presence on long.
Players still want to scale here. A little proactivity though to try and get Giant X on towards the back lines. Is Team Liquid probably going to be allowed to hit this site for free? That's exactly the case. Westside well aware of what Purple wants to do in terms of taking Heaven's space. And Flickless even able to help out. So Giant X, even though they're trying to set Ara up on the flank, still go 2 to the good.
They have numbers here. Liquid have to try and interrupt this.
And that's what they were trying to do, but still Giant X are able to stop that. So with the 2 remaining players, one of which very low, you still favour the defence. Zara on the march, and Team Liquid looking to try and defend their position. They can't do so. So it is going to be Giant X once again to win a round. Team Liquid still without a response.
Yeah, no safety on that B site whatsoever. GX, a team which we know for their structured set retakes, but actually the early success from Westside finding Purpo here and the recon dart as well to do some damage on Camo meant that it was already so far a bridge, they actually didn't need to invest anything extra.
Guys, he dashed to me on heaven, free kill.
Free kill indeed, and much as we expected, it is a timeout from Team Liquid in response to that.
It really has to be, because so far Team Liquid just haven't shown us a whole bunch. I mean, it seems like a very simple game that Giant X want to play, and again, it just comes down to how well they can play off one another.
Yeah, and they've got the ultimates to do so now as well. I'm looking at lockdowns up on both sides of the server. Nats has his, but you have to be thinking of the natural counter and Cloud's Hunter's Fury. So mind games for what Liquid want to try and do. As much as we're talking about setting up a post plant, it's actually just getting onto the sites in the first place, which has been a pretty troublesome thing for them.
Yeah, it really has. I mean, again, like you could see, like kind of towards the B side of the map, they're looking to place that smoke to try and pop out of, but it's also allowing Giant X to set up their own defense in terms of creating crossfires, and overall, I feel as if Team Liquid just are not necessarily understanding the setup that Giant X are trying to go for.
Well, the timeout concluded. It looks like Liquid want to offer something a little bit different here, a more pacey take. Purpo with the bandit, but the rest set up for stingers. And it looks like all 5 players going through Link towards the B side. This will dodge the Killjoy setup for the most part.
Yeah, but look at the reposition from Giant X to try and take main space away from Team Liquid. I love this. A great Hunter's Fury as well as Grubby goes in to get 3 of his own.
Where's he gone?
Oh, Team Liquid, you tried your best, but you will not succeed. 6 now for Giant X. As Purple has to try and clutch up against 4 with just a Stinger and a Bandit.
It's not going to be enough. GX just pack in that pocket with...
Look at Cloud as well.
Hunter's Fury. Cloud is there to pick up the pieces if required, but Purpo is just going to let the clock run down in one of his audacious sort of a clutch attempts that we've seen a few times now. There is no good way about this. Ara's the one who wants the kill because he's one off the overdrive. It's Flickless that's just going to snatch that away, though.
I mean, if Giant X really want to go and pick up an ultimate orb and bring an ult online, sure, you can go for it. But at this point in time, I don't really think Giant X need it. For the most part, the game plan has been superb.
I gotta say too, at least Liquid will be happy that the Hunter's Fury was used there, because I just spoke before in the freeze time about the potential counter off the lockdown. You expect those to get exchanged. But once more, it's that initial scaling that's been the biggest issue more than anything else.
I mean, they got into the site there, they just get absolutely collapsed upon as soon as they hit it.
I mean, you arrive at the graveyard, but you just go in the ground, right? Like,
yeah.
Means to an end.
Team Liquid once again try and ply away at mid. And Giant X so happy to just be like, hey guys, if you want mid, you can have it. We don't really care. The turret has notified the defense of this position, so they just hold on to any exits from this position. Look at Cloud, look at Ara, look at Grubby.
All of them.
Oh, I don't like this.
With deep positioning, it's Ara, the furthest player forwards, but I mean, what is there not to like? The spike's been dropped, but I do agree.
It was more the position
and trade out now, isn't it?
Yeah,
and,
exactly.
Liquid actually given a little bit of breathing room on the site here.
Yeah, it's exactly the position, and with that, Minibu clearing everything, but Giant X are in position now and ready to fight.
Flickless just dropping the nade in there for a little bit of security. Opportunity to buy some more time and still playing from the pit. He is a problem. This spike not going down, and Westside first to bite when it comes to investing the lockdown. Brilliant molly from Wayne. Not sure if it's going to be enough to break the ult here. It is just about. It goes to a 1 versus 1. Flickless out from backside. Will not miss. 7 from 7.
Advantage taken, but how much of an advantage does GX take into the next half? That's the question. Team Liquid used an ultimate in the last one, but it's what they have remaining. The Nightfall, the Lockdown, the Orbital Strike. If we do not see if we do not see Team Liquid win a round in the next like 2 or 3, I'm gonna get increasingly worried. Lohan once again feeling that frustration like he did yesterday.
And why wouldn't you? That gets to a point here when he's probably even thinking about a second timeout, because unless he's hearing the right things right now from Nats and the others, which kind of expect him to be,
I guess. But listen, you can say the right things. It's about doing them in the server.
And we've spoken about this at length, what the team structure looks like. Nat's not really letting up on what that really entails in terms of the comms in this team. He's the first one to go looking here for Westside, and the follow-up is equal parts lackluster. Eventually, he will drop, but
the rifle probably a bigger prize for Team Liquid at the moment than the trade. The fact that they're able to now have something with a bit of bite at range, and Ara, once again, looking to be an issue.
Ara is the most important part to this round for GX. His position in the club is going to be stopping. Well, I was going to say too much being done by Liquid on the extremity, but GX don't really have an idea of where this push is coming in. Only now does he start to realize, but it's a little foundation that they can use coming back into this retake.
It's so much for Team Liquid to try and clear out now in terms of that long space, in terms of back hauls, and it's going to allow Giant X time to get into position.
But with the site fully free, you almost have to expect an advanced player position, and there it is. Ara letting loose, first shot lands on the op, follow up with the ultimate. And Purpo back to the corner, can do nothing to stand his ground. 8 from 8 from Giant X. It wasn't a full investment from Liquid, nothing close to it. The ult's still available, and still no round.
Yeah, I mean, nice idea, I guess, but like it's the extremity control that really punishes Team Liquid's mid attempts, and for the past few rounds, that's all they've been doing, really trying to continuously play it mid, see if there's any weakness there, but once again, Liquid are showing out the door, and this is the round now that we should see Team Liquid try and get something with all the ultimates, with a buy, and it looks as if it might be an A split.
It would appear that way, but when you consider the GX setup, it's tailored almost perfectly to counter that. Camo can't curve the Prowler to clear the A corner, so it's a split 4-1. The stronger part of the push towards ARC, but the same can be said for GX's hold.
The Nightfall, the first of those ultimates to be used. A brilliant flash! Can't quite get the second player there as Wayne doubles up himself. So Team Liquid with the advantage. Grubby with an important fight, which he will win.
Huge 1 versus 1. This main control extremity again for GX.
It's all about Ara in the backlines though, as Team Liquid look to try and play in front. Where has the Neon gone? Here he is, right behind you! Spike on the ground! And once again having to rely on a clutch. It's Nats, the captain, to do it. Oh, he's going to give it a good go, but in the end, the result is the same as the past 8 rounds. A GX win.
Liquid banging their head against the wall now, but to just flip this on a more positive note, so much credit given to GX. Not only have they risen to the occasion of this second map, they have delivered 9 consecutive rounds without a single retort. Ara's op is hitting the shots that it needs to. Oh, and he really wants that op.
And this time we've been seeing the value though.
Yeah, we have. 12-3 right now. I mean,
it's just not even that though. It's the stuff that you can't quantify. The map control, the confidence that he's been having on this Neon.
And this is the GX that I remember, the ones that are making the right reactions, that understand, you know, the premise of this map, whereas Liquid, it's almost baked into their history. One that they tend to avoid, and
kind of start to see why here.
You should run.
Well, this is double digits on the cards for Giant X as Team Liquid look to try and deny it through a lockdown to buy space, but the spike heads elsewhere.
And GX already have the main control here on B. A second ult to try and fake out the site. Looks like they're going to get over to A, but so costly.
What? Yeah, I mean, the fact you've lost Nats, and there's still players here for Giant X to identify. Grubby unlucky not to get a kill, in fact, gives up his own life.
Yeah, Liquid fighting forwards here. Flank is an issue, though. Cloud coming in late. How much can they get from this position?
Yeah, it's all up to Cloud to get the value. A nice clear through the back. Giant X doing excellently to get that double digit. 10 rounds in a row. Looking to give Team Liquid the gift that Vitality gave them. And only a few rounds away.
I mean, they say every cloud has a silver lining, but that was the ultimates for Liquid, and now it's gone. It's just grey skies wherever you look. I just don't see how this half gets any better. It almost feels like inside the opening 12 rounds of the last 2 maps, it's almost been decided there and then. Sure, we've seen GX crumble from this position before already in kickoff. The Mates game where they lost 11 in a row in the second half, but that was on bind, and well, that's still yet to come.
Yeah, it looks as if it is going to be on the cards. An emphatic start. Scope weapon against scope weapon, an outlaw against Ara. He's already on the lane, and yeah, there you go.
So Liquid losing the A control, embedded in middle again, but this is a concession which GX have been happy to make round on round. Ara
be right back.
Set up from main, Flickless tying this together. A slight gap here potentially if he overplays his hand, but Flickless is diligent and drops back.
Yeah, on to the tightest of angles and even forced back, but it's still Ara who holds on to main. That will be the problem for Team Liquid, and whether they consider that, that is the big question. It is looking like a good flash, but nobody to capitalise off the back of it.
Yeah, they want to clear this position out. Pit's been a problem so many times. Cloud gets his 2 and keeps GX in front.
All the players disconnected here for Giant X.
Grubby spawn more than anything else, which is the hard one here. He just has to keep this space as long as possible, stop any proactivity from the attack side so the rest of the team can get in play.
Westside has a full belt of utility to get back in as well, and that ultimate probably going to be the decider here.
Oppo still looking for this one. Grubby had the jump, but can't correct in time. Cosmic Divide there, and Arrow on the other side of the wall. This might finally be it. The team that got 13-0'd a couple days ago can say goodbye to the possibility of a perfect match, or can they? Westside, is there any more to say of him here? No, there isn't. Liquid let off the hook. There will be at least 1 round for them in this half.
I thought for a moment that Team Liquid would not consider the main position, but it's actually the Cosmic Divide that works against Giant X, not realising the spot in which the attack had planted. And much better tradability from the attack.
It just feels like getting into some of the sites here. Purpo missing a couple of his saturates as well. You could see the idea, like the focus was to really clear out that backside position before thinking about anything post-plant related. But just looking at the housekeeping here, there's only 1 ult up in the final round, but Ara may soon have another. And Miniboo the same, collects the orb in main. Still 1 away from getting the Yoru ult online though.
The biggest thing for Giant X in terms of stopping any of this execution, retaking, will be Westside. They need to keep him safe, and they need to hold on towards Art. The biggest problem to that could be Camel.
They actually just want to take this fight though. GX going into main.
Looking to take the fight. It's ended up in Giant X in front, but they're happy with what they've got so far, and the fact they go 1 better leaves Camel all alone. that lockdown straight away, invested in Camo, hiding within the smoke, knows the KO is close by. This is probably the loosest of the players, and that's exactly the case as he capitalizes 1 versus 2.
Still 30 seconds though once this ult expires, and needs to get the spike back, needs to get past Ara's up.
That's going to be the biggest issue. The Horde not going in the right direction, and Ara straight away to come in. Giant X are all the way up to 11.
Oh, maybe you were thinking they could get 13-0 of their own. I know we don't see it very often, but either way, it's a huge confidence boost for GX. They have come into this second map swinging, leaving Liquid with little to do in the second half, or should I say maybe more than they're up to the task of. We are going to head over, though, to hear what the GX fans think about this one so far.
Alamur, thank you so much for being here. I mean, you're supporting GX, you're supporting the players. Buy the GX bundle. Yes, I like that. Take notes here. 11-1 start to map 2. After last one, you must be so happy.
Oh yeah, this is insane, man. The first one I was like, okay, I came for this, but now I'm very happy. This is amazing.
I want to hear your prediction for the whole series now.
We'll win it 2-1. I think the third one is going to be a close map, but we got this. We got this.
And for you, any players specifically that you're cheering for today?
I love Flickless so much. He's a goat.
All right. Thank you so much, guys. Enjoy the rest of your day here. We're going to be heading back over to Casters so they can hype GX up even more.
I feel like I've had my job cut out for me, honestly. I mean, GX, you can't oversell this. It's an 11-1 half as things stand. You just have to highlight the fact that they've been able to turn things around, keep it positive, and yeah, the question is, do Liquid now have an answer?
I mean, yeah, a big question to be asked of the personality of this roster, right?
And not even necessarily on this map, right? I'll leave that one open-ended. It is very much looking like the Stark possibility that we head to Bind, a map which, yeah, for both teams, I think, hangs in the balance when you consider the record there. Historically, it's been a good one for Liquid, but we won't talk too much about that for now. Pearl is just about in there by the skin of its teeth, and Liquid will be moving to the defender's side. We'll just have to see how much better it can possibly get, because the bar is incredibly low.
That it is, and this is definitely one of the stat lines for all time. Team Liquid's lowest score line was against Alliance, a name that a lot of players or a lot of fans might not recognise, Hazza.
I haven't seen that name in years, mate. Crazy.
I thought you did.
Man, not since Polaris. And even that is like a name that doesn't exist anymore, man. It's crazy. Bunk status. Official. But here we go. It's a slow, slow pistol from GX, just starving Liquid of any fights, but it's about to go down in middle as Purpo tries to flash in. Miniboo right there with him, it gets no better. GX on the warpath now. Wayne spotted by the turret. Info comes in a little late, does get 2 from it, and keeps GX honest. Cloud with enough to put them back in front, and so it has to be Nats all over again.
Who else would you want in this position? Nearly a chance on to Cloud, but can't quite get the kill he's looking for.
Waiting for the turret to come back up, but wants to fight first. Finds it cleanly, can't catch Cloud though. And maybe today is the day that in this head-to-head between the IGLs, Cloud can get the better of his long-feared opponent. It's not since that same 2021 statistic that he last beat Nats.
It's been a long time, but I mean, in terms of the series, it is only just a map. There's still one more to go, but we're not quite there just yet. It feels like we could be, but there will be pots and pans flung into this by Team Liquid. A Spectre, a Stinger, and a Marshall. How do you even try and work this by to your favour?
All that Liquid can afford at this point in time. And the Marshall is more than enough. It's a really nice shot from Miniboo to start.
Well, it is, and it keeps all 5 alive for the moment being. 10 HP left on Miniboo. But he still wants more. You can see him looking to try and get an angle. For Giant X, where do they want to go? Because at this moment in time, they're reconsidering their options.
Yeah, Westside is a potential in here towards A. Purpo has almost fully given it up for fear of mid. Liquid having to lean on this B stack more than anything else because of the gun disadvantage right now.
Ooh. That's just missing there. Oh, and he hasn't checked. It's a lazy clear, so Grubby gets his chance.
And yeah, just for a moment there, looked like Nats maybe could have got in ahead of Cloud. He still does end up doing so. Quick 1-for-1. Time wearing thin, but Westside finding the entry kill on A, and that should be enough to bring GX to post.
Yeah, well, it's a sprint from either team to see who can get there first. That's Spike in trepidation right now.
Grubby is so slow to clear back through Art. He is checking, double checking every single angle, and if Wayne can get here in time, there was half a chance to deny if not for the closed plant.
Miniboot still not stopping with his shots either.
And Wayne has now fully arrived in total on the A side, ready to run down. GX gets his first B. What on earth was that? A couple through the smoke, but not enough to send Liquid packing to a third map just yet.
Yeah, Miniboo was just on 10 HP, so one bullet was enough, but it was about the control of the spray onto Camo that could have decided this map right here and now. And you look at this, man, like... sensational shots from Miniboo, and that's really what put this round into Liquid's favour.
Round win does offer some relief for Liquid. GX are not going to have money to instantly respond with a better buy, so it's just one round at a time more than anything else. That's the process for these teams, for both of these teams, honestly, at this stage in the year. It's something that we keep on going on about like a broken record, but it's so hard to see either side in their final form as it stands. Especially when we know them to be grand finalists from last year.
With a nice entry, clears out all the way towards Art, and I think he's going to look to go elsewhere here, but Team Liquid looking to play on the edge of their own smokes.
Moving into post plant here. Oh, GX do get denied at the first chance. Camo with the spam, and the rest of Liquid here now as well.
Yeah, and it looks as if, yeah, brilliant from Team Liquid. The fact that they were able to use GX's smokes against them, looking to spam through. Leaves just Ara with Shorty and not a hope in hell.
No, and it's just more of the same macro, really, that we saw GX find so much success from in the first half. Getting bodies into backside early, having a player in pit, and look, if the attack aren't able to clear them out, then it's just such a problem, a pain point.
30 seconds left.
Arrow should go down here eventually. Purpo finishes him off, so another round for Liquid. 9 more to go if they're to close this gap. Reminds me a lot of the first map, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that they're starting to connect these rounds together, momentum at their backs.
One enemy remains.
Let's see what happens in the next one. 2 outlaws being brought out. You're gonna need it, mate. You're gonna need it.
Definitely. I don't know, man. Maybe how many rounds do you reckon it's going to take before the fans actually buy into that one?
Probably not a whole bunch, because I think GX will probably win it here and now.
Okay, all right, sure.
And if they don't, you know, I'm not even gonna say anything. Let's just look at the game.
Sure, you can do exactly that. It's a job after all. Westside here, solo in mid actually. Yeah, does get caught by Miniboo. So another strong start for Liquid, another opening kill.
I think that's the great thing about Team Liquid so far, is they've been very good at isolating these fights and finding opportunities. As the stall looks decent enough as the players try to get out, but they walk straight into a crossfire. A setup by Team Liquid.
Oh,
Grubby though does hear Nats retreating.
Yeah, realizes this very quickly. Nats the only player here. No safety.
Oh no.
Let's Grubby wrap though.
A chance to play with.
You are divided.
You can see the utility put in by the KG and forced to retreat.
Yeah, Grubby trying to use the wall there maybe to fake that he was planting or something, but players on both sides of the wall and the turret spots him.
So now, forced back to the site. Purple is the next engagement for Grubby to try and take. One which he does not anticipate. Up high is Purple. And Team Liquid up to 4.
8 rounds.
What? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, 1 at a time.
But I thought you were saying that's how many you think we're going to get.
Oh, well, I mean, you'd be surprised. You really would. But
I mean, the big thing for that last round for Team Liquid was the fact that they actually broke the buy of the attack.
Yeah. And actually, it is just going to proc a timeout from GX. I don't hate this. I'm on board with this, honestly, because I think, look, it gets to a certain point where Liquid do actually start feeling that momentum. I don't think we've quite reached it just yet. Couple rifle rounds in there, couple bad buys, like you said, and this next round will be one of them. But no better time, I think, than for Pipson to introduce himself with a pause. Of course, they get to talk at halftime anyway, but I imagine, the conversation he had here on Pearl, very different to that on Breeze.
Yeah, and I think as well, it's like the whole conversation, right, when you're on that attack and you're trying to call it into this, is it's like, it feels like the impossible task that you're trying to achieve. And again, we had the conversation about Gentlemates in 2025 and the fact that they were in these positions.
Yeah.
But it all comes down to how many ultimates you can stockpile. And if you look at this round, right, Giant X, if they send at least Cloud on West side to the deaths, they're guaranteed 3 in the next round.
Even by last year's standards for the mate side that you're talking about, 12-1 is it is even further, right? And I think it is valid that you bring it up because GX had struggled to close in the past. It was that same opponent, Gentlemates, on Bind, where they lost 10 rounds in a row, 11, sorry. So it has been something that they want to try and work on with how long the side's been together, since the end of stage 1 last year. You expect it of them. Split push onto A this time. But yet to breach that choke point, and Wayne holds it down early.
Yet to breach the site, yet to even make Liquid sweat realistically. Sure, utility expended, but overall, Team Liquid still have 5 standing with barely any damage taken. In fact, if not any, as they continue to knock everyone down. Grubinho, well, he's been put to his grave as well. So with that, we look at 12-5 being the scoreline. And Giant X to come straight back in. 3 ultimates apiece on either side.
Yeah, Liquid looking rigid, but this is the round that was queued up in the timeout by Pipson, you'd imagine, for how strict his methods are at times with set pieces and sticking to what works. You fully expect GX to have something here, something from the strat book to just get them the one round, the single round that they need right now.
Yeah. I love Wayne reaction cams. He seems like such a vibe guy, you know?
Yeah.
Seems like even at 12-5 down, he's enjoying himself.
But you have to be, right?
Yeah.
You understand that this Liquid team, more often than not, is on borrowed time on Pearl right now, so
time to jump.
Give yourself a boost if you think that third map is coming up, and maybe comeback might just become a reality here.
Really nicely timed ultimate coming through, and Team Liquid tried to play off the back of it. A spray down doesn't work out, but certainly Wayne's ultimate does. So a 2 versus 3 is where Liquid find themselves.
It's an awesome combo there as well. Camo just noting through Miniboo's ult that there were players in close proximity, drops the C's, Wayne pops the ult. And that's the numbers right now for Liquid. Nat setup still propping up that left-hand side, the B site. It's a 2-on-2 on A though for what could very well settle this map.
Feels like a coin flip 2v2. Could go either way. As Wayne set up by Camo. As Anna tries to play into the smoke. You shouldn't have done that, mate. That was you drawing a line in the sand. And unfortunately for Grubby, all he's going to get away with is an ultimate orb.
Yeah, GX. The one benefit to this round for them is the fact that they didn't go spending ultimates. Liquid did.
Yeah.
Every single one that they had available to them.
And that's the big win to come away with.
Exactly.
10 seconds
because
left.
Ara gets 1 step closer to his. Grubby now 2 away. And sure, the next round you're going to be in an equal. But it's the second round in front, right? The fact that we're going to be on a full rifle round as Giant X with possibly and should be 5 ults available.
That's just what we've got to keep tabs on right now, more than anything else. Because Liquid are going to get another opportunity here to build up a couple more points of their own. This was the combo that we saw. A coordinated piece from the defense, but Cloud not liking what he sees.
I think the big aspect to this as well is if we do start to see Liquid really come back into this, a conversation about Giant X and their anti-ecos so far in this series. We can keep tabs on it.
First time in a long while, though, that we're actually going to see GX look for a B engagement. Now, Nats has an operator here. He did as of the last round, but the impact, oh, it's right there for you. Cloud drops. GX trying to be pacey on the play. Arrow one off the ult. The one with the rifle. As it stands, it's going to be a kill from him in the end, and actually a 2 versus 2 situation. The ults are up for both this time.
Yeah, and both have rifles as well. So the lockdown to buy a little breathing room for the attack, get the spike down, but look at Miniboo.
Yeah, safe plant is the one which GX opt for here, just to get that timer going. 45 seconds between them and a potential map win, and Ara's hungry for it right here, right now. Camo, empty belt. First angle, already tripped. Alarm bot there with the info. Ara sliding in, low HP, and now Camo knows. Now there's a chance! A chance which is stripped away by Westside. GX get over the line in the end, not without problems though, and that sets up an interesting final map.
Yeah, it certainly does. We are going to go towards Spain, one apiece for either team. We'll find out exactly who comes out on top on that third map.
Ara, I'm not gonna lie, but from you I would like to hear motivational speech because we are playing versus Nats.
Just guys, just think this could be our last game. It's like this for the next 2 months. So let's have fun and let's give everything. So like we have no regrets, yeah?
Doesn't sound motivated.
Yeah. Let me get a punch. Let me get a punch. Let you feel the punch. Let me get a punch. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah. What a hoop, don't sleep, don't punch me. Don't keep getting me pissed before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only piece that you need, even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody please your perk. Your perk, I'ma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pound. Put with the put get my pop on out. Pop on now, yeah, overcut the ying my pow 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 pow. Pack it out, back it out. กูสร้างมึงภาพลับ yo how about now bruh จบบ้านนี้ไม่ต้องรอถึงหูพวกกูจัดมึงจุกnow out Pick a pepper, pick a pack of peppers. People like me pick a pack of bricks for a week per day per minute. Rapper like me ทำพวกมึง panic บอกกูเป็นผู้หญิงมีผลต่อ proof ไม่ควรได้ pride เข้าใจมึง lose อะไรไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาพานกูพูดไปก็ไรพอยเขาต่อยสักชุดดีกว่าว่าพวก Problems are proved in one punch. All battles are beat in one punch. Put you to sleep with this one punch. ไม่สะเทือนกูสักนิดกูขอสกิลด้วย one punch. ชีวิตที่กูโดนมามากกว่า one punch. วันนั้นที่กูช่วยกูสักคนมา one punch. One day, one life, one dream, one punch. If you have one shot, better have one punch. Eminem said, Millie Rabbit, I'm the world short. You just catfish. Kevin said, พ่อแม่คือความจริง Summer and phone ที่คือ passion ผลลัพธ์คือ I'm the best, bruh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah. What a hoop, don't sleep, don't punch me.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT EMEA Kickoff. GX throwing a bit of a spanner in the work. They managed to push this all the way to the decider. Bind coming up next. But first things first, that was such a dominant win from GX.
Yeah, because first map doesn't matter. Like,
oh yeah, true. I completely forgot about
All
that
part
one.
of the plan. It's all part of the plan.
Whatever Pipson's crazy plan is.
I mean, 13-6, this just further highlights the dominance coming out from GX because especially on that first half, they were unstoppable. It was an 11-1 half coming out from their side of things.
Yeah, I mean, I think we already kind of teed it up in the sense that Team Liquid were always going to struggle starting on the attack side on Pearl, especially with the composition that we were running. I think we're kind of expecting Miniboo and Purple to be able to just go ham on those double duelists because you had teed it up that they should be able to overwhelm West side because they can just dive into the site and not be affected by West side.
Yeah, I don't know if it would fully be a lack of commitment on side of this composition in general, but I said Camo for me was kind of the focal point.
Yeah.
Wasn't enough in terms of like pushing, probing, forcing decisions on the side of Giant X that I saw from Liquid to really put themselves in advantageous position.
But it was also really nice to see GX's side of things, how they approach this map, specifically when it comes to some of the set plays that we were continuously seeing from them.
Yeah, so I was like writing down my little notes when I was looking at their defense because I was like, why is it this dominant? Why is it so strong? And I think KO was a really big part in Giant X's defense. The conditioning that they were able to do with the knife on A main was really nice. At the very start of this round, they did it in rounds 6 and 7. You see Cloud lift the operator off of Ara so that Ara's ready to take on any sort of aggression initially in the A main fight with the rifle. But because nothing is picked up off of the knife, it means that they can prop Ara up with the operator, and Groovy and Cloud are able to just rotate over towards the B site and be able to help assist West side for any of that double dive action that's going on. So I think Giant X were using the KO knife in a really sensible and smart way here, not only for conditioning, but also being able to help these rotations come through so that they could be stacked towards the sites where they knew that these kind of overwhelming pushes were coming in from Team Liquid.
For me, then, it brings the conversation back to a topic that we've had quite a lot of times to Liquid, where it comes to the IGLing side of Nats, because we're seeing GX continuously doing this, and if like 7-0, that's what they started out with, why wasn't there any adaptation called for?
This is a weird one for me as well, because this is GX kind of going back to like back to basics in terms of their approach to the game. We're having these constant discussions around identity this year. This for me is like the most vanilla GX comp and the way that they like to play the game, right? It's militant, it's drilled, it's almost like choreographed. You're talking about some of the set pieces in terms of putting rotations in place.
Yep.
That should be an IGL that's able to counter that quite well. I don't know if this is maybe a prep angle or something just in terms of execution in the game they were really struggling with, but this one almost teed up to be a much closer affair than it was, but also something that suits Team Liquid's approach to certain maps.
Yeah, I mean, going back to it being a much closer affair, we can also kind of give props to individual players. Wayne specifically on Liquid has been a player that's been very consistent and that has been able to keep some of these rounds alive as well.
Yeah, 100%. I think that something that we had discussed with Wayne was, you know, seeing this Team Liquid side move away from the Astra and back over towards the Omen, but seeing him on the Brimstone, I think he performed great on that. And I think as well, something that we were kind of missing in EMEA last year, I think is fair to say, is these primary controllers, like people that just thrive on the smokes role and are happy and comfortable to be playing on that. And I think Wayne coming into VCT EMEA has been great on it so far.
This is probably the side of the equation when you talk about replacing Kiko, right? In some of these,
Exactly.
I don't want to say more quirky comps, but certainly the anomalies in terms of putting Brimstones in here and there. This is actually where the focus shifts heavier on Wayne, because you feel in the side of Kiko's role within this team previously, where it's like he actually really excelled. He over-delivered when he was flexing onto smokes, whilst also kind of maintaining that duelist performance.
It's big shoes to fill.
Oh, massive,
It really is.
But Bind is our final map of today. It is a decider for both of these teams. So when it comes to GX side of things, I mean, we've talked a lot about GX and how they are comfortable with certain compositions, and it seems like they're just going to continue running that because we're seeing the raise from the duelist, and I see you sighing because let me guess, Sage.
Who's sighing?
Oh,
you
me
were sighing.
I'm just looking at it again. This kind of speaks back to kind of the roots of Giant X, right? Playing that sort of Valorant. Again, I'm not massively sold. For me, it's very results driven, but sure, if this is where they're identifying that their comfort lies, Westside being the one to pick up this, again, you can kind of put them on anything and make it work.
I think the worrying thing for Giant X is, I believe it's the defense when they played this against Gentlemates was when they started to lose that comeback. So as long as they've ironed those issues out for me, I think I'm okay with it. I want to zone in on Team Liquid's composition though, because of course we've not seen Team Liquid play Bind throughout kickoff just yet. I think picking up the Gecko and the Sky, again, leaning into that kind of double initiator identity that they've kind of been leaning with, but I wasn't sure if they were... Yeah, like,
polar opposite in terms of info
sure.
gathering and like probes and whatnot. This should be a big switch up for their approach to Bind, I think.
Yeah, I think what we really have to highlight here, however, is the importance of this final map, because this is it. For both of these teams, one map, one life is what you get to be able to continue your run here in Kickoff. You lose, you're done. We're not seeing you until stage 1. You win, you continue that lower bracket run up against Heretics that is already waiting for you. Is it gonna be Liquid? Is it gonna be GX? We're gonna find out as we're ready to head into a final map of the series, Bind, with our casters, Haza and Cairo.
Can't wait to get into this one and see which version of either of these teams we are going to get. We know they've both got it in the locker, but we've only seen it in spells. For GX, it was the most recent map of Pearl. For Liquid, that sits in the back of your mind on Breeze. Can they replicate it here when it matters on Bind?
Yeah, unknown territory for this version of Team Liquid. What are they going to show us? It's unknown territory for most of the players, but not for Nats. This is his playground. Yeah. This is where we're expecting him to really bring it.
GX, on the other hand, as you say, this is one of the maps that they have failed to win so far. They've played it twice against both Mates, Pacific. The first game, a margin of 3 rounds. The next 2 in an overtime. Do they have what it takes now to have made the improvements that can finally close it out and get past this Liquid side? Standing as 3 on the defense on this A site. GX closing in from showers and shot.
Yeah, 4 players strong as they look to bust out, and well, Team Liquid, most of the force is dedicated towards shot, and Giant X completely rout them out. So, with that, this may be a formality already.
One-sided affair? Never. Not happened once so far in this series.
I mean, these 2 players remaining, Wayne and Purple, have shown their goods before.
That's true.
It's a tough ask, though, considering the post-plan utility that Giant X have already put forward.
Yeah, that's a wall, mate. So we've got smokes, a flash, Molly, something to clear, and Wayne does get the first of those fights.
Yeah, this classic looks good so far this series, but as we go away from screen, he is going to get caught off. So with the amount of time left, Giant X will clean up.
A 4K from Grabinho to kick off this pistol round and put GX in the driver's seat, at least to begin the attack half, which is the place that they want to be. This attack for them, for the most part, has seen little issues. It's the preferred choice for most teams on this map, whereas it's the defense that they've had troubles, and that's where they really needed to remedy them over the last couple.
Seems if we're going to get the a version of the old FPX by 3 rifles, 2 pistols. As it is only 1 player dedicated towards this side for Team Liquid. Is a TP taken by Wayne.
This is really nice from Wayne. He's going to pick up both orbs. He already had 3 ult points from the previous, so halfway to a Brim ult in the second round. But like, not bad going.
At the same time, Giant X right now are slowly exploring that B side, which is completely open to them.
Sure, look, you take what you can get, right? The ult points are there. And it's a big early win for Liquid. And actually, the longer GX do take on this, there's a chance for them to get in behind.
Well, Flickless will be the canary in the coal mines, the one to identify the presence of Team Liquid's forces. And well, that will be the goal button for Giant X to take the B site. Spike going down.
Yeah, Wayne looking to maybe hold on to this space as much as possible. Floating Spike there from Cloud, but eventually goes in the ground. GX anticipating this flank. They're looking out for it at the very least, and Grubby can just stop this rush with his molly quite handily.
Yeah, it buys a little bit more time here as the player's going to send it. Anyway, that's a bad flash. And Cloud able to at least get rid of Nats and rescue a rifle. Still a little bit worrying here as he tries to escape. There is Wayne working on the wall. I don't know about this because he just walked right into a right click. Team Liquid still making a nuisance of themselves and making this expensive. Only one rifle saved by Ara, but yeah, what cost do they win?
I mean, look, say what you like about this round for GX, but Liquid have come away with almost as much as they possibly could without winning it. We spoke about the orbs at the start of the round, but then it's almost every weapon gone, so GX forced to dig into their pockets to make this bonus look possible.
So that's nearly a third time that we've seen GX losing eco on the second round.
Expensive, but it's okay.
And as you heard, it is expensive, yeah. So I'm wondering, is the question Giant X are bad at anti-ecos, or Team Liquid good at ecos and being an issue?
Yeah, I mean, I have to come back to that one. Maybe there's a stat cooked up that could help decipher it, but
someone call Captain Cow.
Yeah. It's like a cow-shaped bat signal in the sky. We need him to deliver the goods. But jokes aside, keeping tabs on some of these ults that are coming up. Wayne is currently sitting 2 away, as is Westside from a potential Sage res. I mean, you look at the comps on both sides, some niche choices, the Gecko in play as well. What was it, just to try and give a little bit of security in these post-plant retake situations, but with Westside going in first,
yeah,
he gives his life up for the cause and for information.
Saving grace is, though, that Westside was just a pistol player. So the rest are well stocked.
Strong angle from Nats to just hold here. Keeps his mouse button held down and empties his mag into GX.
30
Only
seconds
arrow
left.
remaining, and with the Vandal in hand, might just be looking to keep this for the next one. Liquid very low on money all across the board though, so can't afford too many casualties. Ara's found a couple.
Could find more. Time is getting low, and realistically, it's about as much damage as he can do in this round at that point.
I mean, one more would have been gargantuan there, and this boat which is being rocked on either side of the server in terms of early finance. Everything, really. We're heading into a swing round now on round number 4, really, to see who can take control of Bind early on.
Yeah, Liquid already feeling the effects of Ara doing that, because for a minute he was dancing with the idea of a judge, but not to be the case. So
I think when you look at the last couple rounds as well, Liquid have been way more active in terms of testing the limits of the map and actually getting value from it, whereas GX are quite slow in their scaling. You see here, Miniboo using the Refract to just completely gut outside of Bath, and he's already in behind Flickless here as well. Should win the fight, doesn't.
I mean, that's the thing about pushing these extremities, is if when you get towards these fights, it can be very 50-50. And if you lose out, that puts everything into trepidation in terms of how thinly split you are across the map, in terms of openings that Giant X can use against you. There is one player identified, at least by the Dizzy.
Both initiators noted by GX on this side of the map in terms of information, so understanding that they can now start to pry towards A again after that initial kill from Flickless. Liquid with a rotation to match this, of course, and Wayne with the ultimate and Molly to slow things down.
Very well read so far. The Molly looks good for delay, but keep an eye on Wayne using this ultimate as the players tried their best to try and get the spike down, but it's not going to work out. Rifles on the ground, so are the bodies. Team Liquid the better of this right now.
Ooh, Wall persists for just a minute, blocks enough bullets to get Grubby the plant and healed off the extra damage. Well, actually, Cloud, no, he can't get away.
Yeah, it's still low on health for many of the players. Grubby now holding on to his own ultimate as well as the operator, and he's gone. So is Flickless. So what does Cloud have? No initiation. He looks to try, and I mean, he's not even going to try at all. He's just thrown a towel in. It is going to be 2-2.
Liquid looking much better in these last couple. And with GX finding themselves in the eye of the storm there on the site, after Wayne had impeccable timing on this util usage, There's no chance to set it up whatsoever. Can't play to any of those win conditions. And despite the early death, Liquid making the most of it. Here you go. They're average. So it's just average v average, Cairo. There you go.
Average Joes.
Suppose so. That's the life of the lower bracket though, mate. And look, whoever gets through this one in the end isn't gonna care what label you give them.
At the end of the day, as we've said before, it's not about how you win, it's if you win at this point in time. Because every game you play is a lesson learned. And let me tell you, both teams have had their fair share of lessons so far through these brackets.
Yeah. Miniboo hoping to use that education from the previous round to not overstep the line here. I mean, you look at the buy from GX, it is mostly Sheriffs. Cloud still has his rifle from the previous, and yeah, you don't want to walk into too much trouble. Wayne, another great molly, and Miniboo just actually sitting in it fully. Will take 2 kills, but Liquid's still short-handed on the A site here, especially after the res comes through.
Yeah, and the Seekers. This is a really heavy investment for Giant X.
Early Dizzy from Camo does get shot out, and GX understanding that all of the players with blue jerseys on their backs are in backside right now.
Where's Camo off to?
Planted.
Camo, I mean, in saying that, is sort of second-guessing the potential of a flank coming in. Nice pit here from Nats to just flood out into the site and build a bridge, a cornerstone which Liquid can try and make the most of here in their retake attempt. Wingman to go onto the spike and perhaps cause a little bit of panic here for GX, but very quickly dealt with, and there's a molly to counter here from Flickless as well.
Nice time, fine.
Time starting to run down, as you say, and with their noses to the grindstone, and Nats now missing. The illusion of safety is lost, and GX are back in front.
Yeah, really nice ultimate usage and utility as well. That res coming in absolute clutch to even out the numbers. And Team Liquid, on that second guessing themselves, the fact that they were ready, like you could see Camo already starting to move away. Yeah, I don't know about that one. At the same time though, it's all about this final post plan, the way that Giant X once again were playing off one another.
Nice, Cloud! Nice, Cloud! Good job!
Find the weak point and break it.
Looking at still some of the ults that we've got, the cycle is brutal at this point in time, and you're just waiting to see one of these teams really get the better of it. GX having heavily conditioned this long control at the start of the rounds. Very common default for an attack side to just be prodding here early. And I mean, we're yet to see any of the big guns out for Liquid either. I mean, they've just not got the money to do it.
It's the fact that it's been so back and forth between the two. The fact that you're, I mean, it wasn't a complete low buy, but the fact you're able to keep your opponents honest in that last round, GX, with not the best, is probably good. That's a good entry as well, so Ara caught off guard.
Nice shot from Miniboo, but a little bit sloppy with the use of the Trailblazer there. Seekers coming out for the defense for Liquid this time, identifying just Cloud towards B, but actually with the other one now heading down Sand, they finally start to realize it is an A push where the Spike's currently standing.
Spike had been attempted, the spam not far off, but not quite connecting. So we head into post, and you can see already Wayne is on the back lines.
Yeah, got to be thinking about Grubby as well, though, here. And when that 1v1 does pop up, Molly and ult available. He's the late win condition.
This is a great ultimate to come back in. And the initiation even better. Westside turning the flash. Doesn't quite net him any kills, but it's up to Grubby, who's already used his ultimate and his Molly. Ends up being a little bit expensive, but it will net Team Liquid around.
Yeah, I mean, just didn't feel like there was a plan B there. Grubby fully committed to playing post, and everyone else all hands on deck on site. Bit of a disconnect between the two, ends up spending the ult and they don't get the round. And with the money still riding on this knife's edge, like we said, Liquid very happy
But
to...
I'm glad that we are all of us is locked in. I'm calling the round around Viper ulti, no one knows that I used it last round.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a miscommunication there for them, but look, they're not going to care. They've still won the round. And, I mean, as long as they keep picking up rounds on this defense, maybe we end at like a 6-6, even 5 rounds to 7, Liquid gonna be happy.
I just need to be careful of Ara's showstopper, as he is only on a stinger, and that's exactly what he's looking to play off of. The bullet's not too bad, and still Team Liquid with Miniboo are able to come out with a few kills in front. Spike still recollected and finally put on the floor by Nats. So with that, Team Liquid very quickly will end this round.
Yeah, it was a play through the TP from Liquid. I don't know if Miniboo hindered his own teammate's ult there, Camo's Thrash or not, but it was superfluous to the end result.
Where's Flickless off to?
It may matter not. Wayne is on the case, and Liquid now the next to break an advantage here.
Team Liquid so far have been able to only string 2 rounds together before Giant X retort. This is very nicely done by Purple in the end to at least deny the showstopper to go off.
Hinder kind of just drops in on everyone, right?
Yeah.
But fact of the matter is, you say only a couple rounds before GX respond. When you actually look at the timeline, Liquid have 4 from the last 5, and 2 of GX's 3 rounds picked up were the pistol round and the eco. So when it comes to the rifles, they have been a level above right now. Not going to see too many of those in this timeout.
And what did GX try and talk about here in terms of these rifle rounds and where they're going wrong? Because for me, it feels like when GX press that go button, right, let's hit the site, let's go, that's where Team Liquid are really catching them off guard on that initial execute.
That's plenty to talk about. I'm sure he'll know this time that the Viper ult isn't at his disposal, so no plans built around that one, of course. But there is a Viper ult up on the GX side with Flickless, and you can see Ara's bought a Bucky as well. Not really seen too many of the niche weapons, the shotguns, the outlaws used in EMEA. It's been a thing that people have been talking about a lot recently, perhaps not using and abusing them as much as possible, but...
Yeah, I mean, I'd say the outlaw has seen a lot of play.
That is true. Depending on player, really, right? I think,
and team.
Lack of chamber as well, for the most part, has inhibited that at points, but still, there's one of the teams that's using them more than anything. It actually would be Liquid, to be honest. And Nats specifically, who right now is taking this brawl in the octagon, in Garden, and getting away with it.
Yeah, and finding himself a little pocket in which he hasn't been cleared. Brilliant! Still can't get any more though, as he's forced onto his shorty, and Ara with just a bucket will not find a whole lot. A flawless, end-zone flawless for Team Liquid.
First flawless of this map, I think it's fair to say, because honestly, with how back and forth the rounds have been, if Liquid can now actually just kick on from this and end the half in a convincing fashion, then it's a completely different story. And I think that even comes all the way back towards the latter stages of Pearl. We all knew that they weren't going to turn that one on its head. The writing was on the wall, but what they were able to do was build up a little bit of confidence to now take into this last map, but they look much the better team in these rifle rounds.
It seemed like a bit of relief for Lohan there in that coach reaction. Right now, same sort of execution all through shot for the players of Giant X, and Wayne even forced out of lamps, so a confirmation through the Trailblazer will allow Team Liquid to rotate all here. So it's 10 players on the A side of the map.
GX have this pit in post. When they choose to use it's a different question, and actually Miniboo is flanking around. But post plant has been an issue so far.
Whoa. Nice utility, nice initiation. The rifle work excellent on either side, and it's going to end up with Nats with 3 of his own. And Team Liquid yet to lose a round post timeout.
Vintage Nats with that prismatic phantom on the bind A site. The B site even, I mean, Anywhere he goes, you expect the magic to follow. And for as much as we were saying that his fragging had somewhat struggled over kickoff so far, you just see how much it means now as they're really starting to lift this level up.
Finally reaching what could be the final form for Team Liquid, right when they need it, right when it comes to the money time. Before finals weekend, a grueling one. As for this moment in time, the last best of 3 to be played, and Nats is finally really reaching his form.
Miniboo has been flanking since minute 1 here, so GX are backed into a corner. He's on the op, so could get weird. And there's a few players walking through the cave, so they're slow to check this. Maybe GX do expect a player moved up.
Seems to be the case with how slow they're moving, but Arrow's operator doesn't even get a shot off. So not Arrow's, sorry. Miniboo's operator doesn't get a shot off. And Grubinho identified as a late luck. Where does this spike go? Because Giant X are questioning themselves.
Starting to head back towards A, actually, and it's the perfect call as Liquid go lunging through the teleporter. They've left Nats exposed. He's the only one here.
Yeah, but Cloud has been left all alone and died to that. So Nats 1v3, nearly a chance to deny. He goes in with a short team, denies the spike.
Down A.
Not going to mean all too much, though, because the pit stays up. But one thing that GX are without right now is numbers. And still, Grubby only on a Sheriff is isolated from his teammate.
The fact that Grubby does have the molly up, though, is the most important part. Looking to try and get a clean fight with the Sheriff, can't do it. And you can see Flickless looking to retreat. The players moving through his pit, looking for him. And that molly might have just given away his spot. It has. The wingman trying to get a work, but it can't get anything done. So Grubby now line up to try and deny any more. That's a brilliant shot. Can he look for anything better? He can't.
Where's the molly?
It's landed at the wrong time. So Team Liquid continue their streak of rounds.
Felt like 1,000 years waiting for that one to drop from the sky. And even then, Popo, plenty of time and space to take it through in the end. GX doing decent here to make it as close as it ended up being, but still, Liquid.
The thing that I don't like about this round is that Cloud tried to go one step further, right? Rather than just deploying the Seekers, he'd already got what he wanted, rotated 2 players across. But that's in the past now. We look towards the next. Team Liquid with more ultimates than their opponents, and this is pretty aggressive from Miniboo.
Yeah, Refract is active. Edge of the smoke, waiting for the time on the dog, gets it and gets out. Arrow down as the first death for the 2nd round in a row. GX without their outlet here and spending heavy on the ults just to bring him back on his feet.
Yeah, show of force from Team Liquid away from the Viper's pit to show that they're well stocked here and there's nowhere to go if you're Giant X. A brilliant double by Wayne continues to make the attack flounder.
And with the changes that we've seen to this Liquid side, still doing the right things in the mid-round now, feeling the rhythm of the game, fighting the weak arm of the push. And the ults mean nothing on the GX side. Seekers to confirm what we already knew, and actually Nats is just going to wrap the full way around here.
Yeah, the map getting smaller and smaller as Miniboo has to escape through his dash, and still these smokes proving an issue.
Yeah, it's like GX are spending more and more utility, more ults, more of these tools, but not gaining any ground for it.
The key characteristic of this map is obviously the teleporters, but I thought for a minute Giant X were going to go for that, and that would have been the brilliant backbreaker for this defense. Instead, it's going to be a save call, and Liquid up to 8.
10 seconds left.
Even then, the late positioning of Nats plays Joker to all of this, and he might just be hunting down a few more here. Looks the wrong way, not going to get anything. But Liquid have their 8th, like you say, and this defense just gets better and better. We are waiting to see GX turn up to this final map.
And do you think 9-3 is enough if that is the worst case scenario?
I mean, 9-3 from whose perspective?
from GX's perspective? Is the 3 rounds enough?
Probably not. Probably not. I think you were, at the very least, want like 4 rounds, but even then, like we said, the attack biases that we've seen on this map in the past, like, I just don't feel too confident. Even with Westside on the Sage here as well, a little bit more of the stopping power.
Yeah.
It's an aggressive set piece from Liquid to end off the half. It starts with Ara getting in and amongst it, but Minibu follows it up by dropping the spike.
Yeah, and the smokes now put the line in the sand for Giant X to try and fight over, and that's going to be a real issue. Camel goes searching, but in the wrong place.
Liquid hamstrung for just a moment, but GX still the ones that have to roll their sleeves up here without the spike. It's a 3-on-3 now at least.
I love this from Minibu. His positioning is absolutely crucial.
Here comes the rocket. Ara trying to breathe this GX side back to life. It's Cloud instead, perhaps, but Wayne still with an opportunity, one which he can't fully seize. Now sitting on the shoulders of Purpo. Here's the steps, can't find the shots. Grubby gives them 4. At the very least, GX hanging in this one, but not by much.
Yeah, there's a real lifeline to take into this second half. It all to play for. The unknown quantity looks like a real benefit to Team Liquid's map pool, but will they be able to close it out? We'll find that out after a short break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Liquid channeling some of those rounds towards the tail end of Pearl into their performance here, looking much more on the ball than GX to kick things off. And one player who will certainly be happy about his return to the stage against his former teammates is Purpo. It's been up and down for him throughout his career, with the players that he shared the stage with, including Nats on teams in the past, but this is a new version of him that we're seeing.
Yeah, it really is. It feels like he's come into form post that job life stint that they had. Obviously didn't get to be able to play in Ascension with the team, but with that being said, finding himself a spot on Team Liquid, a team with a lot of prestige in the region. It's about him living up to that prestige now, and that he deserves this spot, which so far in this series, he looks like he does.
Yeah, it's a different role for him, of course. It was the duelist on Job Life, but as you say, Nat spoke very highly of him from the time that they shared together and through the trials, of the right work ethic to make this happen. That's what Liquid are all about this year. And throughout the grind, they are looking to find the pistol that could just push it out of reach, but actually GX with numbers on B have an iron wall which Liquid just cannot breach.
Yeah, I mean, so far Giant X, if they win this, would be 5-1 in terms of pistols. But that's not been the problem, as we've already spoken about.
I mean, look, if we just played it on pistols, who knows how far they could go in this kickoff. But I think we'll just stick with triple elimination rather than adding in any extra rules.
Yeah.
As you say, this one's still not done yet. They know about the one-player hookah, but Nat's still undetected here.
Yeah, but he's given away his position. Yeah, with the molly. Still is both players trying to work on their own. It's divide and conquer for Giant X.
Yeah.
Spike in no man's land, and this a formality.
Arrow with 3 kills on the round. He's going to make it 4 before the bell tolls, and GX get almost all the pistols in this series, but it's what they can do here after, which is most important to us. I think having him, or really anyone, showing up in this second half is going to be hugely important to their chances. We saw him finding a little bit more success with that op on the last map, and already on an Outlaw here, nice and early to see what he can get done.
Yeah, and while GX are 5-1 in pistols, Team Liquid are 3-2 on second round. So yeah, let's just watch how this one plays out.
Early information from Cloud's flash means that it's an orb for Ara and some early line control. No rotations have arrived on the A site yet, as GX are now fully aware of what Liquid are trying to do here with the guns they have. Miniboo's on 1 with his Bucky, by the way, so lucky to find anything, really.
Enemy remaining.
This is probably the most convincing we've seen from Giant X on a second round.
Smoke's down.
Where is Miniboo off to?
I mean, at this point, who knows? Who cares? What can he do with this Bucky? Second TP taken, perhaps, into showers? The 1 HP Bucky clutch. Have you ever seen this before?
Don't think I'll ever will, to be honest, mate.
I was going to say, if he got one more there, if Ara rounds that corner.
Yeah, I feel as if he's been employed by Daft Punk there to promote their single around the world. Like, come on, what's going on?
Okay. So it's Duran yesterday and now Daft Punk.
Hey, listen,
Really, we're showing our age here, but
I'm a man of culture.
Nothing wrong with the classics. I'm right there with you.
I hate that you've called Daft Punk.
I know, it's awful, isn't it? It's absolutely awful. But there you go.
Rifle rounds, most importantly on this map, have gone the majority of the way of Team Liquid. So now Giant X need to prove to us they have got what it takes on this bonus to at least pose an issue.
Kind of problems they can create. Early wall from West side leaves a bit of a gap for Ara here, so it's more of a distraction than anything else. Just confirming it. Only Wayne on the other side in sand. The brunt of this push is towards long, and while Miniboo didn't feel like he was going to fully commit to the site there, just looking for a duel, can't win it. Early advantage for GX.
They'll take it. Oh, but it's a trade, not one that's so pretty.
Purpo just finds the strangest kills. No traces on that either. Cloud was spamming with the Phantom.
Grubby also looking to make the map smaller, but a 1 versus 1 versus Nats is one which he'll come out on top of.
Yeah, that's a huge win for Grubby. Knows that he has the safety of space to pick up the orb as well.
But he's still all alone on this side of the map.
He is. And what a round it would be if GX could pick it up. A bonus here. Has a molly. He can delay the plant maybe a little bit more than anything else. Wants to find a position of safety.
30 seconds left.
I think he's found it.
It's a 1v1 again, and the headshot will connect onto Wayne. He doesn't find the kill, so goes 3-on-3 in this situation.
Yeah, a better weapon, a different scenario, but at this moment in time, Giant X split up, and it looks as if majority of the forces towards CT.
Ara the only one flanking as it stands. Team Liquid encroached upon from his position, forced to rescope, but finds the kill. Showstopper online, and now a chance to constrict and compound the pain for Liquid. Westside 3 of his own, and we are within 1.
Very quickly how things can turn. Bonus converted. Team Liquid now in a very difficult position. Economy-wise, the ultimate's not really built up either. And GX going to give a real opportunity to send it forward. The relief on Lohan's face will surely turn to disarray since this second half has started. And he's very quick on the trigger to pull out a timeout.
Yeah, and as much as we've spoken about attack side biases, I think Liquid on their attack halves in general have struggled on the whole. I think it would be fair to say, because with a new lineup, it's always the most difficult to try and rectify. I feel like on the defender's side, sometimes the roles, the reactions, they figure themselves out. Nat's always been very good at calling that, whereas here, it's a stress test against the GX side, which now with a bonus under their belt, showing signs of life in rifle rounds, which we've not seen. Renewed confidence, pushing the limits. Grubby there, finding big value on the last.
Yeah, and it's actually funnily enough, right, you're talking about like attack sides and defense side win rates. It's actually the defense which has been poorer for Giant X on this map, which is incredible to see considering this map so far.
It sort of speaks to what I'm saying as well. This is where you're expecting Liquid to really get things going, but where GX have placed most of their focus, and as I said before, was on the defender's side, because it's where they lost all those rounds in their first game here against Mates. It's where they certainly showed improvements against Pacific, but still did end up losing those last few rounds and couldn't close it, as we saw they had difficulties on the last. Just have to keep tracking it, as Liquid can't offer us the best of buys from their timeout here.
Oh, shot just goes inches away from connecting to a head. You can see the scale looking very good so far.
Yeah.
As it's West Side from very far away to try and get a couple kills, and really successful in that.
Down A.
Nice shot from West Side. Orb goes up here as well. West Side wants a little bit more, and he's going to find it. 3 players scalped on the Liquid side. Flash in his face, and actually Nats is profiting from it on finding Flickless, but West Side's still going. Nats isn't there to deny this one, so a chance to find all 5. And he's just about going to get it.
Yeah, not without a little bit of trouble. Fair enough, West Side, mate. The shots on the other kills were great, but we can ignore the last one.
Look, it'll go down in the books as an ace regardless. The king of headshots is finding all 4 of those before he just confirms it.
And the big thing here, after this round, is we come out all even with both teams on a rifle round. Lohan would have been emphasising the game plan for this next one.
Hey, let's go, buddy! Let's go, buddy! Let's go!
GX feeling very happy with that. Spirit's now running high, and that has to be a talking point here, because Liquid, in these moments, we know how much of an emotional leader Nats can be, but you know, who's bringing the vibes up? Who is it that's actually getting them back into this game? Because for as commanding as his speeches can be, sometimes you just need a little lift, and I'm waiting to see it happen. Chance for Aaron to strike here early. Not going to land the shot.
No, it did.
In fact, no, he does, but it gets healed off.
Yeah. Both players on the end of that engagement healed off and with no shields left. But still, Team Liquid want to go back and try and force the issue here.
Yeah, GX have brought an extra member over. 5 versus 3. A chance for Liquid to try and take the B site, but it's well supported, and actually Grubby, the timing couldn't be worse because he's cancelled that rotation.
Team Liquid successful so far in the initial entry into the site, and the Seekers identifying players trying to hide within the smokes. Still Cloud able to stay alive, but not much for longer. As Ara once again tries to play at the tricks that the other players were doing. That res could be huge. Still though, not cleared in the corner, right beside each other, and finally they'll clear that out. But it's on to the spike that's most important. A smoke drop to spam good, and a 1 versus 2 for Westside to try and clutch, which he'll be unsuccessful in.
Yeah, okay, sure. That's winning that one with a wild spray in the end. I'm not a fan of those smokes on site, honestly, from Wayne. It just gave so much room for GX to play around here. Arrow was in that smoke for so long. Miniboo gets this, he's like, oh, actually, wait, there is someone there. When he turns, it gets traded. It's bottom of the barrel, let's be real. But Liquid have kept themselves in front just about for now.
So back to it, but a slow start. One which either team are willing to let the other do the work.
Blinded.
Waiting to see what happens here. I mean, the ramifications of this round could be huge. GX with some money beneath them, but not an infinite supply. Liquid need this one more than they do. Cloud's trying to clear long. Miniboo seeing if he can get in behind, maybe an opportunity to fly ahead of the curve and find the Sky player, but it's a really deep hold here from GX, and with Ara's control on the opposite extremity, it's everything that they need to set up.
Yeah, it's not only that, it's the exec ultimates that Team Liquid have here to make this site theirs. I mean, majority of the players for the defense is here, and the Thrash used first, and Grubby put out of position as Nats goes one better. All the ultimates thrown in, and it's basically a formality at this point.
Well, everyone's already dead, and then the ults go in, so Liquid maybe not maximizing their distribution of them there. And actually, with the spike plant denied, maybe there was a moment for things to get interesting, but half of the course, Liquid make it through.
As you said, it's all about the optimization, especially towards the business end of this match. This map. You look at what was used there, Seekers, Thrash. I mean, what? Orbital Strike,
Whaley ult, I mean, it's 4 ults to take the site. It just really feels like way more than you would ever need in that situation. I guess that's the thing, right? How many reps do they have with this exact comp on this map if we've gone to a decider with how this Veto was set up?
Yeah, and I mean, it's not only that. Like, I could understand if you chucked all those ultimates into a round where the defense maybe had a potential bad buy on the next. It's a swing round, sure, you want to send it, but yeah, maybe a little bit of miscommunication there, and that could be a deciding factor as we see the ultimates come back online for Giant X.
I mean, like I said, Liquid did have some slight money troubles, but they've got a couple of really rich players. Nats is nearly up to 8K at this point in time, whereas others were just scraping to get by. Grubby, the poorest in the server, and now GX's buy could be broken if they end up losing this one, potentially. Ara has the op-out again, and once more he will reprise his role in showers.
There is, this time, an opponent to find, one being Camo. He should have the utility to clear the position of the operator.
He's playing a patient game. Miniboo, on the other hand, is diving in head first at any opportunity that beckons him to do so, because he's been consistently receiving these heals from Purpo in the meantime, and actually with the regen shield.
Miniboo did have an operator. Did he switch out for a rifle that he had stashed?
I guess so, right? Just drops it on the ground, and the biggest thing here is that if Liquid do want to lean into an A-site execute, Ara still has all of the showers control. It's fully one-dimensional, this.
Oh, well, the smokes are in, and I mean, nobody really challenging the spike attempt. You can see Grubby thinking about it, but he ends up getting his life cost. So the spike to be reattempted, and Flickless thinking about the idea of swinging out.
Tap of the plant, trying to cut Ara out of position. Molly denied it at the first chance. Flickless still hanging around here.
Still, the Viper's pick goes in, so that's going to be the foundation in which the attack can make this post plant work.
One ult which was left up for them, and it might just be the one which seals this round, Kyra. I don't think there's much left here for GX. No. Maybe an opportunity for them to just get away with the saved guns. It's just Westside to do it in the end.
Oh. You can see straight away Team Liquid want to hunt this down. This is an important rifle to try and save. Westside stands up to the forces of Team Liquid, but stand no longer. It's up to 11 for the attack, and end zone flawless.
Yeah, and with this round now behind us, the previous doesn't feel anywhere near as hefty in terms of those ultimates invested. It was literally just the pit from Nats there, which, as we know from the one clip that we got earlier, he likes to try and build around. As soon as they get to that position, I mean, these kills from Miniboo are just crazy.
Yeah.
More predicting where players are going to be than anything else on the pre-fire.
Now, the big thing here is the fact that it's looking like the defense with their economy in tatters if they lose this. Team Liquid with a real opportunity to win the map here and now. Make their opponents be on pots and pans, be on the lesser buy.
Yeah. I mean, is there another twist in the tail, or does this end as it looks like we were expecting? GX with a track piece, flash for Ara's contact. It just never arrives.
Once again, Mini-Boot buying up that operator and having a stashed rifle. Part of the game plan for Team Liquid, and with that orb dropped, I'm wondering, does GX start to think this is going to be A? There's pings going out and there's rotates coming over.
Yeah, it looked like Flickless was trying to body block it for an extra angle here. I don't think he's got the gap he was looking for, though. Can still stave off this push a little longer.
Oh, utility is somewhat good, and you've got to be looking at Cloud's Seekers as the players try and fight forward. That's the spike on the ground. Team Liquid may be a little bit too eager to try and take space, and, well, those Seekers are going to be used. It's Giant X, hold on. Nats and Camo, what have you got for us? Not a whole bunch. It's up to the captain now, who's been so good on bind, but he won't be good enough to win this out. Giant X answers straight back.
Yeah, and that's 22 and 12 right now, but even his heroics will not be enough to give Liquid any more than the 11 rounds they currently have. Fun interaction there, actually, with the dash in the site. Another player stood on Westside's wall, stopped it from fully forming and letting him boost up on the back of the RV there. But the difference here, really, and similar to what GX were doing really well last year, is just dumping that utility on the site execution, actually having some fight back where it feels like before they were giving up so much space for free.
Yeah, and next, if Flickless can get an orb or a kill, that's the Viper's pit up for this next one. So the spacing of the ultimates looks even better for the defense. And if you have that Viper's pit to try and continuously, or an ultimate every round to continuously probe at your opponents and have a ace up the sleeve, you get closer and closer.
The ultimate bank for each team has gone empty now, though. With GX trying to make a final stand. They're looking to get value from long control here. Ara's in two minds, doesn't know whether he wants to fight this or not, thinks better of it, and it's for good reason. Liquid anticipating this, but not Camo's casualty. A death on A.
Slow down.
Initiator's trying to make something happen as it's Miniboo that goes checking on the B site, which now could very soon be overrun. Those toxins won't last forever here for Flickless.
No, they won't, and it seems if Team Liquid have ideas about where they want to go, Nat shots go awry, and now the attack forced to go elsewhere towards Westside.
Yeah, Westside just has to stay alive as long as possible. The wall would suggest that he's playing towards heaven, but now dropped into the bin back site.
It's all up to him. He looks like he wants to take this fight, and this is Westside's site as he looks to hold it down. Time low, and absolutely no chance to get this fight down. We're within one.
Razor sharp from Westside. GX making this a one-round game again with 10 of their own. Flickless doing a much better job at marshalling the situation on short in these last couple between the anchors.
Sit down, guys, sit down! In the game, of course.
Just making sure there was no confusion there. But they're sat now. Westside has shut this Liquid side up.
Yeah, they're definitely sat. And again, that ultimate conversation comes into play, especially since Westside popped off. He has his res back up. But the players on the B site have really been forced back, and Liquid have been trying a lot towards that side of the map, but it's conditioning that's worked out in their favour.
First time that we've actually seen Liquid use the mosh there as well to clear out the space, but GX going back and doing some of the same. Flickless losing the duel on short this time, a key component to success in the previous few rounds.
There's players here, though, in which to work, and obviously that res that we spoke about before. Westside so sharp, he'll take out Wayne trying to swing out from short.
Oh, Cloud even on the spam drops Miniboo in the process. Ara undetected. And just like that, GX has set up to tie this game. Purpo out on the B site. Someone's hit the TP there. I don't know what's going on, but Nats is choked out of position. Picks up a new gun, and is going to be able to fell Ara. Oh, that's all going on, but the decay has him dead, and now it's got to be Purpo. 1v4. Finds the first, stops the defuse. The hands of Cloud were busy, but not any longer. GX still alive in this game.
3 in a row for the defense. Can they go one step further? Team Liquid What is going on? They do have their second timeout if they do want to go and use it. Yeah. And it feels like this would be a good time.
Looks like we're gonna see it. I'm just loving the re-aggression here, constantly, consistently from GX, not being afraid of counter-fighting. But again, I guess the opposite to that is that Liquid are not prepared for any of these re-swings.
Yeah, and I think as well, the thing that I love about GX is just the confidence to try and push these smokes, push these angles that you wouldn't expect, but having the quality to back up. For instance, Westside on that literal, like, what, couple pixels he can stand away from the smoke, being able to collect ahead. Who else would you put in that position and be confident he's going to win on such a small moment?
Yeah, I mean, with Westside running hot and the rest now starting to reach that level, and something we've said about GX a lot of the time, at least from their compositions, is that they just don't give themselves a high enough ceiling, but it's the individuals always that have made this team look exciting. Some of the names that they picked up from, you know, Tier 2 in the last year, Ara, Flickless, and, you know, even Westside as well at the start in Kickoff, how much they've grown to now challenge this Liquid side, which sit 2 rounds away as max regulation is anticipated here. A buy that they have out of the timeout. It's the first time we see both teams really put a priority on showers instead.
Ara wanted that orb. He does have the showstopper. 1 kill would be enough instead.
You just know Miniboo's going to pre-fire this corner.
Oh yeah, you can see.
So many of these kills that he's picked up. It's just tempting fate at this point.
I like this from Giant X. Deposit the pit, make sure there's not an angle in which to work with. Force the players through the angle you want them to be in.
Ara actually flipping the script this time, and now it looks like all stations go for Liquid. Caught on the spam. Purpo able to pick up the kill through Miniboo's movement. A brilliant distraction. It falls on Flickless. Can't shoulder the burden. GX maybe just slipping away at the finish line here as Liquid look most likely to take 12.
Spike planted.
With the spike down and 5 players alive, it is going to be Team Liquid with the ultimate advantage to close this out. What do Cloud and Westside have to come back in? 1 flash and a full Sage Bell.
Yeah, Westside's just walling himself up, saying, you know what, give me a fight because I will win it. Liquid not willing to do that. 4 members in short right now. The last one left was Miniboo, and detached from the pack, he's going to find Westside immediately. Cloud is the final one standing. Shouldn't be for too much longer if Miniboo has his way with things, which he won't. But for the most part, Liquid do.
And with that, Cloud able to keep a rifle into the next. It won't really matter in terms of the economy, but it is Liquid with the first chance and the only chance to win out this map and regulation.
Cloud just about keeping the rifle there before the buzzer goes. This was clinical from Liquid. Bided their time, waited for a gap, something that GX had left open a couple of times, both teams focusing on that area. And as the coaches watch intently onwards, it's a 1-round shootout. First opportunity for Liquid to take this series and move on to next week.
1 bullet in the chamber.
Time to hunt.
But the opportunity is one where you feel like Liquid should have the goods to close it. And look at Miniboo. He's looking to try and find a player. He'll get it. But it's not a fight he wants to take. Flickless wins out. Advantage defense.
Toxins going up. Poisons off.
In terms of what Liquid want to do, they're actually just grouping up to take A. They've seen the Viper player here. Westside still unknown. Would be a 3 versus 2, however.
Here.
Still Westside. It's not a player you want to fight either. Very good at taking the heads. This is just a walkout. Camo surprises Westside. Ara's showstopper obviously going to be good for this retake as Flickless plays on the edge of the smoke.
They've cleared all around Showers, but they still don't know about Flickless's position. He's the one propping up this retake. GX's last chance to stay alive.
Well, here comes the showstopper, and here comes Giant X as they look to try and clear out the site. Purple, the only player in there, has been found. The showstopper looking to go, will find Nats, and this is a chance to take it to overtime. Players being denied an opportunity to swing out. It's the Dizzy instead. There's many utility being sent either way, but it's up to Camel, all alone, to try and deny. He won't get it. We're going all the way.
Last gasp stuff from Giant X. A missed molly or two in the mix there, and they'll take every opportunity that they get because we're going to overtime. These two Stage 2 Grand Finalists from last year going pound for pound on Bind, but only one of them can make it to the final week of competition in Kickoff. Sight set on Santiago, a long way away for now.
It's the same story against Ulf. Last map, overtime.
It could be easier, guys. Our life is not that easy, okay?
But neither of them willing to give an inch here. And GX now back on the attack side where so many of those issues stemmed from.
Last time Team Liquid were in overtime, they won the map out in 2 quick rounds. Ulf are not Giant X. Giant X have much more quality and experience in these positions.
Round started with Miniboo quicker on the trigger. But with the round allowed to breathe, things go quiet, and this defense hasn't done all too much searching. Nats knows about B Long. Sits empty for now, but just still two players on the backside of A. Miniboo pushing the front line and finding the kill that he needs. Dashing to safety. Ara in the mix trying to get something done, but it's a 5 versus 3 for Liquid right now.
And there's a chance to get the spike down, which is most important for GX in a 3 versus 5.
Long rotation for Nats as he was still just watching over the B side of the map, but GX have to make something happen here. Have to create a catalyst. It was the flash from Cloud. Now it's got to be the gun in his hands. 4 players ensuing on his position. Liquid will give themselves another chance to take Bind. This time in OT.
Deja vu from yesterday. Can Liquid close it out as clean as they did against Ulf in overtime? Players not considering the off angles. Team Liquid being a bit cheeky and it paying out. You got to remember.
That means no, by the way.
Thank you, mate.
No worries. Plenty for Giant X, though. Liquid have already won a couple of overtimes, 14-12 in that statistic. They look the strongest here. It's back to the attack side. In terms of where they're able to find success, bits and pieces towards A more than anything else. This long control from GX has been a pillar of their defensive structure. But are they over-investing here? Is it too much? Because when that spike goes down on A, the Death spoke about it, the amount of utility in post here that they have on the Liquid side.
Yeah, but it's also how good GX have been at holding their sights, at holding their nerve. Especially this man right here, West side.
Look at this, GX playing a high line on this defense of the A site.
It's good delay, trying to disconnect the pushes. As we're seeing Miniboo dash in, dive in, nobody there to contact. GX, West side, from the corner, holding on, as you expect him to, but he's under fire, under pressure, and Team Liquid straight back, blow for blow, that spike can go down.
Next kill might just decide the round here. Cloud doesn't want to overstep, but Purpo might just have. Spike's gone out in the open.
Cloud, flash in, swing, and a good double kill! We'll go one more round of overtime as GX keep themselves alive.
GX playing the better round on the whole. Love that they wanted to fight that choke a little bit more aggressively there. But in the 2-on-2, that's gotta feel like a missed opportunity for Liquid, tossing the spike across default.
Yeah, what is going on?
In that situation, it's just heat of the moment, desperation stuff.
It's just not thinking. That's just it, just plain and simple. These players making mistakes like that, and it's just going to be, for this overtime, who's going to be the team to break the attack ground?
Yeah, and who has the strongest mental, because Liquid have now surpassed 2 opportunities to claim this map, and GX back on the attack are about to get a face full of Mini Boot, who again is unrelenting in these pushes, but with no recourse, no support, he goes down empty-handed.
Could that be the deciding kill? Team Liquid overstepping their mark. Maybe, as we said last time on the defense, they were being cheeky, perhaps too cheeky this time.
I think the one aspect that favors Liquid here is that GX have been going blindly into some of these executions. Cloud is on a fact-finding mission towards Nat's position, where he is the sole anchor of B as it stands.
If GX wait any longer, the time's going to start to favor the defense in terms of strength of position. How much time do you have to clear all these corners?
And I mean, actually, GX have made the right call. They're going to head towards this B site. The wall is up for Nats. He can buy delay time. He has a strong position in hookah to fend from, but he can hear those footsteps echoing the halls now. And it has to be Nats on bind. The support arrives. Flickless finds one of the kills, but Nats still going, still overlooked. Plant comes in from west side and they do cut him off.
Yeah, finally. But where did the attack go in terms of the post plant? How do they set up? At least healing off the damage is going to be huge for Grubby.
And hearing that double TP, GX have to be thinking about the backlines here as well. Nats unable to partner up with Wayne, and it actually leaves Camo solo towards CT. West side on a strong angle, can't win the fight. Wayne back in the conversation. Now GX on the back foot. Liquid looking for their 3rd map point, 3rd series point. Cloud to keep them alive, but GX go down again. And so Liquid make the best of a bad situation. And we'll get another opportunity to see this one through.
And we were talking about it, the first ones to break the attack ground. And it felt as if GX had the best chance out of all the chances so far. The fans trying to show support. As we are going to see a break and play. As Lohan wants to give instructions for this attack.
As a coach, sometimes you just have to know when is the right time to intervene. Both teams getting an extra timeout coming into OT. And with 2 chances already passing them by, Lohan is being strict here on what he wants to see from his players to have them walk away from this, not without a few scars, I think it's fair to say, but the sort of character building that you expect at this stage in the season.
I think as well, considering that we were speaking about Giant X having the best chance in that last round, Team Liquid were in a 2 versus 2 going into post, but before they chucked a spike willingly across a site, you know, so there is an opportunity here.
Yeah. And the defender's side, for the most part, has looked better of the 2, but it has been a case of retakes, spikes diffused in every round we've seen thus far in the extension of play. Nat's operator hits the field. That is the biggest talking point and the big change up here for Liquid.
Glass Cannon up on the attack. Where does he want to set up? Looks towards shot, to be honest.
Seeing maybe if he can punish Flickless trying to face check here, where that wall has been causing him a few issues. And yeah, the jump peak already tested from the Belgian.
Yeah, but a little bit more reserved as Nats looks to explore this part of the map. He knows that Westside has been playing from heaven, so that's also maybe a consideration.
Just looking for something right now. Liquid give this one the time of day, just waiting for that first opportunity, but the long barrel may betray Nats as he tries to find Flickless here. It's Grubby, actually, that will take him off the board first.
Violent end.
And what now for Liquid? You know, you were looking for that kill with the op. Where's the second layer? There is some pressure created towards B, but other than that, it's an all-in on A.
Yeah, but it's another one of those smokes that gives space to backside for Giant X. We can see Miniboo looking to play on the edge, but Grubby comes out on top. So once again, Giant X hold on to this A site. And Team Liquid struggle. Sure, we're in post. But what do you have other than just these utility, this post plan?
There's Molly from Wayne. He'll buy a little bit of time, but not enough to win the round. And with his life lost, that might just be it, Cairo.
We go again. One more bout of overtime. And I mean, after a timeout, I'm wondering, what was the game plan there?
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously you can see that they were trying to build around that operator as much as possible, Liquid, but as I said, in the round, in terms of second layers and what actually the setup was, it's just punishment in the end from Grubby, actually, who finds the first 2 kills. Westside cheeky with the wall, a lot of 1v1s, a lot of isolated engagements. Ooh. And it's so frustrating on the Liquid side as this one goes longer and longer into the night. Hard to keep on top of.
And you look at this, 4 rounds, 4 post plants, 4 rounds going the way of the defense. So it's not as if we're struggling to get to post.
It's just the team able to convert it. Feels like as soon as we see that first attack round, that might be the team that walks away from this. In the pre-round, looked like Purpo was thinking about buying an op. He's solo towards Showers. Everyone on GX cooped up towards the bottom of short.
And they slow walk through a one-way to try and contend with, and an angle which Miniboo tries to play with, but once again, nobody clears it, and it feels like this is the second time, third time I've seen this.
Spike down.
What's the definition of insanity?
Doing the same things over and over and expecting a different result. And it's not going to change. Looks like more defender-sided dominance. GX will give this a chance, of course they will. They have to. But I have to say, look, I mean, Miniboo had been struggling on a couple of these initial engagements, I think. GX punishing his overextension here. It's just a little bit more reserved, right? Playing in the side with the support of the utility. Grubby going to find one, but 25 seconds or so. Spike needs to go in, and Westside has to play Protector.
Oh, I mean, try and brawl their way through, play off one another, tap of the spike, bait the peak, doesn't work out. Team Liquid, the initial work in the round was good. And this time, we actually don't go to post.
No, we don't, for the first time, actually, so some positives to take from that if you're Liquid, but few and far between at this stage in the game. GX are the ones with the onus on them, as it has been. This is now Liquid's 4th opportunity to win this match. 1 in regulation, the 3rd in overtime on our screens. GX with more of the same. That setup does not bend, but will it break?
Well, they don't want to go near A because they've never had a chance, and well, B doesn't look much better either as Ara gets the entry. Cloud helping out, but somehow Team Liquid fight back. The health pool not the best, but the body count certainly is.
Has to be Flickless. Trying to heal up Miniboo in between the 2 of them here.
Toxins going up.
He's on the site early.
Yes, he does have a molly, but the Seekers identify him, waiting for the peak, sees the head of the sky, can't quite connect. Team Liquid should have everything that they need, but they give a chance to Flickless. A 1 versus 1. Does he consider Miniboo? It will take 2 bullets to the body, but 1 bullet to the head is all it takes! Team Liquid keep themselves alive, and Giant X go crashing out.
4 times the charm for Liquid on Bind in the end. It was a rough conclusion for them, as it was. They played long into last night against Ulf as well. But they do move on to next week, the final week of kickoff in EMEA. A debut outing on Bind, of course, wouldn't have been without its troubles, and unfortunately for GX, they can't make the changes necessary to see them win here and carry on themselves.
Yeah, and I mean, we had a big conversation about GX being that gatekeeper team, but with so many others now left in the bracket, where do you really put them in your kind of power rankings for the region now?
I feel like the finish that we've seen from them here, right, like what, edge of top 6 is roughly about where they end up, and I think that there were limitations, at least in terms of some of the ideas that they want to play still carried on from the previous year. It's a brave new world, there are changes required, but for Liquid, look, they have made the most of the situation. They got through it in the end, and that is all that counts for them. The winner's mentality on many of the players on this team, with the experience that they hold, you expect them to do that in the end.
Yeah, I think with the 6 teams that we have left, Gentlemates, BBL, Fnatic, Vitality, Team Heretics and Team Liquid, there's a lot of quality in this bracket, and in terms of Team Liquid, they're going to have an extra week to prepare now as they look forward to that Team Heretics game.
Yeah, and look, it's a week of preparation that feels required for most of these teams, I think, right now. The league is in a shaky state. We always like to tease the idea of what performances will look like on the international stage, but I think it's hard to say that the rosters we've seen in the lower bracket in the last week or so really feel ready for that step up right now. There's a reason why it's the lower bracket, of course, but as you know, there is still lots of work to be done. But we'll hear from some players on the Liquid side. We're heading over to the post plant with Miniboo and Wayne.
Welcome everyone to the post plant. Welcome as well, Miniboo and Wayne. Congratulations on that win. What a series. I just want to know, how are you both feeling right about now? Because especially that last map.
I feel like I'm gonna pass out, honestly. Like, it's so stressful, I'm not gonna lie.
For me, I think I'm very relieved. I think it's like a very good confidence boost for us to win against a good team like Giants. So yeah, I think this will give us a lot of momentum for our next game.
Hang on, so which was more exhausting, today or yesterday?
Today.
Today? Because of yesterday, or just because of, again, the map pools?
I think it adds on. I mean, yesterday was like a very hard-fought series for us, and today was even longer, and we had to give out all. So,
yeah. And I think it's about the level we showed. I think that today we played way better than against Wolf, and Giants is a better team, and it was just a higher class Valorant, I think, today.
Just to follow on from that then, what kind of went wrong on map 2 then, in terms of game plan or execution? Did they kind of catch you off guard?
I think the game plan was a bit off, and I mean it's normal to have like off game plans for us, and I think they were just shooting better on the second map, not gonna lie. Yeah, but third map, I think everyone was like resetted, and yeah, we put off the win.
Okay.
Yeah, it do be like that sometimes.
What?
It do be like that sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes it happens, I'm lucky.
Yeah, they shoot better. It is what it is. But you were shooting really well on map 2, actually 2 Breeze specifically. We have a clip that we want to show you, like the redemption moment from what happened last year. So if we can play that, and we can just put that in our memory instead. There we go.
Well, again, the question here is, do you remember the clip that this is kind of in reference to?
No.
It's the ISO clip.
Which one?
The ISO clip from Haven.
Oh, the ISO clip. It's not the same. It's not the same.
No. But this is one that I think as well, again, a big discussion has kind of been you coming into this roster and not necessarily confidence issues, but finding your feet and being able to, I guess, perform to where we've seen you kind of hit previously. Have you felt that's starting to come into effect now, or do you still have things that you want to work on personally?
I mean, honestly, it's too complicated what you said. I just don't care. I just try to play my best Valorant, and I feel like in this team I have way more potential as an individual to be even better player.
Okay.
What would you put that down to? What do you think it is about this Liquid roster that gives you the opportunity to have more potential?
I feel like I have more trust and experience in general, and there is the playstyle is more loose, where I have more space to actually shine and just play, Star Duelist and just do my own things. I have just the space to do it.
And talking about the playstyle specifically, I'm gonna turn this to you, Wayne, because we heard your coach saying that you're working on that identity. You're now like defining it even further for you coming in as a player. We saw you being switched from the Astra to the Omen. We've seen some Brimstone games from you now as well. What do you feel is your spot in this team identity-wise?
Honestly, I don't really know.
Based.
What would you want it? What would you want it to be?
I think just like being consistent overall, like throughout the matches, and like I'm just trading like mini blue and like purple sometimes. But yeah, just need to like trade good and just trust my team and like just play our game.
You're also a new addition to this Liquid roster, and you came in or in this lower bracket, the pressure. Something that both Nats and Lohan said earlier today was you guys actually like this pressure. You like to perform under it. Is that the same for you as well?
Not really.
You, Minibu?
I mean, I think, yeah, I'm used to, you know, being in lower brackets. So it's way more thrilling to play Valorant when, you know, it's your last chance. If you have like 3 chances, 2 chances, you know, it's kind of boring, you know, like you're gonna have a third life, second life, and when you have 1 more life left, it's just do or nothing, you know?
Wayne, you said that not really. I'm assuming you don't agree with this take at all.
I'm not used to this pressure yet. So I think with time, I'll be the same as Minibu, but for now, not good for my health.
You're getting the Team Liquid trial by fire. I hope your heart rate is fine. Something to also discuss is the matchup that you have coming up next, which is...
Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Heretics. I mean, Benji on the stage was saying he wanted to play against you. You have Boo on the opposite roster as well. Minibu, who are you looking forward to the most on playing against on the server?
I mean, I heard Rian's interview back the other day, I think yesterday. They were talking about the train, and I want to stop that train right here next game. But honestly, like, I was cheering for the boys. I wanted them to win. I wanted to play against them, and I think that's gonna be interesting game. And like, I'm really excited to play, and I'm ready to fuck them up.
You know what? With friends like you, who needs enemies, right? At this point, I mean, Wayne, you also have anything you want to say about the Heretics matchup?
Not really. We're just gonna play our game, and we're gonna hopefully pull off the win.
No, I need you to say it with confidence. So I'm gonna give you.
Listen to
Go on.
2-0 tomorrow.
2-0?
Well, next week actually, but
Next week, yeah.
that's what we want to hear.
I guess just to follow on from that, do you kind of see this as maybe not necessarily a redemption match for you, but obviously playing against the former team? What's the most important thing for you? Having a clean victory or putting up a good performance, or just eliminating them?
I think for me the most important is winning, and after that, that's like, doesn't matter how we do it. Obviously, like, I want to play individually good against them. I'm really motivated. I really want to play against them. So, I mean, I just want to win against them, you know?
So it's not like you feel like you have to prove something in that?
Nah.
You're more focused just on the victory itself?
Nah, it's like, it's all about the victory. It's all about being the better team against them. It doesn't matter if like I drop 5 or 30. Like, if we win, I'm happy.
That's a great mindset to have. Not gonna play selfishly, just play with the rest of the team. Wish you guys have been doing really good as well in general. So Wayne, I know it's been a couple of days since I've last interviewed you. These games are pretty back-to-back. Do you feel more settled? How are you finding Berlin in general?
I think I'm quite settled in already. And like, I'm getting more and more comfortable playing on stage, so...
Well, especially with games like that, you're probably not used to playing like overtimes and like 3 mappers and...
Not yet.
Not yet.
But it's a first, you know? And like, I think throughout the season, it will be way better.
I guess coming to this region as well in general, there's obviously lots of discussions around play style and compositions and like a different meta. What's been the biggest learning for you? Obviously, I mean, even the last map here taken, I think the last time you played Bind, you played Yora, if I'm not mistaken. What's been your biggest learning or what's caught you off guard about this region?
I think this region, they have like more ideas and like different ways to like approach the game. And like, I'm not really like used to it yet, but I think I've been doing pretty well so far. And like even, I mean, for us, we didn't really have much time to like practice since I came to Berlin.
Yeah.
And like, I think we're doing pretty well now, like with our new system and everything. So yeah. And for Berlin, I think.
That little gasp there.
I prefer home, but we don't have a choice, you know.
Yeah.
I just gotta adapt.
I know exactly what you're talking about. I think a lot of people can relate, but you should be very proud of yourself to be here, put up the performances that you guys have. You're still in this lower bracket, unfortunately, but a banger matchup coming up next. Once again, congratulations to both of you.
Thank you.
We are going to be back next week. However, a little reminder, so take out your agenda or your phone, because I know everyone has like 7 hours a day screen time. We're going to be back next week, specifically starting things off on Thursday. There's not going to be a show on Tuesday. There is not going to be a show on Wednesday. Thursday at 6 p.m. CET is when we're going to start. On Friday and Saturday, we're going to be starting at 2 p.m. CET with our last final on Sunday at 6 p.m. I know that's a lot of information, so all I can really say is make sure that you subscribe or follow the channel, whatever it is, wherever it is you're watching this, so you can get a notification when we do go live. But thank you guys so much for tuning in, and we're going to be saying to you goodbye for the rest of this week. But we'll see you next week. We'll leave you with the Razor end of day highlights. Bye!
Let's go!
Falling like dominoes, Navi! Oh, that's a disaster! 8-4 scoreline. Heretics started slow. Clover. Oh my god! What? Come back on the other side, and why not just end it in style? His 28th kill in 18 rounds.
Yes! Nice! Nice!
Nice.
Look at that, man. Straight through the bushes.
Guys, what are you doing? Guys, close to you! Guys, close to you!
For Benji, 14 and 6. Crazy half from him.
Oh, my kill. Oh, good. I love this game.
One thing is for certain, Heretics, they didn't come to play today. They didn't come to win. They came to dominate, to decimate, and mission accomplished. In a game where one of our Stage 2 Grand Finalists from last year will be sent home in kickoff here. Fantastic attacking half from Team Liquid, well called by Nat. Liquid absolutely demolished GX here, and it's not the first time we've seen them struggle to get things going in an opening map. Giant X once again to win a round. Team Liquid still without a response. Giant X are all the way up to 11. GX get over the line in the end, not without problems though, and that sets up an interesting final map.
Nice! Yes! Let's go, Daniel! Let's go! That's my team! Let's go!
Veto! In the game, of course. The one bullet to the head is all it takes! Team Liquid keep themselves alive, and Giant X go crashing out.
Let's do something crazy. Get a bit wild today. Cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing. Nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us, makes us, makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us, makes us come alive.
나의 속도가 돈이라면 벤소미 더 세게 괴롭혀봐 나를 rain on me 다가서면 뱅뱅 전부 걸어 게임처럼 너의 고개를 떨굴 때는 댄서니 모두 몸에 걸어 눈이 빛나는 걸로 전부 걸치고 난이 노리는 것들일 거야 발밑에 쫓아와도 너는 절대 못 껴 넘어질 배포도 없는 애들은 no 따라오지 못하는 건 얄빠가 아니지 그래서 the boys not my type 아니 거리동이 틈에 판이 바뀌지 이기는 건 당연하니 cause my type 시시하게 겉으로만 판단하겠지 웃는 얼굴로서 저렇게 잘 봐 날 멍청한 애들이 여기 차고 넘치니 바가겠어 네 몫을 내못 다 짜증나면 질러 I don't let me cool At least night to night girl들만 불러 money on the fool I'm a boss to be or she want 뭐든지 다 내게 cruise 말했잖아 내가 뱉는다로 내가 다시 look nice Told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself
Told ya 느리게만 보여 눈이 핑 돌아가는 놈들은 한 곳으로 모여 Shall we ride body with a tool 그래서 이거 누가 대신에 money dance on a private jet 여긴 닿을 수 없는 거 올려 넣어 boys